Africa Housing Development Program and the globe.
Diva. Right now, I'm at the International Conference Center, Abuja, Nigeria, where the largest housing and construction exhibition is happening, the 17th Africa International Housing Show. We need to go in there and see what is really happening. Come with me, let's go along.
Abuja International Housing Show.
It's about the whole of Nigeria, the whole of West Africa. You have stakeholders coming from all over and in fact globally.
It's an excellent way of bringing thought leaders, investors
to come together and figure out ways to increase capacity in developing housing.
Welcome back. We're still talking about the 17th Africa International Housing Show. This year's theme is Beyond Rhetorics, Making Housing Happen. Now, here's the highlights of the opening ceremony.
I am delighted to welcome you all to the 17th edition of the Africa International Housing Show. Housing challenges all over the world has continued to be an issue of discourse amidst population explosion, especially in urban centers, rising global crises, conflicts emanating from wars, terrorism, national disasters. In the face of this crisis, shelter will continue to be ranked universally as one of the basic needs of mankind after food, and it will remain a strategic asset to man, irrespective of socio-economic status, color, or creed. Africa International Housing Show, as a leading problem-solving platform, deliberately chose this year's theme, Beyond Rhetorics to Home, Making Housing Happen, to address various issues facing the sector and provide the practical and lasting solutions to myriads of housing challenges. It is time, therefore, to work together as stakeholders to holistically tackle our housing problems. Housing sector have potentials that can be tapped for driving our economic recovery if only we choose to get our acts together and tackle housing deficits and affordability challenges. I wish all participants An enjoyable conference and deliberations with the exciting exhibitions that we have on the sidelines and the ambience of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. Enjoy the best of Africa International Housing Show this year. Thank you very much.
Today we gather here to address a critical and pressing issue that lies at the heart of our nation's progress and development. The challenge of housing in Nigeria. The theme for our discussion is beyond rhetorics, making housing work in Nigeria. The housing situation in Nigeria demands urgent attention. Rapid population growth, urbanization, inadequate urban planning, bureaucratic recidivism, and insufficient funding have all contributed to the housing crisis that many Nigerians endure daily.
So this year's theme, Beyond Rhetorics to Homes, Making Homes Happen, shows indeed that it is time to move away from rooms like this one to realities, to action. We need to really put our hands together to execute and deliver affordable housing for our populations, who are in dire need for those homes.
For this year's conference, Beyond Rhetoric to Homes, Making Housing Happen, could not have been more apt, considering the urgency of bridging Nigeria's housing deficit and accelerate actions towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goal 11 targets across the continent.
It is noteworthy that exhibitors from a number of countries are reportedly registered to participate in this exhibition, and this qualifies it as one of the largest convergence of stakeholders in the build sector in the sub-region.
It is important to mention that the current state of housing in Nigeria is quite underwhelming. As you know, it is self-evident that we have a huge housing deficit presently in Nigeria. The lack of affordable housing finance is a major problem. In order to access a mortgage in Nigeria, you would need to have a large down payment. For many Nigerians, this often is a serious burden. Consequently, a majority of Nigerians are excluded from access to housing finance.
It is only when we solve the housing problem sustainably can we really develop and move onward as a nation. I thank you very much, and I say God bless you. And on this note, and without further ado, I would like to declare this convocation open. Thank you very much.
road. We don't have road. And you see, at times, if it is raining, you will see a lot of people will go by the roadside. They'll be thrown dirt on the main road. We also doesn't have toilet. You will see a toilet, you will see up to 30 tenants. They are using one. You can't leave your door open, go and buy something. Before you will know, Babambola will enter. By the time you will take them to police station, 1 hour is too much. The police people will release them. In fact, we don't know what is happening.
This is the situation with many citizens in not just Nigeria. Are we ready for this conversation? What is the plight of an average Nigerian citizen in regards to housing? Housing is a fundamental human right, and these issues must be addressed.
Welcome back. We're still at the venue for the 17th Africa International Housing Show. Right here, you will see a whole lot of exhibitors. If you're not here right now, then you're missing a lot. You need a house, you need furniture, you need mortgage, whatever it is you need that has got to do with housing, you find it right here at the International Conference Center, Abuja, Nigeria. So you need to be here right now. We're going to have a look at the exhibitors one by one. Let's go.
CDK Integrated Industry is a manufacturer of porcelain tiles, the #1 leading manufacturer of porcelain tiles in Nigeria. Okay, so we've been participating at the Africa International Housing Show for close to 5 years now. And if it's not something of value to us, we won't be a repeat participant and exhibitor. So the event has been impactful. We've seen how it had helped build our brand awareness, had helped push that brand to a larger audience. And so we're committed to be partners, moving forward with the exhibition.
Welcome, this is Dangote Cement Stand. And as Victor, we know this is an international housing show. A lot of people here are manufacturers, construction workers. So we, being in the manufacturing industry, we hold the cement brand. We know how important cement is in the housing show. So we have a lot of people coming in, asking on how to become distributors, which of our cement is best for which use and which practices. In the company, we have 3 brands of cement. We have our Dangote Falcon, Dangote 3X, and our Dangote Blockmaster, of which our Dangote Blockmaster is our premium product. And it's more for our construction workers. That's why we are here to showcase our premium product. In this month, we still have our Falcon, which is for finishing work, for plastering, tiling. Our 3X is the general cement that everybody knows. This is for our day-to-day activities that everybody uses. From my experience, I've been here for like 4 years that I joined the company, but we've been here. We've also been sponsoring the housing show for a long time now. But they have to come on because here is the best brand. The best brand is the cement. Dangote Cement is the best brand to use in your construction work.
Company name is West African Ceramic Limited. Okay, we are displaying here tiles and marble and a new product we are going to launch again this year. So last year we are unable to give complete awareness, and this time we are building some small affordable house like people can make it in their budget. So we are actually purpose of this introducing of LGS, light gauge steel structure roof. It means we can protect the environment because of this is a resistant proof and anti-thermite and fire proof. It will be give more longer and durability is there. We are participating since we are participating in the housing show. And every year we are continuing our own contribution from this. We are the platinum sponsor for this event. So this show will be helpful for all the people to get an awareness about affordable housing. So we are here to expose our products. Everything will be affordable. It's not expensive.
This is Lafarge Africa PLC. This is our stand. Lafarge is into building solution, material solution. We make cement, make and sell cement. We produce and also sell mortar, and then ready-mix concrete. So these are three major portfolios in the country. I think we started in 2016. It'll be about 7 years now. For us to stick to the event for this period, it means I think we've seen value with it, and we're happy to, be a part of this. This one, for instance, we've been here, met with some stakeholders, been able to showcase to some prospects and the things that what we're about and the opportunities that comes along with such conversations. Yeah. There are limitless opportunities here, right? So this is a platform where I think you can come to showcase and get linked up to opportunities. Yeah, so there are people who are on the different sides of the divide. There are people who want to buy products. There are people who want to market products. So there's something for everyone in the built industry in this event.
Welcome back to the 17th Africa International Housing Show. Right here where I'm standing is a Chinese and Turkish pavilion. They came all the way to showcase their product to Nigerians. So you need to be here. If you're not here, then you're missing a lot. It is happening right here at the International Conference Center, Abuja, Nigeria. Now let's get to see what they've got for us.
Yes, I'm the marketing manager for the A to Z Tools and Hardware. We are a Nigerian company, and we provide the market with new solutions specialized in following the carbon footprint, that reducing the emission, and we're producing a lot of tools, like more than 3,000 tools. We have like 1,000 square meter of showroom, which is among the biggest showrooms in Nigeria, in all Nigeria.
Our company established in 2016, and we are on security doors, internal doors, bathroom cabinets, decoration materials. We are supplying them from Turkey to Nigeria. We are trying to supply the best quality doors to Nigeria, and we would like to do business in here.
We are Utopia Bathroom and Kitchen. We are a sanitary manufacturer. We are from England, so we have our factory and our head office is in England. And we have outside Europe, we are based in Dubai. And it's our first venture outside into Africa in Nigeria. Nigeria has been our first venture into Africa. And we are based here in Abuja. We have our showroom in Abuja, in Utako. And as you can see, we're mainly into sanitary ware and its fittings. And we also do kitchens and wardrobes.
Our company's name is Married Link. We are somehow like a group of manufacturers that we organize together and form the joint venture like Married Link. And you can see we are selling a lot of stuffs in the very huge categories. And we are somehow sponsored by our government that we are trying to make our exploration for the marketing in different countries. And Nigeria is our first choice because Nigeria is somehow like the biggest economic entities in this whole continent.
And I work with TRO Contact. It's a Turkish company. We are like a broker from Turkey that link manufacturers, top manufacturers from Turkey, with dealers that sell building materials, construction materials, and also we can also penetrate the real estate the real estate owners, people who deal with real estate, who buy construction materials in bulk. Yeah, we were meeting people. This is just the second day. The first day was just like an introduction. Yeah, where many people just come and look and go, and majority of them had to book an appointment for today. So we are looking forward to that.
So we're coming from Turkey, and then we are working in a marble and a natural stone sector. We come here to introduce our products that we believe that it goes very well here. Then actually we are producing for interior and exterior places for decorative materials. We're producing it. You can use it for exterior, for the garden. You can cover all the garden wall, or you can use inside your home, behind the TV, or inside home corridors. You can cover with natural stone. Also, we provide that for the house and the place for tiles for the floor, and also providing the for decorative material for bathroom, for example, sink, fireplace. Now, all the marble and natural stone we can provide, and then we're producing it.
We're from Property Vaults Nigeria Limited. We're into real estate. We have locations here in Abuja and in Lagos. Yes, I must say it has been great because a lot of people have worked up for partnership. A lot of people have worked up for questions. A lot of people have worked up because they want to get land or houses from us, and they'll be like, "Oh, Property Vault, we've not seen you guys before." So I believe this is a very good platform because we are now out in the market. A lot of people that don't know us right now, because this is a place where thousands of people, since yesterday, we've been collecting contacts. People have been walking up to our stand, and I must say it has been very great.
This is CDD Infrastructure Limited. We are a renewable energy company based in Abuja, although we have projects all over Nigeria. We've done projects in, let's say, 33 states of Nigeria, and we sell quality standard solar products. We have some on display, some inverters and batteries. We have lithium batteries. We have solar panels and dry cell batteries. And in fact, we also have a street light, P-Box solar street light as well. This is day 2. We have like around 130 leads, contacts that we'll talk to, and we hopefully they will generate to leads. So I can say it's been a fruitful outing. It's been a wonderful time to network, to talk to companies, to talk to brands, talk to individuals. We've gotten a few people that we've already sent quotations to, and we're looking forward to doing business with. So we are sure it's going to be a good time.
I am a general manager of Ibar Makina. We are manufacturer of concrete block machine, concrete batching plant, and concrete pipe machine. Yes, we are meeting some people. They wanna be a partner with us. We are discuss for business. I think we will find good partners here. We came for that.
Our company is from Turkey, and our products about to nuts and bolts, and we can work on all of size, like big size for bridges, for building, for roads, or small size for useful for everything.
My name is Vivian. I'm come from China. This is the first time that I come here to Nigeria to introduce our products. We are a factory from China, produce taps, and this brass body, good quality. Hope it will be working for your market. If I have the chance, I hope that I can come next time again to Nigeria. There are many nice guys and ladies wanted to be our agent and distributor or representatives. So I think it is a good exhibition.
Well, that's the most you can take today because of time, but do well to come to the International Conference Center, Abuja, Nigeria, where the 17th African International Housing Show is happening. You've got to see what is happening here. A whole lot of luxury. You have real estate developers, mortgage bank to seal deals if you need a house, affordable housing. You need furniture, you need home interiors, cement manufacturers, whatever it is that's got to do with housing. You need to come here right now. I'm right here at the International Conference Center, and also here, your Housing Diva. All right, that is it on today's episode of Housing Development. Thanks for watching. I'll see you soon. I remain your Housing Diva, Fleur Annie.
Housing Development Progress. Number one and the best. Housing Development Progress. Number one. Number one. Housing Development Progress. Number one and the best. Housing Development Progress. Number one. Housing Development Progress. In Nigeria. Housing Development Progress. In Africa. Housing Development Progress. And the globe. Number one. Housing Development Progress.
Welcome to another informative episode of Housing Development, your go-to source for housing trend and information in Nigeria and beyond. As always, I am Fleur Ani, your Housing Diva. Right now, I'm at the International Conference Center, Abuja, Nigeria, where the largest housing and construction exhibition is happening, the 17th Africa International Housing Show. We need to go in there and see what is really happening. Come with me, let's go along.
Abuja International Housing Show.
It's about the whole of Nigeria, the whole of West Africa. You have stakeholders coming from all over and in fact globally.
It's an excellent way of bringing thought leaders, investors
to come together and figure out ways to increase capacity in developing housing.
Studio. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We want to welcome you to day 3 of African International Housing Show. This conference started on Monday. We have had beautiful and exciting deliberation that have produced diverse solutions to issues of housing in Nigeria. For us in African International Housing Show, we are passionate about providing far-reaching solutions to the problems and challenges of housing, not only in Nigeria, but in Africa. And our main objective is to ensure that every issue that serves as impediments to housing challenges are addressed. Here at the opening ceremony, we have a serious discussion on data and already solution to resolve that is on ground. Yesterday's session was also very powerful And we believe that today we will also have a very good deliberations that will help to address issues on infrastructure. But without wasting time this morning, we will be looking at making housing happen, African cities between infrastructure resilience and informality.
The Center for Housing and Sustainable Development at the University of Lagos. And today is a special day for the center and its partner universities from across African universities because we have been working together as a network of researchers interested in bringing about changes in the urban space of African cities. And we have been working as a network for over 3 years now and be carrying out activities that are meant to bring together the academic, the industry communities together to address salient problems because the kind of problems and the challenges that urban spaces face in Africa is not one that can be solved in silos. So it is with this recognition that we have been very seriously committed to seeking support and working with specific stakeholders. So today is the closeout workshop for that partnership because it is a partnership that is funded by the UK Research Institute, the UKRI, under its Global Challenge Fund. So, and we are really grateful for that support that we have been giving over the past 3 years and also looking forward in the future. So I'm just going to run you through what the package that we have for today, and then I'll be starting off with the first panel in earnest. So the first aspect of this workshop, of our workshop today, is the closeout workshop, where we will be sharing the extent of our activities across about 10 African universities. And Professor Nubi, the director of the center and the principal investigator, will be leading us in that aspect. And then we'll have a panel discussion with members and representatives of our partner universities coming forward to express how it has been and the benefits that has been derived from the partnership. And then in the second aspect of our program, which is very much critical to our activities, is the masterclass that we tag Research for Affordable Housing Policy and Delivery in Africa. In that session, which we are all very much looking forward to, we'll be having researchers share nuggets from their research on how to make housing happen in several, from several perspectives, looking at the real estate development value chain. And looking at the lineup of the speakers and the work that they will be sharing, I promise you, it's going to be a very, very impactful and resourceful session. So without much ado, I would like to introduce the session chair. This first session, the closeout workshop, titled African Cities Between Infrastructure Resilience and Informality. And to chair this session will be Professor Bolanle O. Obo, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics and Research, University of Lagos. Please join me in welcoming her. Welcome. And I'll also call the panelists for this session. Dr. Gilbert Siame is from the University of Zambia, Lusaka. Please come forward. Professor Abimbola Windapo, University of Cape Town, South Africa. Dr. Isaac Otto, University of Ghana, will be sharing her experiences on Accra. Professor Muhammad Nuhu, Federal University of Technology, Minna. He's not here yet. He's here though, he will join us. Dr. Muyiwa Gumbiade, Associate Professor, University of Lagos. Dr. Ikiriza Anthony, Uganda Matthias University, Uganda. Professor Abel Olaleye, Obafemi Awolowo University, Nigeria. And Wale Fabi, American International University of West Africa, Banjul, Gambia. Okay, so I would also like to call Professor Tijinubi, who will be delivering the keynotes for this session. So I would like to hand over now to Professor Bolale Obo to chair the proceedings of this session. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this closeout workshop put together during this Africa show by the Africa Research Network for Urbanization and Habitable Cities. Briefly, in the year 2018, 17-18, we had what we call ARUA, African Research Universities Alliance, being born. And that was 16 universities from Africa coming together to begin to do research intensive work that would impact on Africa, research for Africa and Africa alone. Fortunately, the University of Lagos was one of these universities selected within Nigeria with the University of Ibadan at that time. And we were given the opportunity after an intensive call for proposal. We were lucky and we were awarded the Arua Center of Excellence for Urbanization and Habitable Cities in 2017. And then the work started to look for grants to be able to really have a research center of excellence that would address the issue of urbanization and habitable cities in Nigeria and in Africa, especially cities in Africa. By 2019, August, the center won the United Kingdom Research and Innovation Grant Challenge Research Fund to be able to do this. And as work started, you will hear later, they were able to partner with universities across Africa, which they call their spoke universities. And they had 10 of them listed. And the work involved stakeholders, not only within the university, but within the industry, and also communities within the cities in which they worked. And today they are telling us how far they have gone, what they have been able to do that would impact on African cities for better infrastructure, for resilience in terms of climate change and all that. And so we are here to listen to how research within the university is actually drilling down and impacting on our society. So I would wish us all successful discussions and engagements, and hoping that by the end of this, we will see how our universities actually contribute in the area of research and community service to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Vice Chancellor. We'll now go on to the main presentation for today, which is going to be delivered by Professor T.G. Nubi, who is the Director of the Center for Housing and Sustainable Development, and also the Principal Investigator of the Arua Center for Excellence in Urbanization and Habitable Cities. He is also the Director of the Research Management Office at the University of Lagos. Please, let's have his slides. Join me to welcome him.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Oyalowo. Good morning, all. You don't pay money for responding. Good morning, all.
Good morning.
There is one thing I noticed in the last 3 days. People are so economical with clapping. We don't pay for a subsidy. Are you? It doesn't. Thank you so much. Well, we move on, no matter this price of fuel. I mean, before I jog 1 hour every morning around the university community, after the fuel subsidy, I suspended it. My working hours to my office. So those are ways of reducing. Yeah, the chairperson, much respected, the Vice Chancellor, University of Lagos, University of First Choice and the nation's pride. The chairman of this center, the advisory board of the center, just stepped out, Professor Familoni, who's been piloting the affairs of the centers in the last 3 years, running the board for us. So we appreciate you. Professor Lusonya is here, an icon and role model. Thank you so much for being there over the years. And as many that are here today, past students who have gone through the master's program and are executives in their own right in their various organizations, Architect Adeola from LSDPC, we appreciate you, we acknowledge you. I'm still waiting for the generator you promised the center 5 years ago. I will get it before I die, I know. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm waiting for my slides. I'm seeing my picture. Yeah, Professor Smaila is the provost of American International University, the Gambia. You are welcome, sir. Sir, kindly step to the front, sir. Thank you, sir. It's not easy to travel from Gambia to be with us. Thank you. The International University of Gambia being a very strong partner. We had a program in Gambia where They hosted us about January last year. So thank you. Okay. Why this trouble with center, this and that? I just want to, because there are so many discussions since day before yesterday, and always. And we look at the problem of building material, this and that. But there is this aspect that is usually ignored, and that is the knowledge gap. We are a knowledge economy. I wrote a book where I stated that Nigerians will know so many things about many fields. We were forced to do a Greek up to year 3 in secondary school. Many of us will know so many things about cars. We know so many things about food, especially now. They tell you don't do this one. Don't eat this. If at all you are eating it, you must eat it before 7 p.m. So we know so many things about so many things, but very little about housing. Very, very little about housing. And from day before yesterday, we've been hearing discussion that our people, the research report that Femi Odewole presented yesterday, it was showing, he said, lack of ignorance. People don't even know. I told you I carried out a research, and I asked professors in the university who have been paying to the National Housing Fund for 15 years. I asked them, every month they remove 2.5% of your salary. How are you planning to benefit? He said, benefit? He said, we see it as just tax. They never knew they could benefit from National Housing Fund because there is so much ignorance that the housing education is low. And I got exposed to this 2007. Myself and Mr. Femi Odewole, we were in the national committee. I have to set this background. We are the national committee on housing finance. He was not in the country then. He was always coming down to join us. He was still in England. So we are having this meeting, and the director of one of the ministries who represented the federal government in that committee, we were saying that if we can introduce REIT, that there will be housing solution, finance solution in Nigeria. We said it on Monday, told it on Thursday. It was a week program. On Friday, we were about to round up. This man said, something is troubling me. A director in the ministry, 1987. I won't give you the name of the ministry so that you won't guess. I said, what's the trouble? We said, what's the trouble? He said, we want to finish this session now. We want to write our report. And since Monday, you people are saying that RHETORIC can help us. Where does he live? Let's just go and bring him to Abuja to come and help us. Every day you say REIT is the solution. REIT is the solution. When we bring REIT, REIT can solve the problem. So let's go and bring REIT. As at that time, General Rees was the MD of, was the chairman of FHA. He thought REIT was another general in the army. Or, as at that time, a director in the ministry put in the National Committee for Finance, Housing Finance, and he did not know the meaning of REIT. So that shows the level of the knowledge gap. And it was that time we said, there must be a resource center where people's capacity could be built. And that actually led to the starting of the Center for Housing in University of Lagos. That's led to the starting of. By that time, we got grants from African Development Bank. We applied for $68,000 grant from African Development Bank. But when they went through our proposal, they called us and they said, housing is not housing problem is not limited to Nigeria. Can you do this center in 5 African countries for us? And increase the grant from $68 to $863,000. So we started the centers in 5 African countries: Ghana, University of Kumasi, Cape Town, Mathare University in Uganda, Nairobi in Kenya. But the physical development of the center was limited first phase to University of Lagos and University of Kumasi. There we started. And then 3 years ago, we won this grant from UK, this Arua grant, specialized grant for network development, to develop for African researchers on housing and the environment to come together in Africa, that we should not resolve African problem in silos. Let researchers come together. So they funded that $600,000, 600,000 pounds grant, and 200,000 pounds every year. And we are closing the grant today, and we are reporting on how we have been able to manage the grant, what we did with the grant in the last 3 years. So that is actually the beginning today. And we have our partners across the 10 partner university. People from Nairobi, they were not here. Some people are not here, visa issue, whatever issue. But those are here, they'll do their presentation, and we'll see what we have been doing as a center with the grant. So first slide, please. Okay, we commenced. Today we have, is that the first slide? Okay, so I think we can just move next slide, since I've said our network across Africa. We also have partners in other parts of the world, in UK. Continue, please. This is the structure of the center. That's the structure of the center. Continue. We have clusters. We have different clusters in the center. And we have the advisory board, as stated. I've said earlier that Professor Familoni happened to be the chairman of our board. Let's continue. And we have people also from, we have international advisory members. Then this is the Inception Workshop in Lagos in 2019. Yes, continue. We have the capacity building workshops. Just continue. The advisory board meetings. We met in different parts of Africa. The first advisory board meeting was in Nairobi, Kenya. So the board of the center, we meet from time to time. Continue, please. So these are programs. We have online programs, especially during the COVID in 2020, that we had a new way. Since physical contact was restricted, we had a new way. We were doing our meetings and workshops and capacity building via Zooms and other social media platforms. Continue, please. The scoping studies and annual conference. We have 2019. When we met in Nairobi, we said for the 3 years, we set agenda for the conference and the scoping studies. So the first year conferences, the conference of the first year was the state of urban infrastructure development in Africa. Then the second year, 2020-21, we look into informalities and inequalities in Africa. Well, one thing we have to know is that housing is beyond brick and mortar. Housing is beyond brick and mortar. In the center, we're looking at housing in context with the total urban environment. We look at 2021, 2022, we look at resilience in urban Africa. How is everyday Nigeria, how are they really coping in our urban centers? That was actually our conference. Next slide, please. So 2019, these are network conferences. Continue, please. I think you are given a small booklet. We have these things there. So continue, just continue so that we can move to another. Continue, please. So these are activities. Keep on showing this, changing the slides. Yeah, we have public lectures and master classes. Yes, these are programs during the years, over the last 3. Continue. We have public lectures. We have public lectures in all the partner universities. And I want to tell you that the public lectures we had in Gambia, in Zambia, you see the state departments, the ministry, you see them in attendance, and it helped nations to fine-tune. I remember there was a public lectures we did in Nairobi that our University of Nairobi partner hosted. It was on land. After that, we got email from their lands department in Kenya that the center should help in formulating, in redefining and formulating policy, formulation of policies, land policy in Nairobi. So, in all the communities where we are assisting, there is working relationship with the government. We are not working. We try to take the gown to town, and that because we believe that that is actually the way forward. Yes, continue, please. Academic research. We try to work on research. It was said that Africa, we are 14% of the world population, but our research output to the global research ecosystem is less than 4%. So we are trying to, ARUA is trying to increase the research, the volume of research, so that our research output or input into the Africa or global research ecosystem will be increased. So we're doing a lot of masterclass on how to do academic research, multidisciplinary research. Continue, please. Yes, just ethics in research. Just continue, yeah. We did capacity building workshop. Just show the slides and move on. Continue. Yes. So 2-day workshops. We were busy. And that's actually so painful. When federal government did not pay university lecturers for 8.5 months, that we didn't teach. A university lecturer is not a teacher. He's a researcher. He's a community who are employed to do 3 things: to teach, to offer community service, and to do research. During the strike, we were busy. If you come to the University of Lagos, all the centers, all the laboratories, people were engaged in intensive research. During this period of strike, every week, the centers were busy doing so many things. But somebody said we didn't go to work. And I asked people that were living with, I said, was there any day I didn't go to work? So why should my salary be withheld? We worked in the university. University is not only teaching. It's only our teaching we withdrew. We taught, and we taught well. We did research. So probably they will come to say this is the quantum of the teaching and pay us for the work we did. Thank you. And that time we were expecting the parents to support us. They didn't support us. Okay. So let's continue, please. Let's continue. Because you see, and over the time, we see our publications. We have several publications. The Housing and SDG, published by Springer, bought all over the world, is a great resource for any policymaker in Africa. These are the outputs of the research in the last 3 years. We still have more books. Yeah, these are books. These are research reports. Within just 3 years, these are our input. It does not come cheap. Hard work, resilience, despite no salary, you are still working. Yeah, continue, please. So, mobility visit and exchange program. We have researchers moving across Africa. In the center today, we've recorded about 8 postdoctoral candidates that were with us, early career researchers that were with us 6 months, 1 year at the center. And the grant also sent some people to other universities. Today, Dr. Dr. Gilbert from Zambia is been with us at the center in the last 1 week, and he will still continue with us after this program. Is on such network visit research program that the center sponsored. So these are people that move from University of Lagos to Ariwot University in UK, University of Zambia, University of Gambia, University of Lagos, University of Stirling in UK, and the University of Cape Town, Stellenbosch in South Africa, University of Cape Town. So part of this research grant was spent to fund the traveling and the subsistence of these ones across Africa and UK. Continue. Okay, we have quarterly activities. Quickly run through so that we can start. Those are the things we are doing. Just scroll down. Yes, just continue. Yes. We have that funded project. Today we have University of TU Berlin and WIT in South Africa. We are doing collaborative research. We are doing a capacity building program. The funded master's class and PhD class. We have about 8 people on our PhD program. So continue. Okay. How far are we? Which slide? Just continue to the end, please. These are several programs. About a few months ago, we took this about 30 PhD students across Africa to Sierra Leone. And the capacity building was focused on, the focus of the capacity was how can we use our PhDs, researches, to impact policy changes so that we don't just work in silo. You do 4-year PhD program and it ends in shelf. No. Let our PhD programs be relevant. Let our PhD program be relevant. So 30 PhD students across Africa, we were in Sierra Leone with them for 2 days on how they can tailor their researches towards solving African problems and impacting on policies. So continue, please. Okay, the ongoing grants. We have several grants going on. Apart from this area that we are closing today, we have ongoing grants from British Academy, research project grant from Water Aid, UK areas funding on immigration and notion of identity, DAD research, British Academy research, National Institute of Health research, the Global Health research, British Academy research, Lagos ACRC research, Research Council of Norway grants. These are grants that are ongoing in the center as of today. Our people, where we have our partners, they are seated here. These are partners, these are people we're working with. Continue, please. CEO research cluster leaders, they were there. Continue. Yes, these are the engines of, that's why the woman in the center. Dr. Basira Toyalowo. And these are, if these two people, two ladies, if they resign, we'll just lock up the center. Yeah, they were filled with energy and they were really doing their best. I want to appreciate you. So, next slide, please. Okay. So today we are looking at the value chain. The land, the value chain, real estate value chain, like Dr. Ogula said, from land acquisition to title, to design portfolio, to construction, to sales, to management, to sales in the secondary market. These are the real estate value chain. And they were encompassed. Every chain has its own problem. Every aspect of the chain has its own problem. And the people that are sitting here today and the next class, they will tell us how their researches in the last few years have been tailored towards resolving each aspect of this value chain. On that note, I think that's the last slide. Is the last slide? Thank you. Let's see it quickly, please. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Nubi, for running us through the activities of the Center for Housing and Sustainable Development, as well as the Arua Research Network for Urbanization and Habitable Cities. So now we will now go to the panelists, and we want to hear from them the perspectives and the impact that this coming together as a network has been able to have in their respective cities. Like Prof has said, we've partnered with several universities, and every year each university has their activities that they carry out within the umbrella of the center. So we'll just quickly hear from them, starting from Dr. Gilbert Siame. Can you tell us what has the experience been and what impacts have we made, so to say, in your city? The microphones are working, so you can just switch it on.
It's not coming on?
Yeah, it's on. The light is on,
okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the privilege of being here. And also thank you for the opportunity that the Center for Housing and Sustainable Development, UNLAC, gave to the University of Zambia to be a spoke university. It was way back, I think around 2017, when we first had email exchange with the moderator. The center where I'm coming from is called the Center for Urban Research and Planning, which was founded in 2015 as part of a boom to get urban research going on in many parts of Africa. Fast forward, after we became part of the network of, as what was actually described, a lot of things have happened over the time up to where I am here as a visiting scholar. Right now, I'm a visiting scholar at UNLAG, so part of this collaboration. Now, what have been the strides and what has been the impact? First, most of the things that have been presented, we've been part of that journey, starting with a working paper on transport as part of the infrastructure theme, which I was privileged to be part of the definition of that theme in Nairobi in 2019. So we've participated in those papers, that is transport in Lusaka, a paper also on resilience, which was the last theme, and some work on informality. Now, what makes this whole work different and the whole process is that we did not just sit down, get in the field, get the data, and write the scoping papers and submit them. That was not the focus. The focus was to make the research, to make the information humble enough to connect with the ordinary person on the ground. So in our part of the methodology was to sit down with people, particularly from informal settlements, where when we talk about infrastructure, resilience, informality, they're the most affected, including challenges to do with affordable housing. We sat down with them in the most humble way we could to hear their perspectives, to share what the teacher was talking about, and sort of coordinate what the lived experience and what the papers were saying, and sort of tease out what this means going forward. And part of that group discussing those issues involved very high-level government officials, like you saw. The mayor of the city of Lusaka was in attendance for several of these activities, where the research, the research and the community experience sort of presented to stakeholders, including civil society, UN system in Zambia, sort of began to challenge what we consider solutions for the urban challenge in many parts of Africa, including Lusaka. Like one of the things we sort of engaged with is the definition of accessible and inclusive functional urban spaces, including functional urban housing. One participant from the SDI Federation said, if we, and I think this challenge that I present to all of us in here, if in our investments, in our articulation, in our policies, we are able to come up with solutions and policies that work for the most humble person, humble in terms of socioeconomic status, if we're able to find solutions there, then we'll find solutions to most of the challenges that humanity faces. So we are drilled to those level of experiences and level of depth. Then that's the methodology part. As I quick rush to maybe say, we are also privileged to get our PhD students, 2 of them participate in the Gambia Exchange. One of them is working on urban food systems and how to actually communicate that research into policy spaces was part of the training. The other one is on climate change and sustainability in Africa, and she's working on those topics. So in a nutshell, it is not entirely the work that we did that was impactful, but it was the methodology and the truly inclusive processes that we undertook in our cities that truly found meaning with the ordinary person, but also with the most powerful people in our cities that are shaping what is happening in our everyday urban lives. So I have a lot to share, but now let me pause here, hoping for more questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Sami. We go still on that geographical area, Southern Africa. Professor Abimbola Windapo, what has the journey been like? Who have you engaged, and what has been the reception?
Okay, so good morning, everyone. So I bring you warm greetings from Cape Town. All protocols observed. I just want to shout out to my president. He's keeping quiet over there. He wasn't recognized. President Joanna Izam, good morning. So, president of the Nigerian Institute of Building.
Okay.
So, so what we have gained at the University of Cape Town by being partners in the network is mainly we've been able to partner with other universities in Africa. We've been able to get to know each other better. So I can go to Zambia now, I can go to Gambia, I have colleagues there. I don't only have to stay in Cape Town. So we've been able to move around. Then most importantly is the research that we've done over the years. We've been able to conduct 3 types of scoping studies that looked at the transport-oriented development. We've been able to look at informality and inequality in housing, and also looking at urban resilience. So we've done those research locally, and doing that research, we've been able to partner also with the government officials. So we were able to go out with governments, with the NGO. So it gave us that opportunity to look at the issues that are affecting affordable housing in Cape Town City. So we were able to come up with very reasonable results, publishable results with the government officials at the city of Cape Town. Although they are doing well, but also we've been able to identify main problems and issues that are affecting affordable housing delivery in Cape Town. And so from those findings, we've been able to see that the problems and issues in affordable housing is not only peculiar to Cape Town, but it's something that is found all over Africa. People live in informal settlements, they live in substandard housing, and then we are looking for solutions on how we can solve these problems. And another impact of the research is that we have also been able to build up a body of researchers. So back at the University of Cape Town, we have researchers, we have students who we've been able to train in these areas and who are also continuing research in this particular area of housing development. So we really want to thank the center for the opportunity to participate in this very forward-looking network. And when we look forward to further dividends, even after this closeout workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Windako. I would like to now go to University of Ghana, Accra, Dr. Otto Isaac. You are Nigeria's closest neighbor, and you share a lot of, at least in this network, we share a lot of urbanization issues. So how have you managed in Accra as part of this network?
All right. Thank you very much. And good morning to everybody here. Yes, I must say that this network has been very beneficial to the center that I represent, that is the Center for Urban Management Studies at the University of Ghana. And we have benefited in on three main areas that has to do with capacity building, research, and then public engagement. With regards to the capacity building, it's been on two levels for both faculty and students. And with this, one of the key things was about learning on transdisciplinary approach to research. And we used that in our scoping study, where we looked at issues of land use related pollution within the urban space. And we focused on the city of Accra. And in doing this, we a lot of insights and ways to address the issues of urban pollution, building resilience. We have also engaged in a number of workshops. The latest one was on the mainstreaming of sidewalks. Every now and then, we're having road crashes within our urban space. You know, there is this high competition of space between pedestrians and vehicles. Planners somehow, you know, pay more attention to the provision of roads for vehicles, but little for pedestrians. So how do we address these issues within our urban space? So the project tried to, the workshop, sorry, in this workshop, we tried to play an advocacy role. And the good news from this workshop is that the Ghana Road Safety Commission has decided to partner with our center to have a lot of engagement. So in the coming semester, we're going to have an orientation for our students on road safety, and then also to promote this sidewalks within the various cities. It's not only in Accra, but in several urban areas. So I must say that within the last 3 years, it's been a very fruitful engagement with our center within this network. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The partners within Nigeria is not just University of Lagos. We have other universities within Nigeria, in case you're wondering, that are also part of these partnerships. And one university that has been very, very active in this network is the Federal University of Technology, Mina. And I would like to ask Professor Muhammad Nuhu, who is our contact person, to give us insights into how they are fed. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and it's a wonderful experience. It's very delightful to share the impact that we have that has impacted in FUT Mina. One of the fundamental issues is that it was able to bring researchers, not just within the North Central, but the entire northern region. We had, partners to, or people who we really brought in from BUK, Bayero University in Kano, ATBU in Bauchi, here Base University in Abuja. We also, it was like a hub of us coming together, which is a real opportunity for researchers to talk to themselves. Together, we're able to carry out a transit-oriented development, the state of urban infrastructure in Abuja, where we looked at the transport network in terms of connecting with the communities. You all agree with me that when Abuja was, came to being, relocated from Lagos, the transport system was not fully ready, in spite of the fact that we have a very good of network, a road network, the component of railway and other connecting suburbs within the cities was really missing. And you discover that most of the people dwelling in Abuja have their drivers, have their house help, all traveling for about an hour or two, commuting on a daily basis and without a really good alternative. And that's a gap that was able to identify, and that is also telling today with the removal of subsidy. It has gone to show how difficult life is in commuting within the city. We also did a scoping study in Mina that is looking at the Mina urban rural resilience, strengthening the Gidankwano communities and of land development and management. There is a community that came alive from a very sleeping village as a result of citing the Federal University of Technology permanent site called Gidankwane. And we discovered that a number of things have changed, which of course the resilience in coping with the challenges and the evolving issues was quite eminent and quite revealing. As a result of that scoping studies, a number of interventions have been given to this community as a result of this scope, because we brought in NGOs, we brought in all stakeholders in that meeting, and eventually even the university committee realizes that there's a lot of corporate social responsibility that this has to be done to this community, because as it were today, this community have to rent land to farm, because over 10,000 square kilometers of their land was taken away for the university. So most of the also, they are now inhabiting people from different parts of the country with different culture, different background, and a lot of different traits. And they're finding it difficult to transform from their agrarian nature to really commerce on other endeavors that can sustain their livelihood. So this is quite, and also untold hardship on their housing structure, because students all over rent their homes. Some have to vacate to farmlands in order to earn a living. This is quite an exposition that this opportunity of partnering with this center that has really given us. We also had the master class where we're also thinking of technological advancements on the grant winning proposals and methodologies. This we were able to brainstorm and bring out, which we are catching on. Of course, we are really interfacing with the Hyperdeck, which has its headquarters in Mina, in terms of the environmental and social framework development, particularly for the resettlement issues of the dam of the affected community. This is a new means that has come into being as a result of this coming together, which hitherto was not there. Researchers were not communicating with themselves, were not working as a team. And also, it has given us opportunity to interface with other universities in Africa, as well as believing that we can work together, distance not being a barrier, and particularly solving housing connected issues and livelihood as well. This is a very good opportunity, and I must personally commend Professor Nubi for his doggedness and proactiveness to bring us together. I think he deserves high commendation. Thank you, Prof, for giving us this opportunity. And we are no longer the same persons. And I believe a lot of impact can be seen, and we'll continue to roll out this perspective for the common good of the humanity. Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Professor Noho. Now, since we started, we've had the entrance of several CEOs that we just need to recognize. Apologies that we have not done so before now. I'd like to recognize the presence of Mr. Emmanuel Akinwumi, who is the Chief Executive Officer, Financing and Partnerships Africa Limited. You're welcome, sir. I'd also like to recognize the presence of Dr. Charles Inyakate, who is the co-founder and managing director, Advisory and Asset Management, Axum Capital Limited. You're welcome. Thank you for joining us. I'd like to recognize the presence of ESV Oshilama, Oshilama. Sorry if I didn't get that right. And also, he is the group chairman, CEO, Noel Osilama Global Group. Yeah. And also the chairman, Redan FCT. Thank you for joining us. Professor Johanna Izam, the president, Nigerian Institute of Building. You're welcome. Thank you, sir. And Mr. Adeyemi Adeniran, Statistician General of the Federation, the COE of the National Bureau of Statistics. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining this session. So we go back to our panelists now, straight on to Lagos, the economic capital of Nigeria.
And the research capital
And the
of
research
Arua.
capital of Arua. Dr. Muyiwa Agunbiade.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. Most of my work has been done by Professor Nubi, as considering that Lagos is the hub of this center. Emphasize the internal arrangement in terms of the impact within the university community itself. We have 8 research clusters within the center. And the beauty of this opportunity is that we're able to network within ourselves and then develop some interdisciplinary research ideas. Particularly myself being the lead researcher in social data infrastructure, which combines all the other research clusters. We'll be able to see that most of the things we talk about, especially when we're talking about affordability, housing affordability and all that, there's a serious gap in terms of the projections or what we consider to be gaps in the first instance. We then, through the interaction with the government parastatals and agencies, we're able to point to them that there is a serious gap in this area, especially when we're talking about Lagos. You see figures flying around about population of Lagos. Up till now, we don't actually know what is population of Lagos. So when we are talking about 3-point-something million housing deficit, then it begs the question of how do we arrive at that? And even beyond the population thing we talk about, what about the composition of the gaps? So say in Nigeria, for instance, say there's a gap of 17 million. The question is, where is that coming from? Where are so many houses, even in Abuja here, that are unoccupied? There are several on Lekki houses that are unoccupied. And then we have several that are living under the bridge. So how do we bring all these things together to know what is actually the gap? So these are things we'll be able to do within the center, and then the kind of engagement that we still want to continue to do to be able to impact policies in a positive way by coming out with something that is actually factual, not speculations. So we'll be able to do that under the leadership of Professor Nubi as the director of that center. And then we'll be able to network with other partner universities across Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And from the presentations we'll be hearing, the discussion so far, you can see, of course, as we all know, that housing is not just a product, it's not just a unit, it doesn't stand alone. There are other services that are attached to it. And so that is why we feel so blessed to have partners from the Uganda Matthias University, because their focus is around health as well as other aspects of creating an enabling environment for decent housing, across board. Dr. Ikiriza Anthony from the Uganda Matthias University, we speak to that.
All right. Thank you very much, our moderator, for this session. All protocol is observed, and as she introduced me, I'm Anthony Ikiriza from Uganda. I will share our achievements through this partnership. On our side, we recognize that informality and inequality in housing is not a new phenomenon. And where I am based in the Faculty of Health Sciences, now we also look beyond just informality and inequality and relate this to disease causation, disease spread, as well as disease control. So we thank the Center for Sustainable Housing, University of Lagos, for thinking about us and for the collaboration, which is the West East Africa collaboration, as I may mention. And I'd want to put it across and say we have achieved a lot through this collaboration, especially when it comes to the issue of putting knowledge, research, and innovation to housing. That means we move beyond simple structures, but we also go an extra mile to understand what is contained in these housing structures, how they come about, as well as how they affect our populations. We've been able to share a lot through this, through the workshops, the webinars. In one of the webinars, I was also able to share about the situation in Uganda in a webinar that was titled it was about inclusive housing, and the situation was shared. A lot of experience was shared. So we really thank the center for this collaboration. Being a closeout, I don't know what the future holds for the collaboration, but I think we shall be able to also talk through that because the problem hasn't ended. Yeah. It is still on, and we need to press on with major focus on putting now research findings to action, because there is a lot of research findings, a lot of scoping studies have been done in West and Southern Africa, and we would wish to also extend this to the Eastern Africa. So I think this should not be a closeout, but rather a start for the partnership.
Yes.
Yeah, it may be a close of the project, but the partnership should really proceed. And I would say this should be the start. I want to thank you very much for this opportunity that you have given us to share the Ugandan experience, recognizing that the housing problems is not only in West and Southern Africa, but across all cities in Africa. And now with also development of informal cities, which is on the rise, sub-cities and rural areas, it becomes rather a bigger problem than we really see it now. And for future, we could even take it lower to such areas. Thank you very much.
Thank
May
you.
God bless you.
Thank you, and thank you for raising the salient issue of the partnership continuing. Yes, and this is why we are here in Abuja today. This is why we are here in the African International Housing Show, the greatest coming together of real estate developers and stakeholders, policy actors on housing and urban development in Africa as we have it, to bring to you what we are doing and to tell you that we are in the market to make more impact with you. Then, as Dr. Ikiriza also mentioned, the problems of Africa does not lie only with the urban spaces. We also have to pay attention to our secondary cities. And Professor Abel Olaileye from the Obafemi Awolowo University has also been an active part of this network, bringing perspectives from secondary cities to what we do. So we just quickly hear from him.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yalowo. I appreciate our commitment and the fact that we are given this opportunity to be part of the network. Like rightly said, we have participated virtually in all activities of the center, and especially on the scoping studies. We had master classes and 3 scoping studies. This center of our studies, as rightly advised by the director then, is to emphasize on our methodology with a view to involving the policymakers. And so all of our studies, we make sure that we have the policymaker around. We rub minds together in our stakeholders workshops, stakeholders meetings, to be sure that what we come up will be something that is relevant to policymakers. And bearing that in mind, without necessarily repeating what my colleagues have said, I want to emphasize some of the things that came out and what we eventually do. In our study of transportation issue in Oshogbo, like Dr. Oyalowo rightly said, is a, maybe you call it a medium city or what have you. But then we realized with the commissioner and his team then that there is need that one of the mechanisms to developing housing, affordable housing, is transportation network. So we came to conclusion together with them then that they need, especially with Oshogbo having opportunity of the trains mode of transportation, that they should be able to come up with an intra-train system, at least to make things easier, transportation easier. And because, yes, we all agree that there was a link between affordable housing and transportation. So we are saying here that if Africa must develop or solve the housing affordability issues, we need to emphasize this issue of transportation as well. The other issue that came up in the other study, this concerns inequalities and informalities in urban land market, also in Oshogbo. Yes, as expected, the urban land market was predominantly informal. And so it was problems here and there. Lack of titling to land. Most properties, as expected, is not locked. They cannot be mortgaged. Assets are just there, not being useful. So, but what came out eventually and agreed, though with some here and there, the informal settings, the landowners, the Omoniles and them, they were uh, eager on this concept of intergenerational compensation. Because what we saw eventually is that compensation issue, land dispute, is one of the major problems, even in Oshogbo, as still small as it is. To resolve that dispute, they agree that intergenerational compensation may be a solution. But the government people were reluctant, sort of, but that they agree that is something that can be looked into. The other thing that looks like it is to improve informality. How do we come up with a merger between formality and informality, knowing fully well that the problem mainly that we have with housing is with the informal land market? And what came up is that the informality, they should attempt to make it formal. Part of the thing that was agreed with the stakeholders then was that the land owners, family land owners, could be made, I think it was done in the past, to develop layouts that suit their purpose, and this layout will be adopted by the local councils so that they become part of the development. With that, they agree that we will be able to avoid this haphazard development that we have. The other thing that came up, even in Ibadan, our study, is the issue of this formality too. There is resilience. The study is about resilience to urban flooding. And we noticed that flooding is a great problem, even so, to housing affordability. Because what fund ought to go into housing is being diverted into the problem of flooding. And so there is this idea that came up then, and we're already working with the Ibadan Urban Flood Management project to be able to see whether we can have an inclusive method whereby the populace, the community, especially the property owners, including their property managers, are involved in ensuring or managing risk of flood. I want to round up, because my time is up, by thanking the center, especially Professor Nubi, for the opportunity. And like said by the last speaker, we want to believe that this is the beginning.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Lale. And last but certainly not the least is Wale Fabi, who is from the American International University of West Africa, Banjul, and he will be telling us how it has been so far.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Dr. Yalo. I bring you warm tidings from the smiling coast of Africa, the Gambia. There's a statistic I want all of us to know today. Gambia is the only country in the world that has 99.99% of CEOs. You should ask me how, right? Anyways, when you ask a normal Gambian, anybody in Gambia, how are you doing? They tell you, we are managing. How are things? We are managing. What are you managing? Right? So that was on a lighter note. Right? So about this partnership, I would say it's been good and bad. The bad being that it is closing. But unfortunately, like he said, this is just the beginning. And then to elaborate on the good part, we've been able to collaborate and do a lot of work with the center and several clusters. We had the inception workshop first, where we discussed proceedings and how things will go. And then after we went back, we did 3 scoping studies where we also had several government officials and ministries coming, private startups and all. We also took part in master classes. The master class was on using cloud and fog computing in city sustainability. You might be wondering, what is technology doing in this? I think we are the only partner that is a bit different from others because our focus at the College of Management and IT is mainly technology. And we have been able to, most of our work has been based on how technology can impact building and areas of sustainability. Yeah, so we also had the public lecture on food systems and climate compatible development, which was heavily attended by ministers and government officials. And then we had, I had two of my colleagues visit Ghana and South Africa for workshops. I also personally visited University of Cape Town under the tutelage of Professor Windakwa. And it was an eye-opener for me because I had never been to the southern part of Africa. And then before that, we did a webinar on, I think, with the digital, the digital, was it? No, not data. No, it was the new digital cluster, the new digital cluster, yeah. And then I spoke about the first smart city in Africa, which President Ramaphosa talked about. I never knew I was going to be working on that project. So that is very huge. And I would like to thank Professor Windakwa for that. So the connection came to work on that project, which the president actually commissioned. So it's been a wonderful partnership. And I'm hoping we won't stop here. Already, we are family now, not even colleagues any longer. Yesterday I came in, I was hugging everybody. Prof. Windakwa and I were walking and talking. It's now a family thing. And I'd like to thank everyone that's been part of this. I'd also like to thank the management of my university and especially my provost who is seated here for their undiluted support. And to finish up, I'd like to thank Prof. It's been, I don't know what to qualify him with. It's done too much for the center. And the center, Mrs. Adeni and everybody, I'd like to thank everybody. And it's impossible for me to forget her. It's impossible. I want to say thank you to her for all the work. She keeps pushing us, but it's for the better. Again, thank you very much. I hope we continue and not stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, every member of the panel, for taking us around Africa in about 1.5 hours. We've been to Southern Africa. We've been to we're in West Africa, and we've also been to Eastern Africa, all talking about the impact that we have made. And we're looking forward to more enriching engagements. We'd just like to take 2 questions or comments, if any, before we round up this session and go to the masterclass. So if there are any comments, any questions, just 2. Yes, number 1, sir, and number 2. Sorry, we can't take more. And please, I just want to note that our speakers have been talking about the research they've done. A lot of those publications we're preparing, some of them are out. We'll be circulating the QR codes for some of those publications. So you can just tap on the QR code and then have it on your system so that you can also refer to it. So let's have you, sir, for your comments.
Thank you very much. I'm Professor Sumaila, Provost College of Management and Information Technology, American International University, the Gambia. I must commend the center for the series of work done. I just want to make 2 suggestions. The first one is that somebody talked about statistics, and I'm very bothered. It's not just in this conference, all over Africa. We do a number of researches, but we don't have a way of putting the facts together. So I would suggest that perhaps we create a subgroup on putting the statistics together. Well, I don't know, the statistics in general is out because we need information. When I was Director General of Nigerian Institute of Transport Technology in Zaria before I went to the Gambia, something happened in the Ministry of Transport. And a group of experts came, and they asked us a question. Let me not give. And they said, how many vehicles ply Abuja roads on a daily basis? Nobody could answer it. I recall that then they looked at us and they said, yes, NITT, can you give us that information? I smiled. I didn't have that information. And that was what actually instructed me to do a study in 2013 to look at the number of vehicles on our roads. So we don't have information at all. And you will notice that there are patches of researches across universities. What is the town and gown concept all about? We need, I think I want to suggest, we need a subcommittee to really put these facts together and let the whole world, let people know. In other universities outside the country, what they now do is that they give research work to foreign students. And that's how they get information about other countries and continents of the world. That's the first one. The second one is that I am happy that transport is becoming, I listened to a few of the presenters. It is a major issue in housing. If you look at what is happening in Abuja, when Abuja was worked on, I was a student in University of Ibadan under the late Professor Mabogunje, who was chairman. And I recall that there were a number of things we did. And when the recommendations were made, light rail was to be in Abuja when the population of the city will be 1.4 million. Then thereafter, 2 years later, there will be rapid rail transport where the population will have grown to 4.1. Today, the population of Abuja is clearly more than 12 million. Neither the light rail nor the rapid rail is available. Today, we have a few ones they have done, and it is only the lot A1 that worked about 6-7 months ago. Today, it is down. So I think that the issue of that relationship between transport and housing is very key. And I think we should work on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And let me just quickly respond to your comments. Thank you so much for that. We actually do have a spatial data infrastructure research cluster amongst one of the research clusters headed by Professor Moyiwa Agubiade will soon be a professor by God's grace. And I'm sure he has taken that on board and will be looking at how to get that across board. Then on housing and transportation, one of the first studies that we carried out as a network is on urban infrastructure in Africa, focusing on transportation. The outputs of that work is being put together for publication by Springer Publishers as an academic resource. Once that has been done, and even before that, if you check our website, you find some of the findings that we have, but we do recognize the importance of also bringing this across to the wider population. So thank you very much for raising that, sir. Yeah, can we have the mic for... Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Prof, from UNILAG. My name is Tunde Balogun. My comment could be metaphorical. Looking at the state of urban infrastructure in Africa, look at the concept of global research ecosystem, and look at the concept of research and policies. Now, I'm looking about the conjunctivity in the area of research innovation to housing. Yesterday, I was here when you talk about tourism. Now you talk about medical. How do you see the correlative analysis in terms of tourism, medical, in conjunction with construction and housing?
Okay. Thank you very much. Whom did you direct your question to? Is that Professor Nubi?
Prof.
Yes. Okay. Professor Nubi, can you kindly come forward to respond?
Well, very quick one, because this session, we should not be here now. We should just start the master's class. Probably we'll answer the question. You are not here when we started. My inaugural lecture in 2015 was beyond brick and mortar. Housing doesn't stand in isolation. We've had the linkage between housing and transportation. I agree with you, sir. We are saying there is deficit of housing in Lagos. I know several of Unilag staff who have houses, beautiful houses in Kurudu, and still struggling to remain in a room close to work at Akoka. What is the distance from Ijebu-Ode to this place? My father has almost 12 flats in Ijebu-Ode, empty. If there is a good rail system, I will believe in Ijebu and be working in Lagos. I was doing a program in University of Pennsylvania, and I was living in Delaware. 87 miles every morning. Beautiful, comfortable. You don't need to go to London Bridge in the evening. People are living in Luton, people are living in Leicester, living in the city and working in London. We have idle properties, we have vacant properties in Abeokuta, we have vacant properties at Shagam, and we crowd ourselves in Lagos because poor transportation. Solve the transportation problem, you see deficit will disappear. So these are linkages. These are things that it's only the research environment that can join this. If not, as long as we come ourselves here, my village is less than is an hour. It's supposed to be less than an hour by train to the place. So there are so many things. Like we say, the essence of this program, like Dr. Oilao said, is that let there be awareness that there's a strong linkage between town and gown. That most of the things we are suffering in this country is because we don't do research. And the policymakers, they're not talking to the research community. And I kept on wondering, I live in government accommodation because I'm a head of a research of University of Lagos. I'm using government vehicle. Government is paying my salary. When you look at the total package, it runs to almost $1 million. They employ me to think for them, and nobody is consuming the product of my thinking and research. Where do they do that? You employ me to do research for you, to help you, and you are not using my research findings. So we do research, we go and beg. That's why we're saying, these are the players. Let's bring the work of the center. In the center today, we have master's program, we have PhD program. So let's know what we are doing so that you can come one by one and use us. So we can't answer all the questions. So, but probably when you attend the master's class today, probably there'll be better understanding. But if at all you don't understand here, take the form, join the master's class, just 1 year. And the beautiful thing is that because of COVID, most of our classes now, at least half or 60% is online. So you can do it from Abuja, you can do it from any part of the country. So thank you so much. I think you round up.
So to round up this session, I would like to call the chairperson of the session on the closeout workshop of the Center for Housing and Sustainable Development, Professor Bola Obo, to round up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think one thing has come out today, and that is collaborations have started with other countries in the African continent, which, whether we are closing out or not, must continue. Another thing that has come out from this session today is that in the various countries, we are beginning to work with stakeholders. And that is important, and it must continue, because that is when the result of our research can actually be taken up. And that needs to be driven very well so that the impact of research would translate to all our national economies. So thank you very much for listening. I hope all other questions will be well answered during the masterclass. Thank you.
We now just take a good photograph with the panelists, and then we go straight on to our masterclass. While we are taking the group photograph, I realize that a lot of us have been seated for some time. So let us just stand up and, stretch our legs within the hall. In the next 5-10 minutes, we'll start the masterclass. 5 minutes, please.
We're going straight to the next session.
You want to take another session?
Yes. You said they should straight. We don't have time for straightening legs.
No, we are here and we are ready to start.
Okay. All right. Let me just, I'll just introduce. Or you want to continue?
We are ready to continue. We are starting. I was going to start. He's the chair. I'm getting it.
Okay.
We have our PowerPoint, so we can just help me tell the guy, the IT guy, to put Professor Olusoyan's PowerPoint here now. So I'm starting right away.
So, what's your name?
Oyanola Basirat. Dr. Basirat Oyanola.
Don't worry. I'll just call
so that's what I'm saying.
call you.
I'm ready.
I'll call you. Very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please, we are not having any break. We're just going to start immediately. Permit me to stand on existing protocols, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I want to welcome you to day 3 of the Africa International Housing Show, the largest housing and construction stakeholders event in Africa, with its theme Beyond Rhetorics to Homes, Making Housing Happen. If you have been part of day 1 and day 2, please a round of applause for yourselves. Okay, well, you can bear me witness that day 1 and day 2 has been mind-blowing and overwhelmingly impressive, and I believe that day 3 has started on that same pedestal. A round of applause for yourselves once again for being here. I promise you that today will be very fast. We'll do things very fast, and we will be out of here not later than 4 p.m. by the grace of God. Thank you once again for being here. My name is Ben Dodo Oche. Well, just to let you know that we will be having some presentations. We'll have presentations from GIDA, GPFI, and Lafarge Africa. We will be having those presentations. So please be ready. We'll be calling you very shortly, immediately after the next session for your presentations. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. At this point, I want to welcome back to the mic Mrs. Basirat Oyalowo. Please, a round of applause for her.
This is the masterclass we have all been waiting for. And the structure of a masterclass is to deep dive into salient issues that is of interest to this body of professionals as well as stakeholders in the room. So what we have done is to critically look at the housing development value chain and then bring up researchers that have solutions to some of the issues that are bound in each of the value chain. So it's going to be more of a solution session, and I'm very sure that you will find a rich collection of research findings that will be of benefit to your work and your practice. Because it is organized by us for you, as requested as a popular request, we will also be circulating an attendance register. We will be providing a certificate of attendance to this masterclass. So when that paper gets to you, kindly write your name as you would have it very clearly in that attendance register, and you'll be getting an e-copy of a certificate in your box within the next few days. So to lead us to chair this session, I'd like to ask Professor Nubi to come on board if he's in the hall. And yeah, good. And also I'll introduce the panelists as well.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are very lucky to have our KBAC, His Royal Majesty. Can we please stand up? It's a sign of respect for His Royal Majesty, the Honiru of Irulan. KBAC, we are pleased to have you in our midst at this third day of the International Housing Show. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to welcome all our distinguished participants to the Day 3 of African International Housing Show. Today, the first technical session is a masterclass powered by the University of Lagos Center for Human Settlements. And we have Center for Housing. We are lucky today to have different professors, doctors from nothing less than 16 universities in Africa who are in this hall to participate in this conference. Following our Royal Highness Obade Abu Abdul Wasiu Omogbola Lawal, CON, Abisogun II, the Oniru of Irulan, Victoria Island, Lagos, we have, as part of his entourage, Chief Engineer Adeyemi Adesina, the Baba Selu of Irulan. So please, for recognition. We also have Chief Samsudeen Ajeni Fuja, also on the entourage of His Royal Majesty. We also have Mr. Fisayo Isola, also on the entourage of His Royal Majesty. I think today we are going to declare His Royal Majesty Oba Abdulwasiu Omogbola Lawal, CON, as the housing-friendly governor, housing-friendly royal father, or housing-friendly Oba in Nigeria. I am not surprised His Royal Majesty was once the Honorable Commissioner for Housing in Lagos State, under which a lot of housing projects, housing estates were delivered. Your Royal Majesty, sir, we welcome you to our midst. Permit me to hand over to the University of Lagos before I later invite you to round it up with your speech. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm so happy that the KBAC is seated. It will be the number one person to be given a certificate. We want to appreciate you. We're not surprised that he's attending this master's class. KBAC, thank you so much. He started his life career in a research center. So he valued research so much. As a commissioner for housing in Lagos State, he shut down the ministry one day and he spent a whole day with us at the center in the university. And there were so many things we would have done together, but it shows he left the ministry. But one of those things that he was pushing while he was in the ministry, it was mentioned here yesterday. And that was, there must be an end to this individual coming forward to apply for approval. It was mentioned yesterday. And when that person said it, I said, this was what the KBAC was pushing for. As a commissioner, he was saying that he was pushing for that agenda that individuals will no longer be allowed. Let people come together and present layout and present planning approval for estates. So that's the only way we can check the problem of sprawl, slum development. And we were pushing. We did a proposal for housing master plan, but the state could not fund it. But I believe that one day, because it was his priority, that Lagos must have housing master plan. And I'm happy that you are seated here today. Housing master plan is different from physical planning. A master plan will tell you, in this part of Lagos, residential, this part, commercial, this part of Abuja, industrial, recreation. That's what the master plan does. Is the housing master plan haven't done the market analysis that IFC was referring to yesterday, that will say the demand for housing, though Yanyan is residential area from the master plan, but that local community, what type of residential? Is it studio apartment for the for the LA career? Is it a family, the household in that area? Is it family that they need flats and duplexes? Is the master plan, housing master plan? And nations across the world, they've been using this master plan since 18-something. But no single city in Nigeria has housing master plan. No wonder. We kept on, the minister said that there's no housing deficit because several thousands of houses in Abuja were empty. Several thousands of houses in Lekki were empty. The master plan will have told you as a developer that what the market requires, they are single family units. But we couldn't do it because to prepare master plan requires a lot of money. We gave them a lot of concession, but yet, because they really don't understand the beauty of it, they couldn't fund it. But I believe that one day is the way to go. If a developer is developing in Maitama, though it's residential, he will know the kind of demand, what the market needs. So there will be end to these vacant houses and lock of capital. So we thank you for what you have done, and we appreciate you. And we also appreciate your sitting with us for this meeting. Thank you so much. From the master plan, there's something there was a request I made. You know, let us, this first scarcity, we should not carry it on our head, though, because Nigeria will survive. Let us just be happy. Make yourself happy. Because I noticed that since the scarcity, the amount of clapping has reduced, as if it's using fuel. Clap now. It's not. Nigeria will survive. We pass through war situation. We survive it. So don't worry. It's a master's class. And there is no examination. So don't worry. You will be given certificate without exam. So don't worry. You just clap for that as well. Okay, thank you. The slide, just the slide. Okay. The master class we have with us today, we have Professor Olumide Olusoya. You are welcome here, sir. We have Dr. Julius Faremi, Additive Manufacturing and Autonomous Robot for Safe and Affordable Housing. Professor Olusoya will be talking to us about system construction. And Dr. Moshood Kushimo will be talking to us about climate change, energy conservation, and green building. Yeah. Research in construction, Professor Mwidakpo from South Africa will be talking to us construction business, construction management and construction business. Professor John Ame will be talking to us alternative building materials. He's been working in that space. Then we have Professor Omiri will be talking to us navigating land matters. A Cambridge scholar and one of the foremost land management experts on the surface of Africa. You can clap now. She's in Nigeria. Clap now. Then Dr. Basirat Oyalowo will be sharing with us his research experience on working with end-user-driven financial products. So, thank you so much. Before I invite the KBAC to just say one thing to talk to us, just show that slides. The slides, yes. Like we said, we have value chain. We have this real estate value chain. We have the land, the construction, the packaging for sales and management, the financial market, and the secondary market. So these are the value chain. Start from land. So those that you see seated here today, they'll be looking at one or two aspects. Professor Olusoya will be talking to us about the construction, the building construction. While Professor Miri will be looking at the land. And you see them coming to talk to us, and we'll ask questions. But all this is to tell us how in the university we've been able to, what the researchers are doing in the university, what they've been doing over the years to solve this, each aspect of the value chain. So that's what we are hearing from them. And we can engage them thereafter. And you can come to the center, you engage us for further research and further studies. KBAC, sir, you are welcome to your terrain. That is housing. We know housing is your passion. So you're welcome to just talk to us, KBAC. Can we put our hands together as KBAC?
Ladies and gentlemen, may we please rise as the Oniru of Iruland, Victoria Island, Lagos, His Royal Highness Oba Abdul Rasil of Mogolan Lawal steps on stage for his speech. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you. KBAC.
the Honorable Minister, former commissioners, the organizers of this event, my very own erudite scholars in the housing sector, Professor Olumide Olusanya, Professor Nubi, Professor Omire, and I've also seen a couple of our friends in the sector in the hall. Former Commissioner for Physical Planning, Dr. Tamplana Salako, who was my colleague when I was the commissioner in the cabinet of Mr. Sonwolo. Distinguished guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very good homecoming for me. And for the fact that I'm here with some of my mentors, Professor Nobi, Professor Mary, Professor Lusanya, of the department or the Center for Housing at the University of Lagos. I'm very, very happy to be in your midst today. First, when I received the invitation a couple of weeks ago, and the date was 24th of July, said, oh, sorry, 24th of July is my birthday. I will not be able to make it. But the organizer, Mr. Adedayo, said, Your Majesty, don't worry, we will shift your own to 26th. So, fine, 26th, I'll be able to make it. And that's exactly why I decided to fly in this morning from Lagos. I'm very happy that I'm in your midst. And for the fact that this is maybe the third housing sector that I will be attending since I ascended the throne of my phobias 3 years ago. And I think this is the first time I'll be attending the largest housing show in Africa. For over 2 decades, I've had the privilege of serving this nation in the public sector. Indeed, now that I'm a traditional ruler, I'm more in the public space than when I was in government. It is instructive to state that my sphere of public service was in 3 of the most critical sectors towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. These are the national security. For some of you that may not know, I was in the Nigerian Police Force for over a decade. Food security, I was Commissioner for Housing for 6 years in Lake, Commissioner for Agriculture for 6 years, and of course, Commissioner for Housing for 4 years. So I've paid my dues. Albeit, when I look back, I say without missing words that we couldn't have done better, that we could have done better. This is why this summit is most imperative if we are to get things right. I do know that we all see the urgency of the situation, and I believe that the new administration will tackle the issues militating against adequate and affordable housing, particularly for the teeming masses. I listened to Professor Nobi when he talked about the deficit. A lot of people will argue that our deficits are not up to 20 million. And a lot of people will also argue that our deficits are over 20 million. But what I believe is that it's important for us to have data, the correct and adequate data. We are all aware that the federal government has already commenced with the housing survey through the National Population Commission, NPC. And part of this is the first time they will be adding housing to the survey. So aside from the population, is also population and housing survey. That's what they want to do. So at the end of the census, we will be able to determine how many deficits do we have in the housing sector. So, Prof, I think you should just relax. By the time the NPC are done with their survey, you should be able to, you can extrapolate how much we really desire in terms of the deficit. So what I'll be speaking to this morning, before our erudite scholar come in, I'll also give them something to discuss about. Will be the current trends in the housing market and providing affordable housing for the citizens through innovative financing mechanisms. The housing market in the nation is fast evolving, and despite this, affordability remains limited to a certain strata of society, especially the white-collar, middle-class employees and certain categories of public sector workers with relatively decent income. Others are small business owners and diaspora buyers. These are the current main drivers of the real estate market, which delivers an average of 5,000 homes annually through government direct intervention and private sector initiatives. Unfortunately, these interventions are like a drop in the ocean when it comes to addressing the housing deficit, according to Professor Nobi. I'm using his data now, which arguably stands at around 20 million shortfalls. The implication is that those in the lower rung of the pyramid, like housing demand, are left to their fate. Major fallout is the fast-growing volume of unregulated development, which results in sprawling slums in the suburbs and fringes, where the average worker can find cheap and perhaps untitled land and struggle to build. Professor Nubia and I, we had several sessions on sprawling and connectivity, compact and connected city. That is my own philosophy. That is what I believe in, that we should not continue the sprawling. And the sprawling, what do we have there? We do not usually have infrastructure in place. We do not usually have formal houses in those places. So this presents a challenge as the asset being illegal. This presents a challenge as the assets being illegal risk demolition. Government will always come and demolish those houses. Many of such properties have practically no infrastructure and also can't be effectively incorporated in the nation's electricity, no national grid, water, transport, or even security systems. Consequently, government at all levels are unable to take advantage of such wasting assets to generate income from property taxes, tenement, trust providing more social services to the people. The biggest losses and instability to nation electricity grid occur at this level. These are properties that we all know. Our renowned Peruvian economist, Orlando de Soto, regarded as dead capital. If you have a property that do not have title, if you have a property that you cannot even be proud that you have a property, you cannot sell it, you cannot borrow against it. At the end of the day, you are having a dead capital. I'm sure this team will be able to tell us what we need to do. Globally, according to Hernando de Soto, the cost of debt capital is $9.3 trillion globally. I don't know where they are in Abuja, but you and I know where they are in so many big cities in Nigeria. What still is the impact of long hours of commuting from further out of employment centers by residents of those communities, thereby adversely impacting on their general and mental health, as many spend hours traveling daily. The productivity of the people living in the poor areas usually drop. Some people will have to wake up as early as 3 a.m., 4 a.m. to get to the employment center. That is why, as Commissioner for Housing, I advocated for a compact, connected city so that the travel time will be reduced. Not that when you leave home around 4 a.m., you will not even be able to take care of your kids. You prepare them for school. Oftentimes, you see those kids sleeping in the car, in traffic. Before they get to school, they are already tired. Even their parents, by the time they get to work, the first thing they will have to do is to sleep. Take a nap 1 hour before they get to work. And oftentimes, you see a lot of young people, they stay out late because of the travel time. I mean, some of us in those big cities, we know what I'm trying to say. But as government, as policymakers, our job is to ensure that we have a compact, connected, and coordinated cities so that we will be able to upscale our productivity and so many other things that will come with that. To address these challenges, we must find innovative ways of catalyzing the housing market, which is a very major contributor to national GDP and productivity. This has been a recurring line in many workshops and seminars over the years, without any government bailing the cat because of over-reliance on weak mortgage architecture in the system. I'm very happy my friend is looking at me. He was our president for so many years of the Mortgage Bankers Association, but we still don't have mortgage foreclosure law, which is a major problem. I mean, if you go to those advanced economies, they have mortgage foreclosure laws. But as a developer, if I build 200 units and I don't have that law, my whatever is always a problem, taking them out. At some point, I went to NJC to argue for the mortgage bankers that there should be a way we can fast track the system. Not that you'll be in court for 10 years. We can, I mean, election tribunals are on now. It's usually 90 days. Why can't we? That was what I advocated there, that we should find a way of fast tracking, the mortgage system and mortgage laws. This administration, we are coming with renewed hope. I'm sure they will look at all these challenges so that a lot can be done in the housing space. The Lagos State government, of course, pioneered a home ownership mortgage scheme, which is still evolving. And as a commissioner for housing, I was able to see firsthand the lacuna, and that is part of what this proposal. I think it's too short time while trying to develop our mortgage in the regulatory agencies. As some of the big players of trade and off-site. Most of the products are currently imported and fast deplete our foreign exchange whilst also outsourcing employment offshore. The basic raw materials for this product are all local, and it is easy attracting investment capital into these industries as long as the numbers are attractive. Imagine launching an audacious 1 million homes per annum program, which will require at least 20 to 30 million tons of reinforcement annually. This itself will present a fantastic investment. This will be a fantastic investment proposition for potential investors, like in Ajaokuta Steel Factory. True, without government breaking sweat to look for funds. All government needs is to provide a guarantee offtake to willing investors. Now to our proposition, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As part of the palliative government is proposing to cushion effects of subsidy removal and others, an audacious and ambitious housing initiative should be launched by government, driven by reputable private sector players. Under the initiative of 1 million homes a year, the government, working with, say, 100 developers on pilot phase, will issue a bank guarantee to each for 10,000 homes, each in batches of face value of 1,000 units per term. So if we look at, based on what we know, 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom will give us like five jobs. Now, 5 jobs directly, like another 25 indirectly. Now let us look at 1 million housing units. I'm sure we have a lot of people that can do the calculation. We will be talking about nothing less than 25 million jobs in the directly and indirectly in the housing sector, starting with 1 million homes annually. So with that, we'll be able to reduce jobs. There are lots of people that we can retool their skill set. I remember we started Master Craftsman project in Lagos as well as commissioner, where we train artisans, masons, painters, plumbers on how to retool their skill set. Oftentimes, more than 65% of the people in the built environment, especially the artisans, we all know where they are coming from because they still come. So we have been importing more than 65% of jobs in the housing sector. So if we decide that we want to do 1 million housing units annually, just imagine the kind of people that we are going to create, that kind of jobs that we are going to create in that space. That is a major palliative that I think we should look at. So if we say each of the developers of the pilot phase will provide land with good title, and in some cases, government will yield some of its land in urban areas and fringe suburbs with good road network and easy access to employment center, like existing barracks. There are so many underutilized government land properties that can be utilized for housing purposes. Instead of us going to the fringes to build, we can build within the employment centers and a lot of jobs will be created. And that is what I think the government should be looking at. And I'm sure they are looking at that. In subsequent phases, government will open new layouts and build world-class connecting roads and rail to access these areas in less than 2 hours, as well as service them. Depending on the set cost of homes, say 10 million naira average, the face value of each guarantee 10 billion naira. The guarantee crystallizes for every 250 units delivered, and upon completion of the 1,000 units, the homes are aggregated and placed with an asset management entity, say Ministry of Finance Incorporated. They are then securitized public entities to continue the delivery cycle. With this pool of assets produced in well-structured setting, in preferably centers of employment and metropolis, the landscape of cities and suburbs will change, and homes return to end users on rent-to-own basis with an initial 10% deposit and balance over 15 to 20 years. Imagine the impact on the well-being of citizens. The initiative will create reverse flow of capital, and the industry servicing this behemoth will build capacity to compete in export market as local demand is being satisfied, as well as create highly trained workforce. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the time for talk is over. It's time for us to be bold and take audacious steps to ensure that we deliver those housing units. With those housing units, millions of jobs will be created. That is the major palliative I will reckon. Thank you very much for listening.
Kabiyesi. Thank you so much, Kabiyesi. We have been forced to intervene. Please, let's put our hands together for the Kabiyesi. We'll invite Kabiyesi back up to come and take a group picture with his people. The professors, let's approach Kabiyesi for another picture of memorial. All those are profs. Our board members in front. And HS board members, let's have you this picture. We are going to hang it in the palace. Your Royal Majesty, we thank you for the honor. We thank you for the honor. This picture is beautiful. Make sure you're seeing the photographers. If you can't see them, then they are possibly not seeing you too.
Ladies and gentlemen, Oba Abdulwasir Omogbolan, His Royal Majesty, the Oniru of Iruland, Victoria Island, Lagos. His Royal Majesty, Oba Abdulwasir Omogbolan Lawal, was born on 24th July 1970, and he is the 15th Oniru of Iruland.
Your Royal Majesty, we will want you to just stay as your citation is read. If you will stay on the podium, sir.
Born to late...
If you will stay on the podium as your citation is read, we want to celebrate your birthday again, sir.
Born to late Chief Tarid Lawal Akapo, the Ojora of Lagos, 1977 to 1993, and Olori Murinat Olabisi Abeni Ajasa. He was presented with the staff of office by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu on the 7th of June 2020. Please, a round of applause. Prior to his enrollment, he was the Commissioner for Agriculture in Lagos State. He went to Holy Trinity Primary School, Ebute Ero. Secondary school was St. Gregory College, Ikoyi University of Port Harcourt, Rivers State, where he obtained BSc honors in botany. He had his MSc at the School of Orient. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for him once again. May we please rise as we sing a birthday song for His Royal Majesty. At the count of 3, 1, 2, go. To you, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. So we'll sing, for he's a Johnny Good Fair, for he's a Johnny Good Fair,
He's a jolly good fellow. So says all of us. And so say all. For he's a Johnny good fellow. For he's a Johnny good fellow. For he's a Johnny good fellow. And so say all of us.
Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. It's not every time you get your birthday celebrated at an international conference. He's worth it as our father, as our royal father, and as our friend, one who has led us all these years. Thank you very much, Your Royal Majesty.
Kadipe lori kibata pelese. Kábíyèsí o.
Thank you very much. We'll now hand you over back to the panel moderator to continue.
Yeah, thank you so much. I missed one of the panelists out, Professor Babawale. Kindly come forward. He will be talking to us on the subject risk analysis, and appraisal in housing projects management. And I also want to recognize one of our advisory board members, the immediate past Commissioner for Lagos State, Dr. Salako. So thank you so much for being there for us. Thank you. I think the master's class starts now, 2 hours. So the master's class starts now. So we want to invite Professor Olumide Olusoya. They will be talking for 10 minutes so that we can have time for question and answer. You're welcome, sir.
Kábíyèsí, Your Royal Majesty, distinguished participants, it is necessary for me to acknowledge the presence of the CEO of Nigeria Bureau of Statistics, Prince Adeyemi Adesina, in our midst. Please, that's our number one man in charge of statistics in this country. Thank you, sir.
Standing on existing protocols, please, could I have the slides? And please, the emphasis should be more on the slides. Okay. Now, I have a very limited time to speak. And wonderfully, the KBC has given the background and the philosophy and the justification to my presentation. So he's just really made my work very easy. Because what I'm going to be presenting is actually how to achieve compact connected cities. Compact connected cities. That's the object of what I am presenting. Unfortunately, I now do not have a need to explain, to justify, because the KBC has done that for me. Thank you very much, sir. KBC. Thank you. Now, the topic is systems building for large-scale housing production. Okay? So if you're going to have compact connected cities, you have to densify, you have to be able to produce this housing on large scale. Ordinarily, I would have used the word industrialization, but I find that many people have different concepts about what industrialization is. So when I say large-scale production, I think that is very, very clear. Okay, next slide, please. Now, the object or the objective is capacity for large-scale production and significant savings in cost and time of construction. That's the objective. And the strategy is development of industrial infrastructure, supply chain, network of interdependent industries with significant indigenous value addition. With significant indigenous value addition. So you just don't bring machinery and plans from all over the world. That does not have enough, that does not have sufficient indigenous value addition. You are not really creating wealth. You are only transferring wealth to those countries. Now, that's the strategy. The tactics for achieving this has to do with 3 paradigm shifts. That is, we have to shift from customization to standardization. We have to have a paradigm shift from building materials to building components. You can't do large-scale production with building materials. The emphasis, the shift has to be on building components, and I'll be explaining that. And then we have to have the paradigm shift from craft mode labor to technique mode labor. Please just note that. Craft mode labor to technique mode labor. Next slide, please. Now, on the top pictures, you see the way that construction is done right now in Nigeria. You see all that form work, and when all that form work is removed, props and form work is removed at the end of the day, it's about 10% of the building cost, 10%, and it's just waste. But if you see the one down, where you, instead of temporary props, you actually precast components, because with the temporary props, you are dealing with building materials. So are the high value addition components, please this slide. Okay. Now, those molds, they constitute capital that you use from one project to another. So instead of wastage, you actually have capital. The project that you're seeing there is one of the ones, Lagos State Homes, that we did with the KBC when he was commissioner. Next slide, please. Now, look at the slides on the picture on the right. That laborer weighs about 75 kg. The head pan of concrete that he's carrying is about 25 kg. So that's 100 kg in motion, right? So going up the incline, that's 100 kg times cos theta or times theta or whatever theta, okay? So maybe it's now about 150 kg or whatever, okay? And all that distance. And more than 4,000 years ago, the Greeks have developed ropes and pulley. And this is how we do construction in Nigeria. And all that waste. The one on the right is actually showing, again, you are using components and you are using equipment that go from one project to another. It's all about wealth creation. Next slide, please. If anybody imagines that we are going to be housing 200 million people using block and mortar. It is just not even conceptually possible. Now, the technician, what I call technique mode, he is assembling those components. So there is a difference. He is working with components, he's a technician. The other one is a craftsman, and you can see everything is customized. Now, on that slide alone, on that video alone, the technician has laid about 10 blocks, while the craftsman is still laying just one block. Just one block. And somehow we persist with this waste. And if you look at those pictures very carefully, you see all those broken blocks. If you see the other one, the blocks are in modules rationalized to 200 by 200 by 400. So the design length, breadth, and height of all the spaces are to 200 mm. You do not cut blocks at all on that using the modularized system. Next slide, please. Now, the next thing is about assembly. In the other slide, the laborers were carrying headpans on their heads, whereas you could have simple systems like this. You precast the systems. Now, instead of a crane with a boom, you have a gantry crane, and you bring the system up. Let's just watch this slide very carefully. So this is housing production as factory production. This is a factory production. So the components are bought from the factory, raised up, taken into place, lowered, and you complete that bay. And the whole system moves to the next bay. And if this seems like magic or something futuristic, we've done something like this at Ijora Badia. 6 stories assembled by a similar method to this. But this is an improvement on the Ijora Badia project. Next slide, please. And all the components, all the equipments were fabricated in Nigeria. Now, I would still go through this, even though the KBC has already made the point. Nigeria estimated population of 200 million. The path to economic development is industrialization. Sustainable industrialization would have to result from the development of capacity for large-scale production of goods and services with high percentage value added, local value added in the value chain. So if you're talking about industrialization that does not have high percentage local value added, it is not industrialization. You can't just bring plants and machinery from Germany, from China. You are not having industrialization. The Dangote refinery does not represent industrialization. I hope you all know that. The huge capital, technology, and manpower requirements of housing industry gives it a unique potential as an engine of industrialization and development. If we're going to kickstart industrialization in this country, it would have to be, the greatest opportunity is housing, if we will just get it right, if we will just do it right. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the Ijora Badia project. It was originally planned as 1,008 units of housing. Next slide, please. And we set up a factory on the site producing components. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, now the one thing that tends to give Nigerian developers horrors is what you call decking, because it's supposed to be so very, very, very expensive. And the reason is that most housing in Nigeria is done with the solid slab. And one of the first things that you learn in architecture school, engineering school, or in any of the building professions is that there is actually a way to have a component that has significant reduction in material without corresponding reduction in strength. So that gives that material, that precast slab that you're looking at, it has higher strength to weight ratio, which means it is cheaper and it is more structurally efficient. More structurally efficient. We persist with building with solid slab. We persist. Next slide, please. So in the Jurabadia project, we have all these precast components and everything fits together like Lego. Next slide, please. Please just go back one slide. Yeah, you put in the particular design, because when you're talking about systems building, the design is very, very critical. You just don't do the system with the design is very critical. Now, that is one thing that you would find with factory production. Many of these cars that you see, when they conceive the cars, when they are designing the cars, they are actually also designing the process of building the cars. It's very critical. So in this case, those are gantries. I mean, those are what I call side works of the apartment. And these are now being used as part of the construction process. Next slide, please. So you have the ground floor. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. As you can see, at 65 days, you are at the ground, first, second floor. Next slide, please. At the fourth floor, 98 days. And the important thing about this is that as the building is going up, because there are no props, once you finish the ground floor, you can start the finishing. And the system is designed that the electrical works already goes into the system. You are not coming back to come and be breaking the block wall. It's already, everything is coming together. So by the time you are roofing, the internal finishes are at a high percentage completion. Next slide, please. Okay, in this case, because of the scale of the project and because it was so important to actually demonstrate the technology, we got this 50-ton crane for the project, and it was supposed to be for very large, 1,000 units, okay? So even with the 2 units that we built, which was it's coming to about 96 units, it is paying for the cost of the crane. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so this is the Lagos homes at Ijora Badia. It's been completed. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so that's my presentation, how to achieve the method to achieve compact and connected cities. Thank you, Kabisi.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. I think we can do better. This is a product of several years. It's not only Jorabadia. Prof lives in one of that research projects. He lives there and he's been living there now in the last 20, 25 years in the university. So this is the master's class, and these are the contribution of the research community towards affordability. That is now over to you, the end users, to really appreciate what is going on and work together with the research community to move the sector forward. Thank you so much, Professor Olusoya. You say that those components that we see, they were, he said, fabricated in Nigeria, not by one company, by people, welders, assembled together in the university, working with him, welders from Bariga around the campus. So these are fabricated, locally fabricated. Thank you. So I want to call Dr. Julius Faremi, still talking on construction component, to look at addictive manufacturing and autonomous robots for safe and affordable housing. Over to you, Dr. Faremi.
Thank you very much, Prof. Standing on existing protocol, I want to continue from where His Royal Highness and Prof dropped the baton, because interestingly, it's as if we planned the conversation or the delivery, because they are just connected, because there's just one way to solving the problem of achieving safe and affordable housing. And just like His Highness said, we need compact city. We need to have development. So Prof has spoken about us going vertical. When we are doing compact development or designing for compact cities, we consider both vertical development and horizontal development, because we will be needing some units that are not going to be 6, 10, 20, 21 floors. Just like Professor Nubi said, there are actually needs for residential and family dwellings. So next slide, please. So I'm not going to really bother you with the statistics anymore, because we've been talking about statistics since yesterday, except the fact that amidst the huge deficit that we have, sadly, the existing ones are falling down. So we don't have enough, yet the little that we have, some are falling, because in the last 10 years, over 300 buildings are falling down across various cities of Nigeria, with Lagos having the large chunk of that. And the reason is because of the deficit. We have several needs for buildings, so people try as much as possible to bring in their own contribution to solving the problem, and most times they are not necessarily professionals. And studies have shown why buildings fall. And one of the authors of those studies is seated there, Professor Windapo. They've shown that we have several issues, from substandard materials to issues of structural defects, to the fact that we have acute shortage of competent workforce. Because most times, or sometimes you are in the middle of a development and you don't get the requisite skill, and the project has to move on. And just like we had yesterday, some of these projects are being funded from external sources. It has to be completed. Then you see people bringing in whosoever is available to actually work on the project. And the result is what we see um, all around. I'm glad that in the last 1 week, we haven't seen that as an headline, because it was so bad at a particular point in time, we're having that as headline on the weekly basis. Next slide. So for us to move on, for us to go on, is to toll the direction of large production. To get buildings done, it's actually a production process. And that's the foundation that Prof has laid. He has said it. There is no two way about it. We need to begin to see our buildings as products. And when you talk about products, a lot of things go into getting products done or getting products delivered. And when we look at products globally, we see that there is a lot of innovation from the dimension of disruptive technology. There is a lot of emerging technology that are solving problems in other fields. We've seen a demonstration of that in medicine, we've seen in manufacturing, and several successes has been recorded in those other domains or those other sectors. So we need, for us in the housing sector, to have sustained transdisciplinary research efforts and industry-wide collaboration on the deployment of this emerging technology, particularly additive manufacturing and the use of autonomous robots, for us to be able to deliver on bridging the housing deficit gaps, curbing the incessant collapse of buildings, addressing the issue of acute shortage of skilled workforce, and transforming our slums to decent houses. So it's very, very essential that we think about this. If you look at the United Kingdom, for example, they have what we call SAM. SAM is a major player in the construction sector in the UK. Those of us that are conversant with what happens there. And just like Prof said, I think in his opening remark, somebody will ask me, let's bring Sam to Nigeria to help us. Sam is a bricklayer robot with a productivity of about 1,000% as against the human bricklayer. So when a bricklayer is doing 100 blocks, Sam is doing 1,000 blocks within the same particular time frame. And if we are to go the route of providing, just like Prof said, 200 people to provide housing for them, we can't continue to do those that used to be 100 blocks. For those of us that are conversant with the field operation of construction, when a mason does 100 blocks, it tells you he's done for the day. He has done the day's work. But sadly, in fact, in most parts of Lagos, by the time they do 80, they will tell you they are not working again, because he knows that you probably don't have an option because of the acute shortage of skilled workforce. He tells you he's no longer working. He doesn't care about your own target, whether you want to deliver at a particular point in time or not. So with additive manufacturing, which is essentially 3D concrete printing of buildings, we can actually have mass production of building elements. We can have the wall component. We have seen, Prof has demonstrated how we can actually achieve our slabs, right, with minimal requirement of formwork. Do you know the good news is that if we go the way of additive manufacturing, the 3D printing, we don't even need formwork at all. The 3D printer does not require any formwork. It prints the elements just straight off. And based on the research efforts that we've put together at the
Center for Housing and Sustainable Development, we already have collaborators across our partner universities. A lot of research has been done in the area of 3D printing at Stellenbosch University, and in fact, by extension, University of Johannesburg, because recently the center granted me a visiting research award, researchers award, to visit those universities to see what has been done there. And it will interest you to know that these are not stories. Buildings have been produced using 3D printer. Next slide. Next slide, please. So this is a 3D printed building, a complete building, and that is me there. It's not internet, it's not Photoshop, it's live, right? And this building was produced in just 8 hours. All right. Was produced in 8 hours. And this is a typical 2-bedroom apartment. And if you are looking at the structure of the needs that we have, this will probably meet the needs of maybe 40% or 30% of those within the housing need brackets, right? So the way forward for us is for us to collaborate with industry stakeholders that are here. We need to begin to deploy technology. So we need more collaboration in the area of research funding on additive manufacturing and the use of autonomous robots between ourselves and the various stakeholders, CEOs of different real estate companies that are seated here. And it's also interesting to also state that 3, 4, 5 developers can form a partnership to collaborate with us so that we can actually intensify effort in this area. And the good thing about the additive manufacturing building elements is that it also enhances circularity, because most of the inputs, they are not even conventional sand and cement. Most times, waste products are actually converted and used as infill to the printer. And at the end of the day, the wall is produced, the panels are produced, your partitions are produced, and to a very large extent, you cut down on cost. You enhance quality, you have versatility, and your building is better sustainable. We saw that some people were presented with H certificate yesterday based on the sustainability feature of their building. So we can have that. So we need to embark on co-production and co-development of implementation framework for us to begin to deploy additive manufacturing and autonomous robots on our construction sites. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The debate, the discussion continues with the center on all this, all to provide for Nigerians affordable housing. I want to invite Dr. Kushimo. Dr. Kushimo will talk to us on climate change, energy conservation, and green building. For those of us that were here yesterday, we were talking to IFC. There were organizations that were brought out and were given certificate on edge, qualification, different categories. Yeah, we love because the whole world is going green. But one thing I want us to know is that researchers in Nigeria and in the University of Lagos, working with the center, they are working on how do we conserve energy savings. And he's been leading that research team. And he shared with me that in his own house, he's been able to use this technology, this method, and has brought down the temperature inside the building. That he will never use AC in his house, and there is even minimal use of fans. That He didn't know about 2 or 3 weeks ago that the temperature of the rooms in his house dropped, that it became very uncomfortable for the children. So he will present his research findings, and we believe that we can work together with developers, because these are things that customers are looking for. And I want to tell you that these are homegrown research that can get the center certification. It does not need to be white to be right. It does not need to be white to be right. MVQ that they were using across Europe today is an invention, National Vocation Standard, that they were using across UK today. It's an invention of a professor at the University of Benin. That's what they use in UK today. That you are employed, they look at your performance, and you are given certificate. That today MVQ2 equivalent to HND, MVQ3 equivalent to BSc, MVQ4 MSc. Just capture your operation and you are certificated. And that's why you see your mayor. Your mayor became he never attended any university, but he has his MVQ. So, but the MVQ concept was a research finding of a professor, Unibe. So, it does not need to be white to be right. Thank you.
My great thanks to the professor, and standing on existing protocol, I'm here to present to you the energy conservation in new construction and existing buildings. I don't think there can be any affordable housing without affordable and efficient energy. I stand to be challenged because Lagos has been our laboratory for this project. We have, second slide. Research has shown that buildings alone consume more than 45 to 60% of the energy worldwide. Why research has shown that? Researchers have come together and identified worldwide that building can save up to 20 to 30% of the world energy consumed everywhere. Why data are available in the Western world and all over, do we have our own in Africa? None. And that is our challenge to energy. Then how do we go about this? It becomes a trauma. But looking at the issue as defined by one of our erudite professors that really taught me that I was part of his system as a student, and today I'm proud to continue to be it. Why? He said, architecture is just a problem-solving solution to built environment. And he picked on housing. So do I. Because our energy has gotten to a level that everybody here is afraid of the net cost of energy that you'll be consuming in your house. But there are solutions because we don't factor what we need to do right from the onset. Next slide. Conceptually, if we look at energy and look at our built environment, we are able to know that the interrelationship between three primary factors, that is the environment, which is your own local environment, your design, then the people's factor, because housing have gone beyond just a shelter. It is a comfort-based element that will make an housing affordable. If the energy is not affordable, it can never be comfortable for any occupant. So the interrelationship between these three phenomena, the environment, the design, and the people who are the occupants, determines what energy you will consume within your building, which can be determined by yourself. One, the human factor has a control. The environmental factor is naturally controlled. And the design is design control of the elements. And the moment you are able to manage the interrelationship that exists between the three, then you are good to go. You forgot about you are having problem with energy, because all you need within your shell is the comfort. And what does the building design has to do? Next slide. I can see you. It has identified that the building services and the building envelope and human factors will be able to manage the control. The designers will provide the elements, and the people has to relate to those elements in their ability to control their comfort. And the moment they can do those three things, then you will know that you can determine what you consume at any point in time. What is the role of designers in energy efficiency? Because when you can control your energy, then it means you can have smart building, and the road to it is energy efficiency. That is the limit to what a designer can do. And the research has identified that a major need for energy used in building is the cooling, the lighting, and ventilation. We don't need the heating here, but we need much of the cooling. And if you have the cooling, then you'll be able to manage your energy. And this one can happen before the building. That is design time. At this design time, it is what you are able to control that will now give you what you will be consuming, and will determine whether your building is efficient or not. Yeah, then what are the issue? The main issue is right from design, there must be an integrated design. That is, all the factors, both the material, the environment, and the services must be determined before, at the design stage, before you even construct. Then, if you are very familiar with that, and our system and built environment is familiar with that, you find out that we will have solved half of the problem before construction. Because at this time of construction, before construction, you'll be able to control the choices of your building envelope. What type of material, what type of walling do you need? What, at planning level, what is the orientation of your building that will not be exposed your building much to the heating? Because once the heating comes in, that is where you use most of the energy. I haven't known that, but architecturally, what do you do? all you need to do is to make sure that there is an architectural energy ratio that must go as far as getting to zero. That is, you are not consuming anything, because it is the dynamics of the building relationship to the environment that gets the indoor heated. But if you are able to control that from the environment, then you are quick to be there. How do you get there? And one of the major principles of getting there is to adopt bioclimatic solution to design. That is, you have the control of the environment without limiting the vegetation, the landscape. Because if you cannot manage your landscape around your building, then you cannot provide good shading devices and environmental factors that will make cooling possible, because cooling has been adjusted to consume more than 50% of the energy in the house. So if the principle of bioclimatic solution through optimization, that is, the solution we are talking about is you are able to optimize your landscape, you are able to optimize the comfort using the environmental resources. And the main aim of the thing is to give us an architecture that creates healthy, comfortable homes for the inhabitants of the building while respecting the environment. Because if you don't respect the environment, it will come back to hit on you, and it will be our boss. So our choice of material comes in during this design level. That is, you must avoid polluting materials to ensure well-being of local biodiversity and make efficient use of energy. So you find out that from that drawing, you find out that being able to provide enough shading devices and reducing the energy of the concrete spacing around your houses, which has a reflecting thing to your indoor through your glazing, will determine what the indoor will be. So it has been some of the research that has said that what we have in Lagos as 30% should be increased to 60%, because that's where the sources of heating comes from, that will deserve you to make a cooling of 50% of your energy that you consume. Definitely, the early, like 6:30, you have natural lighting. And at close of 6, another 6:30 in the evening, you have your darkness in the inside. So if you can control both, you are already there and well grounded to energy efficiency. And energy efficiency just at design stage. If you miss it, then it goes into the construction stage. And that one has a different stage. And that one, you mean you have to reconstruct. Give a good ratio of your window to floor area. This is what research is all about. You find out that a lot of opening, what we have today is aesthetics. At the expense of comfort. Yet you see a lot of people, they are selling, they have been saying something, there are a lot of buildings that are not occupied. Do we really know why they are not occupied? Because you get there, you must bring in a generator. Prof is sitting down here, I don't think he has a generator in his house. I have a generator that I've never used for the past since 2000, I think 16. do we get there? The housing that has been examined in Lagos. Next slide. I've given a measurement and rating system. This measurement and rating system gives us what is at design stage, what we should do, and at user stage. At design stage, it is still possible for us to do calculation and simulation. But sometimes last year they were doing something in Lagos, and I was doing a marriage for a child in Ilorin. I quickly pin up my something and put it in my pocket, and we are doing the something. And I was hearing people saying, we use lead, you use dozen, what do you do? I look at it. Hey. And that has been our problem. We don't solve our problem with our local solution. Okay. If we solve it with our local solution, we'll develop our own tools, which is available with us at the Aroa state. And what do we need to do? We need to make sure that we have our own, I couldn't see that in very much, sorry. We need to make our own predictive based approach through calculation. And if we do that at the design stage, we'll be able to make sure we control. And at construction stage, we'll be able to simulate and get it. Every nation has their own lead, their own local solution. But the one we are using cannot be generalized because we have identified what leads to our own energy consumption. And it is at that stage we can control it. But at which stage, it is the policy and regulation that can help us. We need to formulate our own policy and regulation. Some can be the standard can either be mandatory or voluntary, which will lead to a good rating. But at the user stage, the regulation will give us what we needed. But you need the challenge of user stage is that you still need to take individual buildings auditing and be able to know what will be done. But majorly, what will be done is retrofitting that will give the right. You cannot do anything about the planning again because the orientation has been done, but you can do we are controlled by the environment and the retrofitting that will give you the right floor to opening ratio in your building. This has been applied into some of the buildings that we have. Like this building, we call the design application. The Unilad experience is where Prof lives. And what is done there? You find that it is a nature-driven. The orientation was right from construction, and the building opening to the floor ratio area is superb. You don't need a cooling system there, even though it's there. When I interview him, he rarely uses it. He's still sitting down here, he's living. So going to apply this thing in Abeokuta, I look at it, let us look at what we are doing. But the orientation we are able to put, then what is the secret? It staggered the level of those houses. This one in Abeokuta, I make sure that I didn't stagger it like that, but I stagger it progressively. And at any point in time, you have a cooling. I'm just talking to you now because I've been away from there. If I'm there and I just come out, the next thing is I'll be coughing because of the cold that is there. I made good that when the house was in progress, I was doing the PhD on the thing, I was applying all the things, and at the end of the time, at that time, they are giving me 50,000 per month. But today, with all what my family uses in the house as cooling and the window, we rarely open the window. So where are we? And we are using just 20,000. And that is the way that we can go and get affordable housing with affordable energy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. For quite a long time, there was disconnection between the technical section. Please listen to what they are saying here and help us change those slides. Thank you so much. Without much ado, we want to call on Professor Windapo to look at the business management, the business aspect of management. That most projects become very expensive because of the absence of the management, our inability to manage projects as a business. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Chair. It's my pleasure and it's indeed a privilege for me to stand before you today to present the topic, enhancing project success and leveraging construction management and business practices for affordable housing provision. So I stand on the existing protocol. I hope you are all still awake and you are not hungry. Okay, so I'll just take you through why that topic through a presentation outline that you can see there. We'll be looking at the state of play, the question posed in order to obtain information, the necessary information that addresses the presentation topic, and then how can we leverage our construction management practices and our business practices for affordable housing provision. So basically, I'll be looking at the systems view of the project delivery process and also like the management. So that needs to be taken into consideration when we are planning our projects. And the KBSC and other speakers have already given us the state of play. So we know that we are all facing a rapid growth driven by urbanization rate of 3.5%. Yesterday we heard that 1,400 people come into Lagos every day, 500 in Abuja. So there's a rapid growth in annual urbanization rates. And most people, when they come to the cities, of course, they live in informal areas in substandard housing. So cities are being increasingly defined by informal housing typologies as the urban poor seek to house themselves. Africa, as we know it, is facing a housing crisis underpinned by affordability. A study found that at least 59% of the respondents purchased on affordable housing. So when we can discuss what affordability means. So in this sense, it means that if you buy a house that costs more than 25% of your income, you are living in unaffordable housing. So research has shown that there's a limited use of construction management practices and business techniques by stakeholders, developers, in the implementation of housing projects. So it's not just I saying this, it was mentioned yesterday, but maybe we would not have been able to decipher this from what our colleagues at IFC said. There is a lack of preparation, and this results in inefficient construction processes. At the end of the day, the projects lack value for money. It's faced with skyrocketing prices, and the projects end up being unaffordable. So the IFC yesterday mentioned the need for business plans. If you are listening yesterday, they had different tools, which they call the pillar assessment tools. They mentioned the lack of organizational management on some projects. They developed a social sustainability assessment tool. They also mentioned the lack of coordination of all the stakeholders, which is exactly what I'm talking about. So the question posed by our research was, what construction management practices, so the next slide, please, are employed by stakeholders to enhance success in affordable housing projects, taking into consideration local elements and the existing practices. So this question is important due to the limited understanding of what construction management practices means and what business tools and the business tools that make housing projects successful and business, which we feel in, and then the IFC colleagues are now going into this area. They are supposed to be loaning us money, giving us money, but what they are doing is they are now by the developers, but there is little awareness. So from my studies over time in the field of construction business and project management, I found that there's a business around construction and that clients and developers in sub-Saharan Africa do not focus on the business surrounding project development. And they also lack an understanding of those key construction business and project management tools and techniques used in the implementation of projects to ensure efficient project delivery processes, enhance success and value for money. So in our study, we looked at those successful developers in South Africa who are always able to access loans. So what are they doing differently? And we were enlightened yesterday as well. What are they doing differently? So they do this preparation and planning, starting from stakeholder management. So why is stakeholder management important? Effective management of our stakeholders is very crucial for the success of construction project teams. And this includes understanding. So you will see from our concept. So that's the concept there. So this includes comprehending power dynamics, intentions, interests of various stakeholders, and then harmonizing their interests to attain project success. So IFC mentioned yesterday that people are doing different things on either side without coordination. It's because nobody is actually managing those stakeholders, ensuring that we understand who is powerful, who has interests. So we have to separate those who are in power. If you're a developer, you know you need to lobby those people who have those power and interests. Without that lobby, you may not get your way. Those secondary who are not powerful but have interests, like our end users, you just have to keep them informed that we are going to do something for you. We are trying, we are building this road, or we are building this project. We are going to get there. But the influence, I don't have to tell you who those people are. The people who are in power, they are usually the politicians, the people in government. You need to lobby. So we need to know that there's need for lobbying. But then we also need to be conscious of the fact that sometimes those people who are not in power can get there. So don't forget those ones as well. As a businessman on the other side, don't forget those people who can now get to that power. You forgot them before, now they are there, and then you may get knocked for that because you are not, those who were in power before are now out. So there's a need to have that stakeholder management at the back of your mind. Then the second is the project portfolio management, which is also important. So this involves a systematic processing of the developers for selecting and managing their projects to achieve the strategic objectives. So it plays a critical role in selecting and aligning the right projects with the company's business strategy and risk, application, and technology balance. What this means is that as a developer, you must play to your strength. You must be able to know what are your capacities, what are your limitations. So if you don't have enough money, if you don't have finance to do soft costs, the preparation for the project, if you only have, you don't have a lot of money, you limit your project to your capacity, the technology. We've listened to different technologies just now. You limit your capacity, don't do beyond yourself, otherwise the project is going to fail. They usually limit, and I should tell you something about the South African developers. I visited one of them recently, so just quickly, and then I asked for their annual financial report. And then I was surprised to see that this particular developer had about 1.5 billion rands in cash, in capital, not a fixed asset, in current as liquid cash, 1.5, and that is about, if we multiply it by 40, that gives us about 600 billion rands in cash, in naira. Even my university, at the University of Cape Town, our reserves is about 3.5 billion. So they have money. So I said, why are you not spending this money? They said the money is their tool. So if they go to the bank sees they have this money, and then they borrow them against that cash. They don't touch their money. The bank gives them the money, which they use. So if they fall into any problem, they can always go back to their money, but they get the money first from the bank. So you have to play to your strength. How much do you have in your account? So it's very important. So that's what they do. I said, if I was in your company, with my Nigerian sense, I'll have helped you spend this money. Then they said, that is why you'll never be in this company. Okay, so now also the third one, managing construction process, which is now the supply chain network. So it includes our ability to forecast, our ability to plan, organize, coordinate, monitor, and control our activities to ensure timely completion, adherence to budgets, and compliance with quality standards. So there's a need to do all that to ensure that our projects meet the desired goals. And then managing the procurement process, which was also mentioned yesterday. They mentioned PPPs, but there are different types of procurement processes. We need to ensure that we see what the project entails. There are different projects. If I'm going to build using Professor Lusonya's technique, I may not use the PPP project process. If it's something I know, if I'm going to build a very fanciful houses with what do you call it now, arc beams and so on, you're not going to use Professor Lusonya's technique, because he told you, he says the technique is based on design. It's a design-based technique. If you don't design your house according to that technique, you won't be able to use that system. So you have to look carefully at the method, the complexity of the project. If it's not complex, then you may go into other types of procurement methods, like traditional design, bid, build. Or if it's very complex, you don't have finance, then you start thinking of the PPP projects involving the private sector with the public sector, and then bidding, and then they bring the finance. So we have those consortiums, going into consortiums and so on. You need to study the projects you want to be involved in. Then the financial planning aspect. So they also mentioned access to long-term finance. Most of the finance we have, they are short-term loans. If you obtain short-term loans, then your project is doomed, because most projects are long-term. So you have to ensure that, how do you get this long-term finance? And that's one example I gave you about those developers in South Africa who always make sure they have money in their account. It's not because they can't spend it, but because they need it for their business. So you have that money and then you can get long-term finance. There'll be banks willing to borrow you money even below the interest rates. Then there's also a need to consider things like the internal rate of return of the project. How much rate of return will you get from this project, and so on? How do you access bank guarantees? How do you get the government to give you bank guarantees for your PPP projects? The fifth one is the managing the project selection using appropriate criteria and techniques, which is the last one. So our study found that if the benefits of the project is more social than economic, so you do what they call a cost-benefit analysis. If it is more social, and I'm afraid to say, when we talk about affordable housing, it's usually for the poor people. And these are projects that must be subsidized by government. Government has to step in to subsidize them. We can't do it ourselves. So if it's more socially oriented, we need to leave that to the government. But if it's more economic, you are making money. You are going to make money on that project. That is what developers should invest their time in. So that is managing the project selection using appropriate criteria and techniques like the cost-benefit analysis, rather than doing things that should be left to politics, roads and things. Give that to the politicians, let them do it. But you invest your time in what is going to bring money. So with that, I'll say thank you. Let's just to the end of the slide. Can you go to the end so that they'll see the beautiful city of Cape Town? Yeah, so thank you all so much for listening. Bye. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Professor Windapo. When Redan started, about within 2 years, the membership increased to almost 560. But when we wanted to conduct research, we visited some offices that they filled in their forms, and we found out that some were hairdressing saloons, some were tailoring workshops. By the time you lose any election, if you lose any election, the next thing that comes to your mind, let me become a real estate developer. Or if you finish your term in the Senate and you are not voted for the second term, they come to real estate. And the sector is filled with people that have little preparation. And that's why project fails. What she's telling you is that development as a, and I have to pass through everything that's a business, thorough analysis, project analysis. Do your MPV, IRR. Which of these projects will bring the best internal rate of return or the highest next present value? So these are rigorous things that construction is no longer in the hand of, you can just come and do it. You can just come and do it. Funny enough, my first house that I rented in Lagos was built by a woman who happened to be a fashion designer, a tailor. And she told me she made the money to build her house during Jack Condé's time, that she got a contract to construct Shomolu Street drainage. So they become developers. And no, we should just move beyond that. That's what I'm saying, that get in touch with experts, do your rigorous analysis, and you can be sure of the next person. The next person is Professor Ame. Yeah, Professor Ame. I believe that we have building materials manufacturer here. Professor Ame, just on the drive of how do we do local building materials. So he's been working in that space. and he's a professor of building. But his area of specialization is getting building products, like Prof said, through local building materials. Over to you, Professor Ahmed.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I feel highly honored to be part of this workshop, and I want to thank Professor Nubi for making it happen. Okay, so I'm going to be talking about alternative material. Now, the importance of building material in achieving reduction in cost of housing cannot be overemphasized. This is because building materials constitute or contribute between 50 to 65% of the total cost of construction. Now, conventional materials like bricks, concrete, and steel, Professor Olusoya and Dr. Faremi, they talked about the material they talked about are mainly conventional materials, especially concrete. And concrete has some disadvantage, apart from the costs. I know many of you know the cost of cement now in the market. Apart from the cost of concrete products, concrete is a non-renewable material. It's also not eco-friendly. And it also accounts for huge economic loss to most developing countries, particularly in the investment in machineries and the constituent products of these materials. Apart from that, the production process contributes significantly to environmental pollution. And the U values, just like Dr. Kushimo mentioned, the U value of these materials are so high, and the high U value makes the interior of those buildings made with those materials very uncomfortable, and that will necessitate more energy to ensure thermal comfort. Now, timber is also a conventional material, but timber is renewable, it is eco-friendly, it's locally available, and comparatively cheaper than most of the other conventional materials. But the challenge here is that timber takes decades to mature and thus are not easily replaceable. And because they are not easily replaceable, any exploitation of timber will lead to desertification. And in the process, that will also contribute to climate change. So, and we also believe that as we continue to exploit timber, it will also lead to scarcity of timber and also increase the cost of timber. So we can significantly reduce the cost of housing by adopting alternative to conventional materials. And that is what I'm going to be promoting here. Now, we can adopt alternative materials by using locally available substitutes, or we can also adopt partial substitution of the components of these traditional, conventional materials, or we use waste materials, recycled waste materials to produce houses. Next slide. Yes. Now, one of those attempts that we use to reduce the cost of housing is in the use of bamboo. Now, from our research, the bamboo that is very common in our own environment, the properties of those bamboo is similar to Bambusa vulgaris. Of course, we have about 250 different varieties of bamboo in the world, but the type that we have, the commonest bamboo type in Nigeria is Bambusa vulgaris. Presently, bamboo is not properly utilized. In construction, bamboo is used either as props to support formwork and also as scaffolding. But we have attempted to optimize the use of bamboo to produce different products. From the slide there, you see we have bamboo combs, and then from different segments of the bamboo comb, the lower part, the middle part, and the top part, we were able to produce different, laminated bamboo boards from bamboo. And this bamboo board can be used for flooring. It can be used for wall. It can be used even for furniture in the house. It can be used for a number of things. So that is one of the products that we are promoting. And we are saying that if bamboo can be mainstreamed into construction, it will serve as a replacement for timber, because definitely the timber stock is going down. So we are promoting that bamboo can be used as a replacement for timber. And one advantage of bamboo is that just like timber takes decades to mature, bamboo can mature in between 5 to 6 years for harvest. All right? And bamboo is as strong as some hardwood, from our research. This particular one, from the test we conducted, the products we manufactured is comparable to the HDF, imported HDF in the market, which is good, right? So that is one of those materials that we are promoting. Then the next one is the use of waste polyethylene, or what we call waste PET bottles, to recycle it, to turn it to something that is usable for building. Like I said, the cost of cement is very high. So we are trying to replace cement in molding blocks with melted plastic. So we melt the plastic and mix it with sand, different proportion of sand, and we're able to come up with these polymer bricks. And from our test, this polymer brick is stronger than the recommended strength value for concrete blocks. We got 17.41 Newton per square millimeter, and the recommended one is 12.5 Newton per square millimeter, which is very good. So it can actually serve as good substitute for concrete blocks. And besides that, although I listened to Professor Lusanya, this work is still ongoing. This one will need at least about 10% of cement, but we can come up with a product that will be interlocking so that you will not need to use cement at all for this kind of product. Then the next slide. The other one we did was to reduce sawdust, or to kind of see how we can optimize the use of sawdust. Sawdust is a waste, it's an agricultural waste. And presently, the only way they can dispose sawdust is to burn them, which causes environmental hazard. So we try to see if we can reduce the quantity of sand in our concrete block by the use of sawdust. And we're able to achieve, though this research is still ongoing, we're able to achieve a reasonable result. At least the strength value that we got, even though it's not as strong as blocks that are used for load bearing, but they can actually be used for. And we are hoping to reduce the size, or probably make it a solid block, and reduce the width by probably make it up to 75 or 100 wide, and then make it a solid block. And if we do that, the strength will definitely improve, and it will also be able to stand higher load. So there are a number of other research that we have done. Like I said, this research are still ongoing. We are hoping to collaborate with our experts from from the industry, and we're also open to sponsorship to duplicate this, or maybe to create a model of this building type on the campus. Thank you very much.
Yes, I think we can do better. Thank you so much. Information is everything. I'm still using this platform to demand for our 8.5 months salary. I think one of you working in the ministry can push that for us. Early in the year, under the grants won by Dr. Yalowo and Bolariwa, the Vice Chancellor's office, there was a industry meeting like this, and we invited Vitafoam. Vitafoam declared to us that they've been harvesting from their relationship with the university, that their major product, the orthopedic mattress, where they make huge money, is a research product of a UNILAG, a University of Lagos staff. So, you are in the industry. Come to the university and work with our researchers. Maybe working with Professor Ame, working with Dr. Kushimo, you'll be able to say like Vitafoam, maybe you get your own orthopedic mattress. So let that be this synergy between town and gown. And that's the essence. And that's why we are very grateful to Barrister Adebayo for giving us this platform to bring the town, the gown, to the town so that we can commence discussion. So next we'll just do this quickly now. 7.5 minutes. Let me call Professor Babawale. He talked to us about the risks. You know, he's always been telling us that they say every developer, a developer is an investor. And they say that an investor has taken a calculated risk. But in further that, nobody is calculating the risk for us. We are just investing. So he's been researching to change that story. Thank you so much. You are welcome.
Thank you very much, sir. I want to say good afternoon to everybody, and I want to appreciate everybody for your patience. I want to thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity to share this very, very important topic with us this afternoon. I'll be speaking on a very fundamental and a very central topic as far as investment is concerned. I call it the alpha and the omega, the beginning and the end of every discussion in a garden of this nature where we have investors. To put the discussion in the right perspective, I will commence by looking at the definition of investment that we're supposed to bring out. Because actually what I will be talking about is investment return and risk, because there's no talking about risk without it making mention of return becomes meaningless, especially in this particular forum. I will then try to bring out the characteristics and the critical place of investment, of risk in any investment analysis and consideration. And of course, I will quickly run down to see how investor can consciously and transparently handle this inevitable but very slippery phenomenon that we call risk in their business. Today, you look around, you find evidences of abandoned projects, cost overrun, breakdown of facilities, undue delay in sale and letting, and so many other failures like that. And I want to tell you that the failure in this particular area, the issue we are talking about, is responsible for most of these calamities that people experience in business. So can you please give me the first slide there? Now, I want to quickly define investment. I say investment is the giving up of immediate rights to money or any pecuniary benefits in exchange for the return of income or a stream of income or a capital appreciation in the future. That is to say, when an individual or economic entity, give up immediate consumption with the hope of creating wealth in the future, not consuming, it's making an investment. It doesn't matter whether it's doing that in the capital markets, buying shares or bonds or options or derivative, or you're doing that in the money market, or you're doing that in the real estate market. Now, the question is, why do people go into investment? Well, there are so many goals that people pursue in investment. Sometimes might be, social prestige, might be to fulfill personal goal, might be political reason, but profit maximization as a goal has been the prime reason behind all the investment, and is the underlying basis for investment analysis. Every time we are doing investment analysis, what we have in mind, all the calculation we make in investment analysis, that the individual seeks to maximize profits. From what is profit maximization? Profit maximization aims at optimizing the combination of return and risk, not maximizing profit, but optimizing the combination of risk and return. And that is to say that it tries to achieve the highest return at a given level of risk, or to achieve, the lowest risk at a given level of return. And that makes risk and return the paramount consideration in every investment consideration analysis. From little return, low risk and little return on one hand, to high risk and high return on the other hand, every investor have to choose between alternative option in combining risk and return. And of course, that is the cross of all risk management in any investment. That is to say that, can we go to the next slide, please? That's to say that it's an inevitable choice that every investor has to make between risk and return. And the general rule is that the higher the risk, the higher the return. And the lower the risk, the lower the return. Now, of course, the corollary is also true. If you want big risk, you have to take you want to have big return, you must have big risk. There are so many people who want big risk. When they see people making big risk, they love it. But if you don't take, big return, they love it. But if you don't take big risk, you cannot have big return. Well, from that's description of investment and the importance of risk and return. And we see that risk and return are what is called the trade-off. Every investment decision is a trade-off between risk and return. Risk and return is like a coin, the two sides of a coin, and like head and tail. Where the head goes, the tail goes. In which case, you cannot discuss return without discussing risk. You cannot make a good decision on return without looking at the associated risk. And you cannot, when you take investment advice, ensure that the person that's giving you advice go beyond giving you the return, also include this, because there's always an associated risk. Let me just give an instance here. Assuming somebody come into our meeting this afternoon and offer us an investment opportunity. If you bring, say, 2 million naira, now at the end of the year, you'll be given a prime, maybe a 5-bedroom bungalow at a prime location in Abuja. That's by all means and by any standard, a very good return. But I'm sure none of us will quickly write our check and give it to him. We'll sit down and begin to look at it. Can this be true? And we'll discuss it among ourselves. Maybe we'll go to the internet. We'll try and search for detail about the company. We want to know who have they done, what is their pedigree. Want to find out so many. Everything we are finding out between that time and when we may eventually put in our money is all about the risk associated to it. And that's to tell us the importance of risk, in making investment decision. Next slide, please. So, providing information, I said that one before. Can we go to the next slide, please? Now, let's say a little bit about what risk is. In simple terms, risk is a possibility of something unfavorable happening. And in business parlance, risk will be the possibility of achieving, of not achieving your desired return. Maybe your IRR, your MPV, your payback period, your break-even analysis, whatever you are using to measure your profitability. The possibility of not achieving that end result is the risk. And of course, also is measured in terms of the variability. You know, to what extent is what you are expecting? Your expectation is what you are calculated, what you are projected. Does it differ from what you eventually, you are able to make? Now, can we go to the next slide, please? Now, let's quickly go to, we have seen risk, now let's quickly go to risk management, which is our, main concern. Now, certain risks can be eliminated, some can be minimized, some can be transferred, some can be shared with other people, and of course, some can be avoided. But for us to be able to do that, there is a need for risk to be first, identified, and of course, quantified, analyzed. And that's why many people feel just get an idea of the return, just run into the investment. We have seen it in the capital market, and we have seen terrible failure, and we have seen it in all of the markets. People just look at return alone, and they run with the return. Oh, this one is paying. Oh, we heard that there's an online investor. They are paying very well, and everybody go there, only to discover that after a few months or a few years, the whole thing is in shambles, and there's incurring a great loss. So there is a need. The two of them, as I said, need to be considered at the same time because they are related. Where the head goes, the tail goes. Also, without a proper analysis of risk, adequately responding to risk and controlling it will be very difficult. There must be a conscious and transparent analysis of risk in anything we are doing, especially when it comes to business. Risk management activities are many, you find them in textbook, but number one is to identify, risk identification, analysis, evaluation, and ranking, and of course, the economical application of resources to monitor and to control the risk, such ensure that definitely risk will still remain. That's why I say that there will be risk remain, but you are able to now look at the risk that remain and now weigh it with your return. Most of the time we don't look at those risks, we just we don't consider the risk, and so we pay too much for a particular investment because we have not taken the risk into consideration. And we put in so much for it, and only to discover that it's not as lucrative as we thought it was. So there's a need to do the analysis of risk by following this step, identify it, analyze the risk, and of course, use whatever, I'm going to discuss a few of them now, to control and to monitor, how your risk mitigating strategy is working, and to be able to adopt new one if need be. Now, let's look at risk management strategies. There are a number of strategies that have been used in practice, and many more are being developed from time to time. Risk strategies is learning to use tools approved to by investors to build confidence in the investment decision process. Excuse me. Can't see the board very clearly. So there's a broad array of established risk management strategies already in use, and new ones are being developed. By learning how to use these tools, by investor can build confidence into deal with risk, and they can take advantage of emerging opportunity. We know that risk is not just loss. There is the downside risk, which has to do with loss. There's the upside risk, which has to do with the benefits. So while you are avoiding the loss, you can take advantage of opportunities that are in the market by proper risk analysis. Now, there are so many sources of risk. Risk can come from so many sources: political, weather, economy, exchange rate, technology. Those are sources of risk. And so because of that, there anytime we are planning for risk management and risk analysis, we must approach it, from several angles, and that is why it is necessary for you, first of all, that in that particular business to identify the risk that that particular business is subject to, so that you can now determine the right approach and the combination of strategies. What are the strategies that are available to real estate investors in managing risk? The first one is diversification. We are all aware about, but diversification is not putting your egg in one basket. And diversification in real estate could be geographical. You have something in Abuja, a few in Lagos, a few in Port Harcourt. Within the sector, within the real estate, you have some in offices, you have some in residential, you have some investment in recreational. So you diversify, so that, and the essence of diversification is to ensure that you are not seriously affected by what is happening in a particular sector or area of the economy, so that one investment can balance out the other one. The second risk management strategy is integration. Another one is planned or preventive maintenance. Don't forget that risk is cutting down the chances of incurring a loss. So when you plan your maintenance, it prevents breakdown of facilities, and then flexibility of design. You have to make sure that your design are very flexible, so that if a particular building that you design for maybe office use is no longer ideal for that location, maybe you can turn it to something else without incurring too much of loss and cost. Another one is long lease with rent review clause. Long lease ensure that your property is always occupied. And of course, the rent review clause ensure that that rent is maintained its real value over the time. Another one is seeking professional advice, like we are here now. Another one is contracting. Contracting with building merchants. You can pay them ahead of time and ensure that be able to make sure the variation in that area of your cost is minimized or eliminated. Insurance are there to help us shoulder certain risk. We can pass it as cost to the insurance, so that no longer the variation in that one, you have removed it, you have already translated to cost. And of course, the application of new technology is another risk management strategies. The risk techniques that can be used, of course, again, there are a number of risk techniques that are available that could be used. We can divide this one into quantitative and qualitative risk technique. The qualitative risk technique actually is assessing your risk by based on personal perceptions, and through risk matrix, risk register, brainstorming session, scenario analysis, and SWOT analysis. That is strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat. And of course, you can use quantitative risk analysis, which utilizes mathematical model, probability theory, and statistical techniques to rank risk. And of course, the tools there are decision tree analysis, expected monetary value analysis, Monte Carlo simulation, sensitivity analysis. Those are the method and the technique that could be used. And those are some of the services we offer at the housing, the University of Lagos, which is available, risk analysis and investment analysis. And they both at the beginning of an investment, it can be done at the beginning of an investment to decide various investment options. It can be done at the middle of an investment to decide enlargement of a business and diversification of business strategies. And of course, it can be done when investment is closing up and or share is being, determined for a particular investment. Thank you very much for listening.
I think we can do better. Sincerely speaking, if I were you, I would clap more for him. I know so many developers. I have personal friends that didn't take all this calculated risk. The risks were not calculated, and he put money. Somebody took huge loan from one of the commercial banks to do real estate. He didn't do all this risk analysis. And I think there is something our expert left out. The political risk and how to mitigate it. Many of us were, political risk is big within our own context. And many of us are aware of the project, Ilubiri project, Terminal Bridge in Lagos. The Ijorabadia project that Prof is talking about. These are all victims of change of government. When you are working and there is a change in the government, then you are in trouble. I ran to a Minister of Housing and I told them about the Ilubiri project because there were a few story buildings that they put wood. And I said, look, just give the contractor little money. Let them go and put roofing sheets before we begin to discuss integrity. But we know how that project was there for years. Is it that they didn't do the proper construction well? No. It's a victim of political change of government. So, and the risk, how do we mitigate that? Join politics. Be card carrier of all the parties. Okay, which political party did Dangote belong to? Tell us the political party of Dangote. Eh? What is the political party? It's in all parties. All government. Anyone that wants to contest the election, he will give them his aeroplane to move around the country. It's in all politics. That's the only way. Join politics. There is a developer that say politics is a dirty game. He should change job. Because political risk is a very serious risk in this business. Thank you so much. Let me quickly call Professor. Professor, is you? Oh, yeah. Okay, Dr. Yalo. Then the Ogbologbo of it, the mother of it is land. That's the one Professor Miri will address. Thank you.
Good afternoon once again. It's really an honor to be here to share some of the work that we are doing on end user financing at the Center for Housing and Sustainable Development. I'm sure that as we have been following throughout the day, some of the basic economic questions, we are already aware of when the economists say, okay, so what to produce as far as housing is concerned, and what binds us here today is our focus on affordable housing. So we know what we want to produce is affordable housing. The question of how to produce is one that my colleagues, my senior colleagues have tackled in their presentations. So here now we just want to quickly look at another very core question of for whom to produce. So when we talk about affordable housing, the question is always about affordable for whom. So I just want to share quickly two research works that we were commissioned to handle for one for the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, and secondly under the ARUA partnership grants that we talked about this morning. So the first research is the integration of the informal sector into the National Housing Fund with pilots in Lagos, Kano, and Enugu, which the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria asked us to carry out. And this is coming on the heels of the fact that they realized that the National Housing Fund is not actually serving those that are, in need and that are underserved by the mortgage market in itself. So we're asked to look for solutions towards this issue using Lagos, Kano, and Enugu as a pilot. And it is an ongoing research. We have done the data collection, and I'm just here to share our reflections on what we found while we finalize the work. So I can't really see what's okay. So the first thing we did was, how do we even begin to section the informal sector? Who are they? Where are they? How do we reach them? So we decided to look at the cooperative sector as a proxy for the informal sector, knowing fully well that the cooperative sector is a very broad-based collection of people from different walks of life that have come together to actually solve some of their major problems, housing inclusive. So we started by collecting data on the cooperative sector in each of these states. So we went to the relevant ministries and worked with partners in each of these states to get a secondary data of the cooperative sector. So in Kano, we found that there were over 1,000 registered cooperatives, over because the data we even got from Kano wasn't complete. It was just because there were so many of them. And unfortunately, these records were not kept in an electronic form. Records were kept, they just had this manual handwritten collection, and over the years, some of the data were no longer available. But from what we were able to call out, we called out almost 1,000 cooperatives. And out of these, we then selected informal cooperatives. We call them informal cooperatives because they represented people in trade organizations, people in crafts, in trade activities, people in craft activities, people in agricultural activities. From their names, we could easily establish it. And they were different from cooperative societies that were serving people that were working in formal organizations. Then we found that there was a kind of geographical concentration of these informal cooperative societies. We found that in Kano, there was a concentration in the Kano Central, I think. Yeah, and one other local government, Kwale local government, Kano Municipal and Kwale local government had the most concentration of cooperative societies. And then we also found that there were close to over 100 women cooperatives, and this was really good to understand the fact that women were coming together as cooperative societies and also addressing some of their problems. In Enugu, we got 77 cooperatives on the register that we were provided with. But bearing in mind that the register was quite dated, we know that it would be much more than that as for today. We also found that even though we couldn't find any female registered cooperatives, in the manifest, there were cooperative societies that were led by women, with women presidents, about 17 of them. And then we also found cooperative societies that were dedicated to youth and other, specific interest groups. In Lagos, over 2,000 cooperatives were in the Directory of Cooperative Societies provided by the Ministry of Commerce, Industry, and Cooperatives. 1,400 of these, over 1,400 of these are informal cooperatives, and they were concentrated in Ikorodu and Agege. We also found several women-led cooperative societies. And the reason why we are so interested in the gender aspect is the fact that we know that women are usually underserved as far as financial product is concerned, as far as housing ownership is concerned. So this was what we found on ground. After this, we then went into the focus group discussion aspect, where we randomly selected these informal cooperative societies and then sat together with them to ascertain their housing finance need, the current sources of finance, the awareness they had about the National Housing Fund, and their priorities for informal sector product development. So we found that across board, ease of documentation processes was actually a very serious constraint for these cooperative societies to access any formal fund, but even the National Housing Fund. Then the ease of, and they also wanted ease of access to title documents for cooperative societies. We also found that already cooperative societies were already providing finance for several activities relating to housing, whether it is for renting, it is for completing homes, for buying land, for incremental construction. They were already providing these functions with some differences within across the 3 states. Please, can I have this next slide, please? So that is for the first study. The second one is the one we did on exploring the state of the market for home improvement financing in urban areas. We recognize the fact that a lot of the conversation around housing finance is usually focused on home ownership, whereas new builds, home ownership, new construction. Whereas we have a predominantly built up environment where houses have already been built, you know, in different areas, and a significant proportion of these are already classified as slums or informal communities. So we paid attention to the fact that how do we improve, how do we support the development of housing finance for improvement of existing housing units, but not necessarily the unit now, also on a street or neighborhood level. How can we begin to tackle that? So we also used a focus group discussion. We brought together low-income home owners in low-income areas of Lagos, together with 3-4 typologies of housing financial organizations. The Federal Mortgage Bank, we had 2 microfinance institutions, as well as 2 PMIs as well in that space. So the idea was these people should tell us what they have, and we can then ascertain what is required or what is possible for up-takers. So the concerns were mainly about title documents, requirements for even home improvement, the interest rates that these products are, you know, being offered on. Some talked about the pressure on repayment. Some of the microfinance institutions were particularly very brutal in recollecting their loans. And then accessibility based on operators' priorities, especially microfinance banks. Some of them were serving specific interests like religious organizations or institutions, employment institutions, and would only give out loans to such, to people that are affiliated with such. So in our reflections, the next slide, final slide. So in our reflections, we looked at the fact that the housing market is really, really beyond, as it is in Nigeria and several African countries, is beyond new builds. New build is part of it, but then we need to also look at the existing stocks on street level and neighborhood level, also very critical. And we also found that there are opportunities for real estate developers in these spaces. It's not just a question of building new homes. Then we found that going into the field with disaggregated data is also very critical for real estate developers, because housing locations are fixed, particularly if we are looking at the home improvement sector. So going into these spaces, knowing, carving out this geographical area and understanding what their needs are is very, very important. Then we also needed to create niche and multiple routes or multiple products. One size can never fit all as far as the housing need in Nigeria is concerned. So those of us that are into this business have to really look at developing products that are, you know, focused for specific niche markets that we find to be very abundant. So the question is just to move forward and to understand these markets and then to create these products for these markets that are already existing. Thank you very much.
It's like our own clap is louder than the loudest. Okay, thank you. Because it's very, very, very simple. We cannot all face new builds that will build, people will not occupy. Work with consultants, work with the center. We help you identify and drive the end users. And then let's begin to look at the already built environment where you don't need to acquire land. You are there. How do we supply this market? A huge market. As we will hear in the family homes session, immediately after this one. Before I call the last speaker, for 1 minute, Dr. Salako, the immediate past Commissioner for Physical Planning, supposed to be in this panel, if you look at the big program, but he's not with us. But he said, we just give you 2 minutes, sir, to just give your remark before we call. Thank you. 2 minutes. He promised me 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Prof. I can't remember promising you any minutes, but I will try and stay within that 2 minutes. Yeah, actually, I was supposed to be on the panel and speak on collapse building and lessons for developers. We all know the issues and incidences of collapse building for us in the construction industry, and we know the negative impact this has brought on our business, on the economy of the country and the states where such collapse occurred. And according to undocumented sources, a total of 541 recorded cases happened in the country between 1974 and year 2022. And out of this, 541, 271 happened within the last 10 years. And within this same period, about 531 persons have died. So you can imagine the effects building collapse has not only on the construction industry, the economy of the states or the country, or the individual families that lost their families, or some that were injured, maimed for life as a result of building collapse. The collapse of buildings in most of our industry happened for several reasons, and majorly some of the issues are poor workmanship, poor quality and substandard building materials and products. We fail to engage the necessary and professionals that are supposed to work on some of these projects. We also do not test the materials before we use them. If you are not engaging the right professional, how do you bring up effective supervision? So, poor supervision of our projects, non-adherence to standards, regulations by developers, unqualified professionals. Since we are not engaging the relevant professionals to undertake our construction, our building construction, we tend to bring in quacks, people who does not have the capacity and the capability to do the construction for us. On overloading, we know what that means when you overload a structure and the end result on the total structure of the site. We hardly carry out geotechnical and subsoil investigation when we want to do some of these projects. Poor construction procedure, which arises from non-adherence to many things that I've said earlier. Illegal approval and poor regulatory supervision. For those of us who have worked in the public sector, we know there are a lot of illegal approvers outside there. When you don't give your job to the right professional, they tend to give you fake approvals most times. And those of us who are supposed to supervise have not been doing that adequately. Lack of maintenance. This goes for structures that are already existing. And you know, half of the collapse we've had over the years are due majorly to majorly old existing structures that have maybe during construction stage have not been done properly, or they've reached their lifespan. We also have the tendency to change use of properties without recourse to adequate engineering calculations or engineering works. We convert residential buildings to commercial, to industrial, and at the end of the day, while we are doing this conversion, the necessary details are not put into consideration. Corruption cuts across every walks of life, every sphere of our lifestyle, and the system is not immune to corruption. Developers' commitments and greed. You know, most of us who are developers, we are committed to delivering our projects within a specific timeline. And if we are not delivering within that timeline, we know our banks are always on our necks. And the banks will call in the interest rates. So we want to finish this project and move to the next one. And some of us tend to be very greedy on a plot less than 250 square meters. We want to have a 10 family unit structure on it. You see us coming up with 2, 3, 4 structures on a land that is not even adequate in the first instance for one family unit. And for the public service, delay on next authorization, which also makes the developer to be want to move to sites even without waiting for necessary approvals. So what are the lessons for developers if these are the issues, and how do we manage some of the problems we have identified? The first lesson I want to tell us here is the importance of obtaining planning permits and building construction authorization before commencing works should not be overemphasized. Because not only the building structures are done without necessary and relevant planning permit and authorization from the relevant quarters, they are found to have been developed because you don't get the approval. Developers tend to build beyond what they are expected to build, and most of what we do at the end of the day are beyond the approvable limits. So developers intending to develop structures need to apply for planning permits and authorization to commence construction. When you have your permits, it helps you build within the confines of the law, and with adequate supervision and authorization, you know you are building right. Lesson 2, let us engage certified professionals to guarantee quality and eliminate substandard buildings. The use of quacks, like I said earlier, is a major reason for defective construction methods, and this eventually leads to collapse or demolition by government agencies at most times. It is essential for us to comply to the building regulation and use professionals who are trained and certified to work on your projects. We are fond of cutting costs because we believe the certified professional charges may be too high for us, and we want to cut costs, we want to maximize profit. So we look for quacks, and in that particular instance, we are heading towards illegality and eventual building collapse. The building regulations direct that names of these professionals must be listed, and no professional worth his salt. We want his name blacklisted. We want his name shown that he has not done professionally when it comes to construction activities. So it gives us that benefit when we employ professionals, professional architects, engineers, builders, land surveyors, quantity surveyors, amongst others. So it helps us eliminate quacks and help us build better. Save your time by complying with every regulatory requirement during development. Time is precious to every development. As such, no developer wants his project to be delayed. From our experience in Lagos, the likelihood in most cases when you don't get your approval and get the right necessary authorization to develop, your sites are sealed. At times, some of these sites are removed for whatever reason. And when those sites are sealed, I can imagine what you are going through as a developer. The stress, the emotional torture, the problems. When your bank has also comes in, because you have a timeline, you are expected to deliver, and you cannot deliver at that time. So why not save yourself that stress and get the necessary things done? Do your documentations before you start your construction. You will never go wrong. Supervise. As developers, we know we're all busy, we're entrepreneurs, and we have a lot of things on our table. Let us closely manage and supervise our projects. Let us devote time and efforts to supervise what we are doing. Apart from getting the necessary professionals to supervise for us, also make sure you personally oversee what you are doing. And always bring in the necessary government agency that is charged for supervision of the construction activities in your state. So with that, you are building right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. We should clap better. I was at a meeting. Now I want to pray. Your building that you've spent money on will not collapse. You can even say amen. Yeah, it's the day I heard that 21-story building came down, I was crying inside. The truth is that I was at a gathering when someone said it was the best thing that happened to that developer was that he died in that building because he has taken millions or billions from obstacles. That the mess, there was no way he could get out of it in his time, his life. So where we see buildings that have gotten to 21st floor, people have bought, people have started thinking of where to move in, and it came down. The aspect and not just that the immediate past commissioner shared with us, we should really clap and appreciate. So thank you so much. I believe that within the next 7 minutes, Professor Miri will tell us about the land. Where I come from, they say the biggest masquerade, they dance last. So that's why she's the person. Professor Miri taught me from BSc to PhD. Clap for my teacher now.
Good afternoon, everybody. And I want to thank the organizers of this program for giving us this opportunity to share what we have been doing at the center. I also want to thank you all for sitting patiently so far, because yes, it must be commended. Others would maybe walk out after a little while, but we have all waited patiently because I believe it's because we see that there's something worthwhile, worth listening to. Thank you very much indeed. Well, I'm speaking on navigating land matters in affordable housing provision. Now, it's not me that is the big masquerade, it is land that is the big masquerade. Because without land, there's hardly anything you can achieve. Even if you have all the money, all the capital available, you still have to get land before you can start prosecuting your project. Well, if you go online, you go to YouTube, you might see evidences of houses being built on water, especially in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam, and some other places. Yes, we even have examples here in Lagos, in Ilaje communities, and so on and so forth. But the one out there in the Netherlands is extremely expensive. And the one you see here in Lagos is extremely unsustainable. So rather than look for alternatives to land, let's focus on the issue of land. Let's see how we can make land more accessible, more affordable, so that housing can be more affordable. It's extremely critical that we understand the role that land plays. Earlier on, Professor Nubi displayed an image showing the role of land in the housing value chain. You cannot underemphasize the fact that land is the beginning. Some people say finance is the beginning, that if you don't have finance, you can't even obtain land. Well, it's a controversial issue that continues to persist. But the fact is that even if you have capital, you can have all the capital. If you can't get land, you can't start. And then apart from land being at the onset, land continues to play a very important role in the process of delivering the housing, even from conceptualization stage, up till the time when you start thinking of reconstructing. Why? Because land determines your location. Your location determines access to infrastructure. Your location determines the attractiveness of the investment to those who would eventually show interest in buying or renting it. Your location is critical, and land is tied to your location. That's one. Secondly, your land determines also the value that the property might eventually have, because you are tied to your location. The land is fixed in location. So all the qualities, all the characteristics of the neighborhood will reflect on the land, just as the land reflects on it. Beyond that, your landed interest in the property gives you opportunity to raise finance if you don't have enough money to prosecute your project. So that too is critical. So land is there as the base for your construction, as the receptacle on which your construction will take place. If the quality of your land is bad, your cost of construction is going to escalate. If the quality of your land is not good enough, you will find that sooner than later, you'll be grappling with some other issues with the housing quality, with rapidity of deterioration, and so on and so forth. So let's not make jokes with it. Land is a housing problem, or the problem with land accessibility is a problem of housing. Let's just look at it that way. Okay, then also another thing we need to look at is that we must break accessibility into what are the components of accessibility. Because if land is available, but you cannot afford it, you can't prosecute your project. If land is available and affordable, but you cannot have title or security of title on it, then your investment will be short-lived. If land is available and it is affordable and you can guarantee title security, there still has to be the element of ease of transaction. These are things we have found in the process of research, And so these critical elements have to be there to guarantee that your land is accessible. Right, on the issue of land affordability, which is critical also to housing affordability, research shows that land alone contributes between 20 and 50% of the cost of delivering housing. And if that is the case, then any effort to minimize the cost to the eventual consumer must start from considering the cost of the land. And it's not just the investor that needs to consider this, because sometimes the investor is so constrained, his hands are tied, there's hardly anything he can do except to just try his best to move along with things. But the fact that the investor undertakes an investment also means that he has to be careful to consider all the surrounding factors if he's going to achieve his dream at the end of the day. Now, in the housing sector, we have many stakeholders, as we already know. The developer is there, the government agencies that are in charge of regulating, releasing, and doing all the necessary backup work. They are also there to be considered. And sometimes they do not correctly perceive the role of land. They do not correctly see the link between land affordability, land accessibility, and housing affordability. And that is why this talk is extremely important. Many private investors in housing tend to concentrate on the middle income level to the luxury type of housing. Most of the flyers they have given us so far since this program started have been advertising housing in more or less luxury areas, a few in not so luxurious areas. But then for every investor who looks out to making profits, his mind is on how much will I make at the end of the day. And to maximize that factor, the profit element, he looks for areas that will sell at the kind of price he has in mind. So we find that the situation on ground does not always give opportunity for investors to consider those who are on the lower rung of the ladder. Meanwhile, they are the largest majority whose housing needs need to be put into consideration. In the course of research, we have found that in some parts of the world, they're able to go down market in spite of land accessibility issues. They're able to produce units that attract people who are not able to ordinarily afford to do these things themselves. How do they do it? What do they do? That's part of what we want to consider. Then also, is it even worthwhile? Is it appropriate to continue to talk about individual low-income people accessing land? Should we be focusing on that? Or should we be thinking of giving land to those who have the capacity to build for them, so that they can be able to avoid many of the difficulties attached to getting land on their own? Professor Babawale mentioned it, that real estate development is a risky venture. So even at that level, for those who are of the low income category, it is a risky venture. So as we go along, I want us to look at those things we have been able to bring out from our research efforts and try to see to what extent we can make changes that are going to make land much easier, less expensive, and more appropriately brought into the housing equation. Now, talking about land affordability as one of the most critical issues, research has shown in Lagos that over the space of about 10 years, land costs in some places have risen by up to 1,000%, 1,500%, 2,000%. So we see that costical element. Then we find that apart from the cost element and the need to reduce that, there's a monopolistic behavior of landowners. Those who originally own land are not interested in releasing it just like that, because they also know the value. And many of them depend on what they make from land as a livelihood. and are not ready to release land just anyhow. So they put extremely high prices on the land, and they always put obstacles on the path of those who wish to acquire land. Then we find that there's speculation. It's a widespread thing. Many of the flyers, I'm sorry to say, that were given to us show us land being offered for purchase. What we would really have loved to see is finished houses being offered at affordable prices, if we're to go by what the theme of this program is. But what we find is everybody thinks, oh, let's sell the land because land value increases quickly, because land is like this, land is like that. The fact is that speculation is always on the increase, especially in the fringe areas where there's rapid transition from agricultural land use to urban development. What can we do about this? How can we bring down the tendency to engage so much in speculation? I have a few recommendations, but I'll mention them later. The slide shows you the whole list of different problems that we have found that make it so difficult. And one of them also hangs on the fact that the market is not adequately supported by data. It's been mentioned before. The land market is not adequately supported by regulatory frameworks that reduce the constraints that those who deal in housing production have to face. Next slide, please, so that we don't waste time. Right. No, almost. I'll soon finish. I'm told that time is not really on my side, so I will quickly mention what I need to bring up. I feel that there are a lot of things being done the effects of which still have to be properly investigated over time. So what we are doing at the center is not as if we have research into everything and there's a full, but gradually all these things are being brought out one after the other. And one thing I'd like to say is that it is necessary for us to recognize that there is a link between land affordability and housing affordability. So if we're going to achieve housing affordability, we must make sure that land can be acquired at values that are within the range of what prospective investors can easily build into their profit expectations in order that they don't overload the purchasers or the occupiers with a huge proportion of what they have to pay at the end of the day. Then there are all sorts of policies on ground that are complicating matters. Policies that don't seem to see what we're saying from the right perspective. Let me give an example. Some of them are actions more than policies. For instance, in most states of the Federation, land is regarded as a money spinner because the revenue that accrues from land transactions is quite huge. Okay, some years back, research showed that in Edo State, they were able to, gain so much more on their land transactions than had been the case even before the Land Use Act. So it's as if the Land Use Act gives, some power, some leverage for making sure that, value can be gotten from land, transactions through the regulatory framework. What I'd like to say here is that there is need to review those charges because there's no point government saying one thing, we want to make housing affordable, and then at the end of the day, also putting obstacles on the path of those who could produce the affordable housing by creating hardship. I think that is a very important thing that governments really must look at. Look at those charges. What impact are those charges having on the work of the developers, and how do we bring that down? That's critical. Number two thing I'd like to say is that, like I said before, there's no point encouraging individual land access. What research has shown is that it takes years for the individual to be able to achieve his own housing units at the end of the day, even after buying the land. They do incremental development. Even those who have access to funds, they are not able to achieve their construction within a very good period. So individual land acquisition for housing development it's not the best. It's not sustainable. It's not also contributing to reducing the deficit as quickly as we would like to. There's difficulty in mobilizing resources. There's delay in project realization. There's inadequate skills on their part. There's loss of welfare in the process of producing the houses. There's inadequate quality of what they bring up at the end of the day. We can see it all around us. So what should we do? Yes, private investors should be encouraged to undertake mass housing so that they can produce more efficiently the kind of things that people want. I want to hang on something on this. Some years back, you needed huge money to buy yourself a phone. You needed to even apply and probably, wait before you could get your phone. The phone you got at that time was so basic, it couldn't show you films, it couldn't record your messages, and it was something that was so radioactive that, there were speculations that it would affect people's health. Apart from that, those heavy phones, they just were not it. But look at what happened after the market was unbundled and opened up. And then so many investors in telecommunications, phone production, and who are into the process of producing the parts, creating the software and all that came on the market. Now, a mechanic by the roadside can afford an iPhone. A market woman can afford an iPhone. Well, what are we talking about? The more we make things easier, the more people come on board, the less the issue of affordability will get. Why do I say so? There's beauty in competition. As people compete, quality will improve. Costs will also come down. And I think this is something we should really, really work for. I'm talking mostly to those who are policymakers now, who are agents of government, who are in a position to do what is necessary there. My time is so short, I need to, it's even off, it's gone already. So I believe that by God's grace, if we do what I just said, and some of those things that are on the screen, we shall have a better result at the time we have our next meeting. Thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. Sincerely speaking, beautiful session, beautiful panelists, good discussion. If you have been blessed, just say, I'm blessed. That's all. Because that's the opportunity to hear your voice, because there is no time for question and answer. So if you have not said I'm blessed, better say it now. Thank you. So just help me appreciate these people by clapping for them. Thank you so much for the session. Thank you. There are so many things that we've learned. The discussion continues. The center is our center. It's the first center in Africa where we have capacity building, training, research. And the African researchers, they've come together, 16 universities. So come and enjoy what is offered. Any of your questions, you have our flyer, you have our stand there. Direct any of our questions to you. After this session, we will respond. I trust us, we will respond. But yesterday, our brother Mustafa, kindly stand up, sir. No, you can't speak. You can't speak. No, you can't speak. You can't speak. No, there is not. See the 1 second, Adi. Okay. It's just.
No, I was telling Professor Charles that the reason why I take the mic all the time as a senior citizen, I'm even older than him. So every time I come into a crowd like this, I take my right as a senior citizen, as being probably the eldest here. But quick one, I just want to endorse first to compliment this huge panel. This is where academia meets practitioners. It's important. So we need to emphasize this. And Prof, the first professor who spoke, you are right. If we want to make housing affordable and accessible, social and affordability, we must build modular. And the reason is, let's think about cars. Cars today, all over the world, wherever you go, you find Toyota that builds from 1 or 2 plants and supplies the whole world. So Nigeria, for example, with a population of 200 million, should think about having one design social housing. And then you will now build industries. Imagine all the doors standardized and being supplied by one factory. The scale, you are quite right. Prof or doctor, please don't bring Sam. The thing is construction, let me tell you this, I'm a practitioner. And construction creates jobs. And we have a huge youth population that needs to make those bricks and lay them. And they bring food to the table. When I went to Port Harcourt, we brought in steel construction. And then I was going to bring a concrete pump. So they told me, "Oga, no, don't bring concrete pump." And these laborers were pouring 6.5 cubic meters an hour on the 4th floor. So let's think about the African aspect in it. Providing jobs and bringing food to the table. Thank you.
Right. He has represented you well. Mr. Mustafa is from Gambia. He did over 1,000 units in Port Harcourt. He did how many units in Gambia? He's doing 5,000 in Gambia and another 5,000 in Sierra Leone. He's on the field. He told us day before yesterday that all these things we see as problems, they are opportunities. That Nigeria, he said in Gambia, and I've shared with 2 or 3 people, he said in Gambia, no single piece of granite, no rock, that to get 20 tons of granite, they have to import it from Senegal, 400 miles away. And we have this in Nigeria. We have granite, we have sand, we have everything. That why can't we just wake up? And that's a challenge to us. That's why let the practitioners, the manufacturers, let them work with the researchers. This year we are talking of Unilag alone. I'm telling you there are millions of research outputs. By next year, we are not limiting this masters to Unilag researchers alone. We are bringing efforts of researchers all over the country, all over Africa. We see the opportunities that we in the we have a photo list. I will yield the floor for.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause to the panel and to Unilag. Thank you. We'll take a group picture, ma'am. A group picture. Photographers, can you see everybody? It's good to smile when you take a picture, even if you're exhausted, they wouldn't know. Thank you very much. Please clap for them. Thank you. All right, just to inform you that immediately after now, we will be having a special session by the Family Homes Fund. That's the Family Home Fund session. It's important that you know that these people are the ones who will help to finance your dreams into fruition. So please, we'll ask that you stay so that you can be a part of that discussion. It's very important. But just before we do that, we have 2 quick ones that will come. There is a short presentation for about 10 minutes or less by the GMD and Chief Executive Officer of GPFI. Let's welcome for his very quick but very intense presentation, Engineer Dr. MKO Balogun. Please put your hands together for him. He's got 10 minutes to thrill us and to get us. Oh, he says he's going to do it in 5. Please, let's clap for him. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thanks to all our professors from my university. I'm not a student of Unilag, but I also work with all the professors that I just stepped down. A quick one just to the thanks, Akib. A quick one to Professor Nubi and our team. I think there's a lot that we can do in the industry. There's a lot of things we are doing in the industry. Last week, we had a conference here in Abuja, Green Building Council of Nigeria, and we can collaborate with the University of Lagos on some of the initiatives that we have proposed today, especially on standards. We also have opportunities of some of the things we're doing in the industry that we believe that working with the university, some of us are already working as individuals with the university, but we can work as an institution with the university. My presentation is in two parts. I'm supposed to talk to you about my company, but first I want to just bring your mind to something that I think has been missing since this conference started. We're talking about housing, we're talking about city development, but we're not talking about maintaining them. Only professor of architecture mentioned something about risk, actually, mentioned something about maintenance. Yesterday, only one person, the South African guy, developing mass housing, mentioned something about maintenance. You cannot have a building that has a minimum life of 30 years without thinking about what you're going to do after construction. Everything we talk about is let's find money, let's find land, let's build. So what happens after? I was having a side conversation with some of the exhibitors yesterday, especially those in mortgage. And I was asking them the question that if you have a mortgage tenure of 10 years and you have a subscriber who has not paid attention to his property, and yeah, they said insurance is covered. Insurance is annual. But your insurance guy will come every year to see the state of the building before giving you an evaluation of what that insurance cost will be. And that's facilities management. But today we don't even factor it into whatever concepts and whatever discussions we're having when we talk about development. So it's important for developers to ensure that you're not just putting 1 year. Most times you find developers, they put a nominal amount for subscribers to say, okay, year one, this is how much. What I always tell people is that plan for minimum 5 years, because that's when you know there will be cost escalation. As building deteriorates, there's need for more improvement on what needs to be done and more cost to be done. And if people are not ready for this cost, it becomes a challenge because they will not be able to pay, and becomes, buildings will deteriorate, your value of your property will go down, and your brand eventually will go down. Yesterday also we had long discussion around green building and certification, and it was also mentioned today. There's a lot that was discussed in the presentation by one of our panelists today on energy conservation that is already built in some of the things that we're doing in the industry, both in HEDGE and GBCN, and we can find opportunities to see how we can start pushing that to developers from design. Because the important thing is that if you build a building from design and incorporate some of these concepts, the important thing is people need to know the long-term import or costs of ownership. Ownership is not just acquiring. The long-term cost of owning your property includes your energy, your maintenance, your operating costs, and these has to be factored in right from the beginning. And who has than facility managers to get involved, advise you, provide you ideas. As a company, we've been existing since 2000, and we are associated with everything that's been talked about, providing ideas and support for organizations, both in private and public, on various areas of how to improve their business, how to improve their assets, how to ensure they get value. Facilities management used to be just about cleaning, changing of light bulbs, air conditioning maintenance, but not any longer. Facility management is about ensuring that the developer, the investor, gets value for his investment, ensuring that the users of the property has a good life. I will talk about having properties that deliver good life. That's part of the role of FM. It's not the developer's role. It's not the architect's role. It's not the engineer's role. When the building, maximum 5 years from conception to development, but the building has 30 to 50 years lifespan. The guy who is involved, who is going to deal with all the issues around it, is a facility manager. Part of the advice is get him involved at the design stage, so I can give you ideas and concepts to ensure that you can have, a continuous value of your property and your investment. You can get a return. Prof talks about risk. Major component of risk is, asset value after construction, and facility management ensures that you're able to do that. And as a company, we operate across Africa. We're in 10 countries in Africa. We support organizations, as I mentioned. We are affiliated with all the major professional standard organizations globally, from EDGE to TRUE to EcoVadis to UN Global Compact. We're measuring some of the things we do. We're implementing a lot of sustainability ideas and concepts for organizations, for individuals, for companies to see how they can focus on ESG and ensure that they continue to deliver value to their investors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate him for the good use of time. In fact, time management should be added to your portfolio, sir. Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. The next presentation will be about paints. And an architect decided wants to paint the house after drawing the building plan. She was painting, she was wearing two coats. And somebody walked up to her and said, "Madam, why are you wearing two coats?" And she said, "The instruction on the paint says wear two coats." And so she applied it on herself first. We have this brand, premium brand. Nigerians love this paint. They have been here for years and they have innovatively outdone themselves many times. Let's put our hands together for Berger Paints as they come to speak to us.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to make a short presentation on behalf of Berger Paints Nigeria PLC. My name is Ronke Olajubu. Berger Paints, I'll be very brief. Berger Paints is the first and leading paint company in Nigeria. And so when it comes to paints, coatings, and allied products, we do it right. We have the quality, and it's formulated to suit the tropical environment. We have solution to your paint needs, and also we take the pain off your painting. I want to say by way of introduction that housing is incomplete without paints, without coatings, and without application. Because in the housing project or scheme, you spend a lot of money, a lot of resources has been put together to get that property to be what it ought to be or what it has become. And so you need Berger paints and coatings such that you're able to protect, you're also able to decorate your property. I'll just tell you a few properties of paint. Paint is majorly for decoration. Another major purpose or function of paint is for protection. Paint is used for communication. Even within the housing project, you need to let people know where the parking lots are. You need to let them know that this is a danger zone, please keep off. And also for identification. So paint and coatings are very important. Paint and coatings also are used to modify surface property. The next slide, please. Berger paints, we feature in the various segments of the paint and coating industry, the protective stroke architectural finishes, the marine and protective coatings. These are specialized painting products that meet your marine and special protective needs. And in the automotive and the vehicle refinishes, we are there, industrial finishes, and also to preserve your woods and all to beautify them. Berger Paints is available to offer you those relevant products. Next slide, please. I'll go through our brands very briefly. For the premium, we have the Luxol emulsion. We have the Luxol gloss. The emulsion is the water-based paint, and the gloss is the enamel, the solvent base. We have in the super premium category, we have the gold emulsion, we have the silk finish, and we also have a special offering in this category that we call the Weather Shore exterior finish. This is best for your high-rise buildings and for buildings also in starline environments. We have the Superstar category. This is our standard category, and we offer you brands for textured finishes, emulsion paints, That's the acrylic mat and also the gloss paint. You want something you want a still comes budget. Maybe room start and so preparing materials that we provide before and called rough hide. You have a rough surface. You want to hide those cracks and imperfections. That is what the Badger rough hide is for. It's a very durable screening material, and it helps you to cover your imperfections so that your coatings can have the desired beautiful and fine finish. I'll go straight to the alkaline resistant primer. Just as the name suggests, is the primer and undercoat, and this is specially formulated for freshly plastered walls. There are many times there are projects and they just want to commission like yesterday. And normally we know that cement is alkaline in nature. And so you have to either wait for that curing time, but where you can't wait, we have the solution. So you will apply this alkaline resistant primer. It acts as a barrier coat such that alkaline does not penetrate into your, the paint film, and it makes your paint film to last much longer. Sterilizing solution. Now, these are the rainy season, and I'm sure if you look around, you'll see a lot of greenish growth on the walls. This same greenish growth become very grayish or blackish in the dry season. These are algae, and you need to get rid of them. You need to get them off your walls. And so Badger sterilizing solution is a biocidal wash. It's a combination of biocides, algicides, fungicides that helps to treat your wall such that you're able to get rid of this undesirable, growth, microbial growth on your wall. Next slide, please. The universal undercoat is also a primer, and this helps you to have a firm grip for the top coat that will come as your finished coat. Next slide. I want to meet up with time. Next slide. Thank you. So this slide speaks to the non-decorative product range. I told you that one of the functions of paint is for decoration. And so the non-decorative function is the protective function, because I've gone through the decorative range, those are the architectural finishes. But for the non-decorative, we have steel members that have been used during construction, and so we are there for you in Badger to provide you coatings for protection. The epoxy coatings come in 3 variants: primer, high build, finish, and these coatings are direct to metal after blasting. They also help to improve adhesion of the top coat. They give excellent protection even in demanding environments, silent environments, and so your steel members have to be protected with the Badger epoxy coating. We have epoxy self-leveling coating, just as the name suggests, is for your floor coating, and it is very durable. It is beautiful. And for the acrylic polyurethane, after protecting your steel works, you need to beautify it. And I tell you, the acrylic polyurethane has a good UV resistance, which gives it an excellent durability. Your building, your housing project may be near the seaside, and so we have various marine coating, alkyd gloss paints that also help you to protect them. And there's housing projects where you provide seaside life for your residents. And so for the bottom of the paint, we have the anti-fouling paints. For your chimney and also other equipment where you need to protect from the adverse effect of heat, we have the heat resisting zinc, that's the primer, and the top coat, heat resisting aluminum, bright aluminum, for your silos, for your tanks, and we have all these coatings right from your water sanctions to protect and to beautify your property. I'll talk about the road marking paints very briefly. One of the functions of paint again for road marking, so we can help mark your parking lots so that everything will be orderly and organized. We have the chlor rubber based paint. It's water repellent, and also it has the added advantage. It has self-cleansing property, so that you don't see the raindrops left over on the wall after the rains. And I tell you, we have a subsidiary that takes the pain out of your painting. Next slide, please. And that speaks to our Swift Painting. We offer painting service. Thank you for listening. With Badger Paints, please experience your world in color. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Please put your hands together for her. Very good use of time. Experience your world in color. Even though you were born during the era of black and white TV, with Badger Paints, you can be transported into the world of colors. The next presentation is also a very good one. This time, we are going straight into another session. Our talk will be around the alternative building technology, exploring the options for affordable housing, and this will be the session by Family Homes Funds. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the moderator for this session, let me quickly bring to the podium the Portfolio and Asset Manager for Family Homes Funds, Mr. George Annie, to come and do justice to this. He'll bring his panelists up, and then he will take the discussion from there. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are not too tired after that engaging session from our erudite professors. We'll try not to take up much of your time. A lot of the issues that were discussed in the last panel will be touched on in this panel, as our topic revolves around alternative building technology and the options for affordable housing. So as the cost of living continues to rise exponentially, people's access to basic needs, including housing, has been hampered significantly. In Nigeria, 60% of the population, that's about 133 million of us, live in multidimensional poverty. And this is based on the 2022 report by the National Bureau of Statistics. Now, it's a no-brainer that the current housing stock is hugely inadequate to meet the demand. And this also portends that the poverty ratio picture is being painted grimmer on a daily basis, especially in terms of affordability. Family Homes is trying to lead a new thinking around this, and this is on how to increase the housing supply by leveraging on alternative building options that are different, efficient, sustainable, and affordable. One of those options is the incorporation of green buildings, mainstreaming green energy and efficient buildings in construction using unique materials such as wood pallets and what have you. Green buildings are usually made from recycled or low impact components to create energy efficient homes. And we're looking at exploring different methods and using materials like ranging from reclaimed shipping containers, even plastic bottles, clay and straw as alternatives to the normal brick and mortar construction. Our goal for this session is to explore some of those unique eco-friendly alternative housing ideas that are also available to deliver low to middle income housing for Nigerians. We hope that this outcome will not just lead to the supply of more homes, but will promote the use of renewable resources and renewable energy. Our objectives here is to provide authoritative insight about the reality of low-income families in Nigeria in relation to home ownership. We'll also look at discussing financing options, including how to ensure long-term funding for affordable housing development. We'll look to actively encourage the new technologies that will ensure energy, water, and other efficient use of resources that are necessary for long-term affordability. And we look to advocate for the development of a public policy framework for action. So based on this, I will want to invite my panelists to take a seat, and we will listen to the lead speaker, who happens to be Professor Olumide Olusoya. Please, a round of applause. Professor Olumide Olusoya is a renowned academician and systems building consultant, currently a professor of architecture at the University of Lagos. He has also taught at other reputable universities, including those in the USA. Away from lecturing, Prof has been the consultant architect on numerous public and private sector housing projects in Nigeria. He has also worked on numerous researches focusing on housing issues in Nigeria. Prof has enjoyed a long and distinguished career in the industry since earning his BS in architecture from the University of Oregon and a master's degree in architecture from the same university, from the University of Washington. Please, another round of applause for him. My next guest is a very familiar face, Professor Timothy Nubi. He's a professor in the Department of Estate Management, University of Lagos, and he's the founder and national coordinator of Ideal Habitat Initiative NGO. He has a PhD in construction management from the prestigious University of Lagos, a certificate in housing finance, University of Pennsylvania, and of course, as a professor, a lot of degrees I cannot mention now. He's a high-profile researcher, and he has a passion for housing development in Nigeria. Please, another round of applause for him. We also want to invite a practitioner who has been involved in rolling out alternative building technologies to share some of their experiences with us, Sheikh Idris Hayatuddin. Is he around? Okay. So Sheikh Hayatuddin is an architect and the chairman of Green Jobs Limited, a sustainable development solutions provider. He leads the company in developing and implementing innovative solutions to promote environmental sustainability and create green jobs. He's very passionate about community revitalization, housing reconstruction, and the restoration of sustainable livelihoods. In this regard, he has developed and implemented a down-to-earth, D2E, sustainable community development model aimed at rapidly reconstructing the Northeast region and providing sustainable livelihoods of internal displaced persons, IDPs, across Nigeria. Please, another round of applause for him. I would also like to invite Alhaji Abdullahi Tijani Sarki, who's representing the Executive Vice Chairman of Naseni. Please, a round of applause for him. And also Mr. Oladipupo Adeoye, Executive Director, Treasury and Business Growth, Abbey Mortgage Bank. Please, a round of applause for him. So, without much further ado, we may not get all the answers we want today, but we look forward to people asking the right questions that will put us on the road to getting the right answers. We look forward to an interactive section. We want as many comments, contributions as possible. FHF is looking at leveraging on the knowledge we get here, the shared knowledge, to design a path towards harnessing the power of alternative building technologies to address the social and affordable housing issues in Nigeria. So first on my list is the keynote speaker, Professor Olumide Olusoya. He'll be speaking on scaling urban regeneration. He'll be speaking on alternative building technology and exploring the options for affordable housing. Please, a round of applause for him.
Slide, please. This affords me a bit of an opportunity to go a bit more into the technical aspect of the lecture that was given earlier. Slide, please. Yeah, thank you. I'm going to do a prelude before I start the actual presentation, because this prelude, it's critical in terms of foundation. Okay, I just took this from the internet. A brief history of the plow. Over 4,000 years ago, the basic hand tools had the basic handheld tools. Okay, let me read it. Over 4,000 years ago, the basic handheld tool soon developed into simple scratch tools. These primitive plows were usually pulled by oxen. Animals enabled farmers to till the land faster and more easily. Did you hear that? Using animals enabled farmers to till the land faster and more easily, which produced more food for their families. Okay, so that's using technology to solve problems, to make your life easier, to make your work more productive over 4,000 years ago. And you see that picture, ancient Egyptian plowing. The plow is of wood drawn by two cows. Notice how the two are shown. That's from convention of Egyptian art. Please, can I have the next slide? This is 21st century plowing in Nigeria. And does anybody wonder why the country is the poverty capital of the world? Okay. I mean, does anybody wonder? 21st century Nigeria. More than 4,000 years ago, men have been using technology to make land more productive. This is 21st century Nigeria. Next slide, please. Please go back. Yeah. Okay. Actually, this scene is from the University of Lagos. I'm glad that one of the deputy vice chancellors is here. Now, the scene you are witnessing, I call sanitation terrorism. People are coming, just taking their bath, they're coming to work, and somebody is sweeping on them. Please, why is this? I mean, see, videos, what I like, videos, pictures, they don't lie. They tell the story as it is. Okay, can we have the next slide? So it seems that now, if you look at the picture on the left, compare that, someone has found some simple tools and is making the same work much more simpler for himself, much more efficient. And what happens is this. So this is a lesson in what I call appropriate technology. Okay? What happens is this. The young man has found a method of doing this work efficiently. This is on the same campus. What normally happens with the adoption of technology is that once there is a breakthrough, once some people are doing something more efficiently, others adopt it. That is really the sociology of technology. Please go back again, two slides. Go back, 2 slides. Now, the evidence seems to suggest that because this is the trend all over sub-Saharan Africa, the evidence seems to suggest that as a people, we are technologically challenged. At the end of the presentation, well, I hope we can have more discussion on that. But this matter is fundamental, and it needs to be addressed. It needs to be addressed. So there are those who believe that the matter is one of the DNA, that these people are just backward, period. From my own study of technology, what I found is that the matter is not one of biology, it is one of sociology. It is not in the DNA. It is the technology is actually about sociology, the sociology of a people. So if there is sociology, the science of society that makes a people backward, if their DNA is the same as other people in other climes that are more advanced, then the sociology matter needs to be addressed. It is fundamental. Okay, so please go to the beginning. Yeah, this is the beginning. This is the title is Technology for Cost Efficiency in Housing Delivery. Now, I use the term cost efficiency because affordability can mean just about anything. And I mean, affordable by who? And to say low cost, I'm not sure that means anything, simply because housing is capital intensive. So the issue here is really one of waste. Waste in terms of waste, when you're talking about inefficient use of human resource, that is waste. When you are talking about inefficient use of material resource, that is waste. And waste leads to poverty. Now, so developing capacity for large-scale production, again, I rather use the phrase large-scale production rather than industrialization, because industrialization means different things to different people. But it is clear that with a large population, we have to develop capacity for producing goods and services. We have to develop capacity for large-scale production of food, large-scale production of power, large-scale production of everything that we need. Next slide. This is the state of technology for building construction in 21st century Nigeria. The ancient Egyptians, Mesopotamian, and Greek builders from about 4,000 years ago, these 4,000 years, were using rope and pulley systems in construction. They would have been scandalized at this level of backwardness in the 21st century. Next slide. Okay, those who are around in the morning, the first thing you would notice that the concrete is actually poured on the ground and then to be picked up again. That is waste right there. You pour it on the ground and then you pick it up. And like I explained in the morning, that's about 75 kg in motion, plus 25 kg concrete, and then up the incline, that's probably about 125 kg. Please understand this. These men, they have to eat, okay? And food is fuel, okay? So all this inefficiency has all kinds of translations, okay? And then you see the multiplicity of this waste in the army of laborers involved. This is amazing. And we live with this. We live with this. So, poverty capital of the world, don't be surprised. Unless something changes, something must change. Next slide, please. Now, this is the waste. The waste generated is about 10% of the construction cost. This is outright destruction of wealth. Okay? Instead of creation of wealth, we are destroying wealth. Waste is destruction of wealth. Next slide. A nation that would not acquire indigenous technological capacity for production must remain in poverty and underdevelopment. This is an inflexible law, what is called iron law. It is inflexible law. Now, the slide that I showed earlier with the young man that was that had devised a system. You see, I am not aware of any technology that is adopted in Nigeria if it is not imported. I'm not aware. It must be imported. It is only imported equipment that gets adopted in this country. Next slide. The development, please go back. That last one is the development. Okay, development is not a matter for government alone. The educated class must acquire a culture of transforming education into problem-solving capacity. That is, we go to school. We have all these universities in Nigeria. This knowledge is not supposed to be a garment. It's supposed to transform into development. It's supposed to transform into problem solving. So we have to develop a culture capacity for problem solving. So this is the foundation of now this culture of translating education into problem solving. That's the foundation of a sustainable middle class. So if you have a middle class that does not use its education for sustainable development, that middle class simply disappears. So when we're talking about 60% poverty rate in Nigeria, that means that the middle class is disappearing. Next slide, please. So I showed the picture of these people carrying headphones or precariously over several stories, and I say it's wrong, and I have spent a career trying to find a solution. Okay, there has been a series of solutions. This is where we started from. This is actually housing production as factory production. I mean, if you see this organization, this is how a factory works. Something is delivered. That is about factory production. Next slide, please. Now, what I just showed you actually is modeling an actual system at the University of Lagos, what we call the UNILAG Experiment in Systems Building. That's 1992. That's modeling it. Next slide, please. And this is what we built with it. The UNILAG Experiment in Systems Housing. It was funded by the Federal Ministry of Works and Housing when General Kotangora was the Honorable Minister, and the University of Lagos Central Research Grant. The Vice Chancellor, the Deputy Vice Chancellor is the chairperson of the University of Lagos Central Research Grant. Next slide, please. And it is the residence of Professor and Dr. Olumide Olusoya. A point of correction there, please. I'm actually retired from the services of the university, and clearly I'm not retired, but from the University of Lagos, I'm retired. Now, interesting enough, in 1992, when I was working on this project, I was a bachelor. But as Providence would have it, my wife is an academic, and the residence has been assigned to her, so I'm still on the University of Lagos campus. So that should probably have read residence of Dr. Ola. Okay, but please. Yes. Next slide, please. Next slide. And now, like I said in the earlier, architecture is important and it must be married with the system. So this system is such that you have housing for the tropics that puts emphasis on optimization of the land, of the use of land, and then optimization of natural air and light. Next slide. So the way it works is that this is actually what the building looks like, if you go through it. So you have the stairwell that's been turned into an atrium, or it brings in light and light for natural light and air. So we have a natural cooling system. Next slide. And that project was industrialized in 1994. Next slide, please. For the Lagos State Government Civil Service Housing, that's 4,000 terrace houses. That is translation of the UNILAG experiment at large scale. Next slide, please. Now, okay. So that is an example of development of indigenous technological capacity for high percentage local value added production. Like I said, the fund from the University of Lagos Central Research Grant went into the fabrication of the molds of the equipment, and then the grant from the Federal Ministry of Works into actual production of the houses. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, I showed this earlier, and I think most people, so this is just an advancement over the UNILAG experiment. Next slide, please. And again, for an estimated population of 200 million people, the path to economic development is industrialization. And the huge capital, technological and manpower requirements of the housing industry gives it unique potential as engine of industrialization and development in Nigeria. Okay, so we have to think beyond the product, which is housing. There is so much more that the process can do for the economy and that can do for us as a people. Next slide, please. Okay, talking about the paradigm shift from customization to standardization, from building materials to building components, craft mold labor to technique mold labor. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so we've seen this. Next slide. Okay, we've seen this. No, just a moment, just a moment. 10, it's a 10-to-1 ratio, okay? For every 10 units of components, the craftsman there lays one block with broken blocks, and it's just so much about waste. You can't have so much waste and prosper. It is just against the natural law. Next slide. Okay, I have an example. Next slide. On the left, upper left, is the way roads used to be done in Lagos. And then they will bring the farm work and the place becomes impassable. And then under Tinubu and Fashola, they came up with this method where the components, the drains, which are the most, which is what holds the road in place. The drains are precast. And what happened was that you now had people, industries that were producing the drains, the precast components, and then you had industries that you had contractors that were assembling them. So it's the same kind of thing that must happen with so this is what is called industrial infrastructure. Okay, so you have industries, but those industries that would invest in producing those components must know that there are going to be those who need it, simply because if construction is just a question of giving half a kilometer there to some political friend and 1 kilometer there, you are not that the situation up is what you are going to have. But if you give the contracts to real contractors, then you have a situation where you develop. So large scale is what encourages industrial infrastructure. And without industrial infrastructure, industrialization is not sustainable. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm told I've used up 25 minutes, so I will just round up. Okay, so this is the kind of industries that that you have. Next slide. Well, okay, this is the Jorabadia project. Please just run through it. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Believe me, this is the kind of things that happens when you get the housing production thing really going. You can see it's just growing. Okay. Next slide. Next slide. Please, just one more last point. Now, for the Lagos mega city and for what Abuja is turning into, you need to densify. That one block at Ijorabadia, that one block, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 suspended floors. And we're able to achieve that because the last 2 floors are maisonettes. Okay? Now, if you compare that to the other Lagos homes, so 5 of those blocks that have 12 units is what gives you the equivalent of the what I call garden atrium apartments. That is what we call it. On half the so it is sitting on half the area of land. The same is sitting on half the area of land and at about half the cost. And this is not theory, about half the cost. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Please indulge me. Please indulge me. This acknowledgement is important. Oh, okay. They missed this slide. Okay, this slide is important because at Jorabadi, we brought in that plane, that crane from Germany. And in terms of value addition, the indigenous value addition of the project was about 85%. Okay? But with this new crane that we have developed, we can actually move the indigenous value addition to about 90%, because that crane is would be totally fabricated in Nigeria. And because we've done similar things, we have confidence that we can do it. Next slide. Please, I just want to publicly acknowledge the following people. The Unilag experiment was, I've just had the good fortune that I've had people in government that has supported this vision. There is a problem of governance in Nigeria, but every now and then somebody stands out and does something important. The Unilag experiment, Major General Mamam Kantogora, he doesn't know me from. Then the Lagos State one, that was Brigadier General Raji Rasaki and Mrs. Adifemi Itari, who was head of service. And then the club housing, that one is not shown here. We got 10 people together, built 10 terraces, 4-bedroom terraces at Oniru Estate with, and the equipment was from a grant again from University of Lagos Central Research Grant. And the Lagos Homes Ijora Badia was under his Excellency Babatunde Raji Fashola, Executive Governor. Thank you very much.
Please, I'd like to give another round of applause to Professor Lusoyan. He says he's retired. He's obviously not tired. The passion and the flame is still burning. So I learned some new words. Sanitation terrorism. I never realized I was a victim, even today. I also learned about cost efficiency. The need to drive down costs. And it's not necessarily about bringing in a new technology. It might just be about optimizing what you currently have. Reduce wastes. Reduce the time you need to use and roll out a building, whether it is from foundation or decking. I also learned that alternative building technology doesn't necessarily mean there's going to be job loss. There might actually be job creation. The middle class is disappearing. The use of technology to cut costs is very important. The path of economic development is industrialization. And, I don't know when last I saw a house built in 1992 that looked that beautiful. So maybe it is a bit more than the structure. Maybe it also had to do with the good post-construction management. Well, thank you for that, Prof. Really appreciate that. My next speaker is none other than Professor Timothy Nubi, who will be speaking on scaling urban regeneration to deepen access to affordable housing. Please, a round of applause for him.
Okay, thank you so much. We've been here since morning, and I know that we're getting tired. I don't know why. If you are here, you will see that 90% or 95% of us are towards this side, and this is the entrance. You are telling us that if you stay here long, we will disappear. From here, somebody say we will japa. So just bear with us. I will make this presentation more of like an album. So there will be we just entertain ourselves with pictures. First slide, the first slide. First slide. Yes. The state of housing and infrastructure, all protocol duly observed, standing on established protocols as early as 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm still standing on it. It seems very strong. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. We've said a lot of things about the problem of infrastructure in the country. When you look at these slides, these are pictures I took 2004, but the situation have not changed. And funny enough, when you look far away, you will see the high-rise residential quarters. This is Unilag environment, prime property, and these are slum. We've said a lot of things about the deficit and the daily struggling of an average person. Let's continue. Next slide, so that I'll spend just 10 minutes. Next slide. Cooperate with us, so please. State of housing continues like that. Yes, it was established in the morning that since Wednesday, since Monday, that when you look at the percentage of mortgage to GDP of different nations, we see nations like UK, USA, but when it comes to Africa, it's almost disappearing, not showing at all. Because we are told on Monday that is actually less than 1%. So there is no way 1% can really show on that graph, because 1% is almost zero. So that's the state. But it got us worried. But there was a consolation on Monday that we shouldn't, because it was Bishop Oyedipo that said that necessity happened to be the mother of invention across the world, but it has become mother of frustration in Africa. So when we hear statistics like this, we just lose hope. We are finished. We can't get there. No. The truth is, we agreed since Monday that there are ways we are funding our housing that it appears we are not capturing. So we're not using the Western index or indices. So let's move to the next slide. So we talk about the value chain in the morning. Move forward. Let's move. The emphasis, most of us here, excuse me, most of us here, this is Abuja Centenary City. This is what we celebrate. And many of us were concerned with new builds. Go to the next slide. Yeah, Atlantic City. This is, yes, when we see such pictures, we're excited. We are getting there. Yes, next slide. Beautiful cities. We want to be like any city in the world. Next slide. Continue. Yes, yes. So most of these cities, continue until, yes. Most of these cities, at the workshop, if there's a way to remove my picture there, you will see in the same city, you will see two scenarios playing. Yes. We see on one side the Mushin and the Surulere, Ajegunle, Apapa, Victoria Island, Morocco. You see these modern cities, well organized, living side by side. Banana Island, Makoko, Oroshoki, Parkview. These are the story of Africa. And in a particular seminar, in a UN-funded project, people were shown these pictures of modern cities and how they turn. A woman said there, and that's it that we developers actually should ask ourselves. Yes. Let's continue. Slum in Africa. We see the extent of slum in Africa. Those areas that are painted deep red, these are where we have concentration of slums. Continue. Africa is the slum capital of the world. And you see it, you see where Nigeria is there. That we have slum communities more than the normal communities. Continue, please. Next slide. Yes, slum everywhere. From Nairobi to this Lagos, this Makoko, we all see the Makoko while we drive along the Turbulent Bridge. This sea wire of the 21st century, and that's the bridge. Continue, please. This Makoko, this is our own Venice. Continue, please. This is the way people build in Africa. This is from my lecturer's PhD, Professor Obini, that an average Nigerian, according to Professor Obini, 1992, they build their house incrementally and it takes them between 16 and 25 years. And that's why Atom Cemetery is just okay for us. Because many people are built in front of their uncompleted houses. That if you cannot use it in his lifetime, they will use it in life after. So, continue. So these are pictures. These are where we are living. These are around the university. And you look at that young man, he looks like Obama, very handsome man. But that's his life. And Cohen told us that geography is destiny. There are things we should pay attention to as we conclude. As long as we leave this settlement there, I told President Yar'Adua that the homeless will set this country ablaze. It's only those who sleep and wake up in a proper house. It's only those who are living in a glass house that will not throw stone. I told him, Mr. President, if you sleep and wake up under the bridge, you will throw bomb. And we saw that during ENSA. Keeping 54%, as was shown on Monday, in slum is risky. In 1601, the poor in London set the old London on fire. And that was what led to the Poor Relief Act. Because they eventually woke up and they said, if the haves have to keep what they have to take care of the have-nots. Unfortunately, the rich people in this country, they were living in gated community. And the poor said, serve them right. We know where they are living. In the olden days, the poor, they live with the rich. But today, they've gated themselves. They know where they are. And I want to tell you that when there was ENSA and ShopRite was looted and vandalized, because of the telephone capturing, they went to MTN, all these users, and they were able to trace the people that entered there. 70% of those looted, they came from Ilasan slum to that place. So it's a security risk. So let's continue. I have 5 minutes left. This is Iwaya, all nearby, Elijah, our community there. Continue, please. This is Makoko. Continue, please. This is where people are living. When I show this picture of people and waste around them, my students were shocked. So how can they be so, because they were poor, does it mean that they will not have good environment? And I said, no. The waste you saw, they are construction material. They use them to sandfill these swampy areas. They bought them. They bought them. They bought those waste from last mile trucks. They will use it to sandfill the swampy and put just things of sand on it and erect their structure. After the first 2 rains, the sands are washed away. You see the waste. Continue. These are slums in, just keep on pressing now. Slums in Cape Town. So slum is not necessarily, and the politicians, they enjoy it. That's where they mobilize them for politics, for votes. They visit them once in 4 years. They give them stomach infrastructure. They live together. They promise them heaven and earth. They are tools. They are political tools. So they enjoy it. They want to keep them like that. But if they are not taken care of, something worse than ENSA will force them to do something. Continue. And some said, let's keep them for tourism, slum tourism. We can make money. People will come and see us living in slums. So you see white people coming to see our slums. They say, keep them. It's tourism. So, and these are students organized from developed country coming to see the slums of Africa. So, and that's how they think that we are subhuman. Continue, please. So, the COVID really messed up the slum community. Because the COVID said social distance. How can you maintain social distance? And he said, wash your hand where there's no water. So continue, please. And that's why we see it destroyed their economy. And that's all over Africa. In Kenya, Nairobi, in Kenya, in Lagos, there were protests, wide protests across Africa. Because these people, they were living in slum community with low income. Continue. So, urban regeneration, what we are saying here is that there is a lot of opportunities in cleaning up our mess. If for generations we have messed up our urban scape, and we have statistics to show that 54% are living in this area. Like someone said, if China made up its mind that they will take 100 million people out of poverty, and they achieved it, we can do the same thing. Continue, please. So we begin to that, because when we say today, already on. That but those are education and environment. Yes. And what I do, I say yes, we can. That Professor Lucien has presented to us, great structures have replaced slums all over the world. So it's not rocket science. We can do it. Continue. Docklands was once a slum. The picture there was just like Makoko. But they were intentional. They sent people to Baltimore to look at also a very long dock, and came back and set up a regeneration process, and they developed Docklands. Continue with that slide. After a few years of effort, that slum you saw there became this. Canary Wharf, a university campus, Royal Docks. But that's what the way it was looking like in 1981. But they transformed within a few years. Next slide. Quickly. Yes. Continue. Okay. Today, we have the city airport in this area that was once slum. Because from Gatwick and Heathrow to get to the city of London, it takes you 2 hours. Let's develop the city airport. Small plane, all over Europe. You are there. You just enter the light rail and you find yourself in the center bank area where we have the commercial center, the bank, and all the rest. London Bridge. Within a short time, you are there through the DLR. And they brought in London Docklands campus of University of East London. And you see Silver Town. Many of us are familiar with this. But this picture you are seeing was not like that 10 years. The government was intentional. Where was once a slum, today they will now parade the highest property value in UK. So that is what we can do with our slums. Continue, please. So continue. We will not be able to go through those ones. Continue. We see regeneration taking place. Victoria houses being pulled down, refurbished. Continue, please. All over the world. Continue. Yes, you see massive slum giving way to high-level construction. This is Soweto. I took this picture myself, 2006. Slum of Soweto turning to a good and high-quality livable environment through regeneration. Continue. Also in Kenya, we have startup of slum regeneration. Continue. Is it new to us in Nigeria? No. It's not new. Oluwole is a big evidence of the development. Oluwole, when you hear Oluwole before, what comes to your mind? Scam, certificate forgery. Look this Oluwole. Continue to the next slide, please. This Oluwole, can you see the slum of the place called Oluwole? Surrounded by high quality commercial area. But that's Oluwole there. Slum is a waste, like Prof said. That's Oluwole there, sitting on prime location. But Architect Lewis moved, there were 179 families that were living in this place. He located them to Shafsha, built an estate for them, relocated them there, and came up with a development project that includes commercial, residential on about 10 or 12 floors. Continue. That's Oluwole before the work. Continue. That's Oluwole there now. The people there, when I visited them at Shafra, when they were in Shafra, the children were riding bicycle. And one of the women told me, they said, we never knew that in our lifetime we could live in this beautiful environment. Look at people that were living, and they have livelihood. Every one of them were giving shops on the ground floor. And they have a flat up. And it was an arrangement for 40 years. After 40 years, the entire project will revert back to the only family. So slums, we regenerate wealth. It creates wealth. It creates life for those that were affected. So it's a project that has happened. The case study too is the Ijorabadia project. When Professor Olusoya presented this building system to the Executive Council of Lagos State, after his presentation, I presented the opportunity to regenerate our slum. So that day, Governor Fashola gave us 8 locations to work on. So I was in charge of the project relating with the community. It was like a university. The people were being taught, mobilized. They were selling materials to us. They were teaching them how to be involved in this component production. And many of them were coming to see, because former Commissioner Ide, several years back, was involved in the enumeration. There were 247 families. And they have the option of first allocation from the first block. As we were doing the construction, they were coming around. Where will my apartment be? You know? And this is a Ijorabadia. Before, continue, please. Before the slides that you see. Continue. I'm running on. Yes. You have seen all this one. You can just go. Continue. Yes, Professor Olusoya have shown you this. But it was slum. Big slum turned to this. We also, from the center, working with the Ilasa, the community I talked to you about, we're working with them. This is a community that Lagos State staff were not allowed to enter. But we got their trust. And we're able to move there, do the remuneration for Lagos Building Investment Corporation. And we are to turn around Ilasa. Ilasa slum is sitting on 40 hectares of land. Island of poverty in that affluent corridor. Continue, please. So we took 200 students there. We did enumeration. We went there with security from Lagos State, but they said no, our students were safe. So we did enumeration. We were able to confirm home ownership status. Continue, please. So we did enumeration for this figure. Continue. And we came up with this proposal. The 2,000 units that are there now, we want to reallocate them to 20 hectares. Then the developer will have 30 hectares. The remaining 10 will be for the politicians. Good project. Good project. Because they needed land. They needed land. So very good project. And when we put value on that 40 hectares in Lekki, the amount is voluminous. So, and those people, we moved to a good building, just using 20 hectares because they were just story building. We want to put them on 4 floors and release to 1/3 of the place. So that's Ijorabadia. I think that's the last slide. Yes. So continue until I say thank you. Continue. Recommendation, continue. Okay, continue. Yeah, this University of Lagos. Continue. Stop there. That's University of Lagos. That's our environment. These are our neighbors. These are our neighbors. These are Senate building. But how can we say our neighbors are like this and sitting on hot property all over the world? There was a place in Lagos here, they call it a Lakeview Estate, because Julius Berger removed laterite, and when rain fell, it became artificial lake. They were selling duplex there 75 million, whereas the next street they were selling 45 million because it's facing water. No nation uses its waterfront like this. No nation uses waterfront like this. This is the hottest property and most valuable property in any country. And all the slums were sitting on this property. So we have to partner with state government to really resolve this. Because this is land. You can't compare the value of this land with a land near Epe. But we have to work with government to really invest on this. Achilles have done it to Luole. It's doable. It might take time and energy, but we can really release the lock-up wealth here. So, University of Lagos, continue, next slide. We are planning high-rise residential building. 7 of them, go to the next slide, for staff quarters and students who say, on this slum community, and we are stretching our hand to you. Come, get one of these blocks to develop. I met my brother here who said he's doing 15,000 units at UI. I said, can you compare the return investment of UI to University of Lagos? I said, come to University of Lagos. We have land. So this is the way, this is a picture I took years back, room to let. And I assure you, 2 weeks after, fully occupied. Behind it, look at it very well. Look at it. No, go back to that slide. Behind it is Third Milan Bridge. It's not far. It's Third Milan Bridge. This is the wealth wasting away in this country. Go to the next slide. The goal, my dream since 2006 is that this will become this. That's my dream. Because there's no point living this world as we met it. I believe that every generation must live their environment better than they met it. So it must be the preoccupation of all of us to begin to show interest and see how can we release these hot properties into the market to the benefit and the kindness, so that people will stop coming from Europe to do slum tourism. Thank you so much for listening to me. God bless you.
I think he deserves another round of applause, please. Thank you very much, Professor Nubi. I'm sure a lot of us are pressing our mental calculators, looking for the next slum we're going to regenerate. But I was kind of surprised when he was showing the slums all around Africa, and some people were actually genuinely surprised. And I asked myself, why are you surprised? We pass there every day. Is it that we are now blinded to that reality? And we've blinded ourselves to the opportunities? Maybe it's time to lift the veil. Maybe it's time for us to look into the wealth and the opportunities at hand. Thank you again, Professor Nubi. And again, thank you for that little tip on stakeholder management. I really love that bit when he said 10% for the politicians. Classic touch. My next speaker is Sheikh Hayatuddin, Executive Chairman, Green Jobs Limited. He's a practitioner. He has done a lot of work in alternative building technology. He will tell us a bit about his experiences, and then we'll listen to the representatives of Naseni who have done a magnificent job in terms of localizing the use of materials for alternative building technology. Shake her to them, please. Round of applause.
Good afternoon, all. He has already introduced who I am, so I'm going straight into what brought me here this afternoon. The topic given to me to discuss is scaling and acceptability as a critical success factor in the adoption of alternative building materials. I have a slight problem with the topic. I'm an architect. Prof, I was taught by Professor Ademi, who must have been your contemporary. Oh, really? So, okay. When we are taught architecture, we are taught to build from ground up. So, looking at the topic, it seems like we are putting the cat and adaptability scale. Acceptability. We need to accept something before we scale it. So I'm going to turn around the topic and talk about acceptability first and foremost before we come to scaling. The other problem that I have with the topic again is the theme itself, which says alternative building materials or alternative construction materials as a way forward to delivering appropriate housing. No. Should it really be alternative, Prof? Or should it be appropriate building materials? I believe it should be appropriate building materials because, for one, once you say alternative, you are addressing yourself to attributes of the materials, one against the other. Whereas your actual target should be the beneficiaries. And what is it appropriate to their given circumstance and context within which they found themselves. So I believe if we go searching for alternative building materials or alternative construction technology, we would be searching for the wrong thing. I'll give an example. In the 80s and 90s, when we went in search of alternative building materials, especially here in the North, alternative to cement-based materials, we ended up bringing kiln-fired bricks, which had similar attributes to the concrete blocks. But we forgot about the circumstances at that time. Producing kiln-fired bricks is highly energy intensive. And before we knew it, all the 10 or so factories built had folded up because they could not afford the energy cost. So more so now. So that's what you get when you go in search of the wrong thing to address a particular circumstance. So if you say you are looking for a technology or material that is appropriate to a particular target market or to a particular people, then it behoves you to critically define that target market and know the needs of those people. And that brings us to a very big business question. There will be the need for you to develop a business model, which is essentially knowing the target market, what value proposition you're going to make to that target market, and then how do you deliver that value, and then how do you, as a business, extract that value from that transaction. So what we have been doing since about 2016, it dawned on us in our office that when we graduated from School of Architecture in 1979, a whole trailer load of cement was selling for 2,400 naira. 2,400 naira. That's 600 bucks. Our population, as at that time, was hovering around 78 to 79 million. Today, we are over 200 million. And yet, we have not developed any credible appropriate materials that will serve the needs of the people who can no longer afford our conventional materials. So that's what got us thinking that we cannot, as architects, keep on standing on observed protocols, so to say, and continue to use things that are not affordable to deceive ourselves that we can achieve our sustainable development goals by 2030. There's no way. So we looked for a material that should be appropriate, that anybody can use. But since there seems to be a confusion between alternative and appropriate material, please, I indulge your patience to go through a checklist of what appropriate material would be. Prof has used the word appropriate in one of his slides. I've seen it. Yeah. So if a material or technology checks all these boxes, then it is appropriate. Sorry, I'm not addressing myself to the slides. The slides should have been rolling just as a background for people to see what we're doing here. Is the material produced locally? Is it cheap, abundantly available, and easily renewable? 3, it's not produced far away from your construction site in order to have low carbon footprint, because the longer distance you track, the more emissions you produce. Its production does not require high energy input, so that when you take the aggregate, it has low energy. The material and construction techniques is climatically acceptable is climate friendly? Does the material and construction techniques provide safety against hazards? Can the material and construction technology be understood and used by the locals so that you can engage them in the process? Are the machines and plants use energy efficiently and they are village level compliant? Is the material socially acceptable in the community so that you don't bring them something that we were discussing with George, yeah, just a while ago, that when the construction of Abuja started in the 80s or 70s, they brought prefabricated technology from France, SAE, I think. And for a long time, a lot of people rejected those houses because when you tap, it sounded hollow. So is that material acceptable to the community you are trying to serve? Is it in sync with climatic and cultural needs of the people? In other words, will it give them climatic comfort? And is it culturally acceptable to them? Does it match with the materials and construction typology in the community? So if a technology checks most of these boxes, then it's an appropriate technology and it can serve your target market within that context and within the circumstances they found themselves. The topic says and you limit the accessibility of that technology just to society. The principle requires society to adopt it and lead the way. Material you borrow that material they can accept. And the kind of material and technology you need is a material that can straddle the whole social structure. A poor man can use it, medium income can use it, high income person can use it, and so on and so forth. So fortunately, the material able to get is material on natural enough. All you need to do is mix it and maybe 6% of cement. And then you produce a brick, which is by far different from your concrete concrete block and better on 3 or 4 accounts. One, it is at the same time a structural material, load-bearing material. It's an enveloping material. You can use it as a floor material. You can use it as a roofing material. So 4 in 1. So essentially what we're saying is you can have a plot of land. These are some of the buildings we're talking about. You can have a plot of land All you need to do is kick up dust and get about 6% content of cement, mix it, and build your house. In that process, I'm sorry, I hope the lady from Baja is not here. Is she? In that process, you eliminate about 92% of the cement you require. You eliminate tiles. You eliminate plaster. You eliminate wood or iron steel roof structure. You eliminate roofing sheets. You eliminate you eliminate ceiling. And all this talk is I'm addressing my own local context and circumstance that we found ourselves here. That is not all. This particular material, which is here, it's there, can be used as an enveloping material because it does, even though structurally, it can limit you to a maximum height of maybe 3 floors without columns, without beam, without slabs. But because it is also an enveloping material, you can put it within a small concrete frame structure and go to whatever number of floors you want to. So its other attributes is temperature and humidity control. It is sound and bulletproof. It is fireproof. It is mold proof. It can regulate temperature and humidity. When it is hot outside, it will be cool inside. When it is cool outside, it will be warm inside. So to me, it's like a kind of a silver bullet to the housing problem. All we need to do, and that is an important point I'm making, is to expand the skill base. Just 1 minute. It's not that we have not been building with bricks. I'm from Borno. Right from the 18th century, we have been building with bricks. Most of our old structures are built with bricks, but those bricks were adobe bricks or the king fire bricks locally fired. So their usage was limited to just walls. But during our studies, we found out that replacing concrete blocks with this, just for the walls, at most, you will be able to save about 10%. Because most of the cost goes into the suspended floors and the roof. On one of the projects that we did an analysis. If you build your house, a 3-bedroom house of about 100 square meters, with just replacing concrete blocks with these bricks on the walls, and then roof it with the conventional roofing system that's either hardwood, which is not available anywhere now. Treated hardwood, you can be hard pushed to find it. Or steel members, and then with either zinc or alu zinc or whatever. We found out that that house It will cost you, it's a low-cost house, it will cost you about 2.4 million to use the conventional roofing system. But if we knock off all the knockables I spoke about earlier and use this system of roofing, which is the ancient Egyptian domes and vaults made of the same bricks, from a cost of 2.4 million to do it with the conventional system, you will only be spending about 400,000 to roof the entire house. And like I said, it's not a poor man's material only, it straddles. These are sheikhs' villas in Saudi Arabia and Egypt and everywhere. So we can easily replicate this. This is from a resort in Sharm el-Sheikh. When you go there, you see most of the buildings are done with this kind of bricks. But the important thing is to get the support of organizations like Naseni and government to set up, and the universities, Prof, to set up training institutes to build, to teach kids how to build like this. Because the skill we are lacking right now is the skill to build the walls and the domes. Yeah, that is critical. So that will be the critical success factor. I haven't touched on scalability, and it was deliberate because throughout the sessions, I have not seen one large pilot project that has been done in this country that needs to be scaled up. So when you talk about scaling up, you really should have a pilot project that has been demonstrated. The benefits have been found. This is a school we built about 20 years ago in Kaduna. That's the Essence International School. And when you go today, it's exactly like that. No paint, no plaster, nothing. Somebody talked about maintenance. If there's one material that doesn't need any maintenance, it's this material here. So, thank you very much. I've run out of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sheikh. I think it's an eye-opener for a lot of people here. Hopefully the laterite market will not start increasing when people start stocking laterite. But like we said, it's easily available, it's local, closeness to site, wherever you're going to build, it's there. So thank you again, Sheikh, for the eye-opener. So my last speaker is from Naseni. He will just take us through what Naseni is doing quickly in terms of alternative building materials, how they've managed to localize use of solar panels, production, and a lot of other materials. Please help me welcome Engineer Ajani of National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. Sorry, it's Tijani Sarki Abdullahi.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Tijani Sarki Abdullahi is my name. I'm the Senior Special Assistant to the Chief Executive of National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, Naseni in brief. He's unavoidably absent, and he asked me to kindly come and represent him and also deliver his goodwill message to all of you. Naseni is a national agency under the presidency, and it is purely established to nurture appropriate and dynamic science and engineering infrastructural base for achieving home-initiated and home-sustained industrialization through the development of relevant processes, capital goods, equipment necessary for job creation, and national economic well-being and progress of our nation, Nigeria. In the area of the housing development in Nigeria, Nasene has done research and in-depth analysis on the sector and has gone far to provide bankable solution in providing affordable houses for all categories of people in Nigeria. The professors have spoken. They have given us the path. They have shown us the road. And what we do in Naseni is to gather our scientists, comprising, various categories of scientists, the engineers, to come up with something proven and affordable to Nigerians. The main focus of Naseni is to encourage and enhance the use of local content materials for alternative building technology solutions. The local content materials in the housing sector covered by this research, which has already been concluded and will put it into practice, covered laterite and gypsum, dolomite, limestone, kaolin, mud and clay, paving stones, as well as sandstones. Nasene is currently into a tripartite agreement with Family Home Funds Limited, ADHLI Rwanda Limited, to produce mass housing units in Nigeria using light steel manufacturing, which is a newer technology in Nigeria. It will serve as an alternative to the conventional building materials we are currently using in Nigeria. It has a lot of advantages, which I may briefly outline here. Everybody will be surprised. Why Rwanda? Our choice of Rwanda, even though we are the giant of Africa, and then going to the baby of Africa to learn something new, it's not, it doesn't came just by merits. We took into analysis the rate at which Rwanda is developing. For some of you that have gotten time to visit Kigali, you will all agree with me that if you are in Kigali, you may feel that you are in the United States of America. Everything there is functional, and they are taking care of the local people, that they are covering the entire sector. By 2050, they want everybody to own a house, including the babies that are going to be born in the future. The light steel project has the following advantages over the conventional building materials. One, it enhances reduction in the cost of materials by 42%. It reduces the cost of production of entire project by 42%. The weight of the building, the suspended floor and everything, will be reduced by 88.57%. And the cement usage is being reduced by 42%, and the use of iron and steel by 45%. And then the reduction in energy consumption of 41%. The waste reduction is less than 1% because accurate measurements have been taken right from the foundation in fabricating the house, up to the finishing. So by the time you are clearing the garbage, it's less than 1% of the total cost of producing a house. Then the speedy and faster delivery is just in a couple of months. A two-bedroom housing bungalow can be delivered within 1 week to a maximum of 10 days, right from foundation up to the roofing stage, finishing and everything. We have seen it live, and it has been done in our presence, and we have seen everything completed. Another advantages of it is compliance with the green component. The green component, will allow you to have access to carbon funding, because at the end of the exercise, they will come and assess whatever you do towards conservation of reduction of carbon emission, and they give you an H certificate, which is an internationally recognized certificate, and you assess funds, for building the houses. Reduction in energy consumption using insulated materials. both in the wall, the roofs, and the floor. Energy efficient, the electrical bulbs and equipments that are producing the lumens, to the barest minimum, and then they give you the expected light, you're expected to have. And there is equally a water-saving device. The tap that dispenses the water, it dispenses about 16 liters per minute, and you get the over-satisfaction without any wastage. And the use of geoplast flooring control the erosion and increase in percolation of rainwater into the system. So it evacuates the water, and then provision is being made, for rodent gas that causes cancer and all other emissions that are waste that, they can escape without being harmful to humans. Then the recycling of the sewage water is to aid production of compost manure, and then the water is equally being used for irrigation purposes, all within the community. Effective utilization of land resources in the sense that more houses are built on 1 hectare of land, and the cost of infrastructure per house is equally minimized. The infrastructure like power line, water pipes, road, and drainages are equally being reduced. And the reduction of volume of steel is also reduced, which gives an advantage to the carbon print. Other areas of participation also is in the training and transfer of technology. So Naseni has committed itself that the first set of Nigerians are going to be sent to Rwanda, for the training. And when they come back, they will be conducting the training as a train-the-trainer model of the new technology of this housing unit. And the certificates they are going to get is internationally recognized all over the world that you can practice not only in Nigeria, but wherever you have projects, you can as well go there. So in essence, I can see time is against us. The body language is saying that everybody wants to live here, but we are assuring you, anybody that has a bankable project towards reducing the cost of construction, Neseni is always accessible. You can come up with a project. We are willing, to look into it and see where we can come in with our intervention. Thank you very much, everybody. Yes.
Thank you, Alhaji Abdullahi Tijani Sarki. At this point, we should be having a Q&A, but we are spent for time. I'm sure there are a lot of questions, clarifications you may need. The panelists will still be available after the photo, after we have our photos taken. Please feel free to engage us. Family homes, you can also engage us if you are interested in also accessing some of these insights, especially with regards to addressing the housing deficit and providing for the low and affordable income. So with that, please, I would like us to give a round of applause to our panelists as we round up. Thank you again, Professor Lusoya, Professor Nubi, Sheikh Hayatuddin, Alhaji Tijani. We couldn't hear from the Executive Director of ABE, though I think he's so excited about slum regeneration, so you may want to meet him after. Thank you very much. Please, let's stay for our photo shoot.
A round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. That session was from the Family Homes Funds Limited. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we crave your indulgence to sit tight for the very final session for today. It will be for probably the next 1 hour. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for the moderator, Dr. Roland Igbinoba, CEO, Pro Crowdy, as he comes up and calls up the panelists. A round of applause for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Roland, is he here, please? Oh. The next session will be the PropTech session.
Sorry, thank you very much. The next session is on. Gentlemen, the next session is on. We can do this outside the room. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, the next session is on. We can do this outside. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for your patience, for joining us in this last session of today. We are going to be talking about property technology. For those of you who are already familiar with fintech, PropTech is property technology, and I'm going to be, which represent the intersection for property and technology. And what we have for this session is to basically showcase what this really means, just so that a lot of the traditional players in the room can understand what we mean when we say PropTech. We already use fintech for our transactions. So we're just saying that with real estate, there is a technology intersection. And I'm going to be calling the panelists who are here to discuss this with me today. I'd like to invite, first of all, Mr. Jide Odusholu, who is the group CEO for Octo5. Please, a round of applause. Please, a round of applause. These guys have been waiting since 3 p.m., please. Okay, so I'll call on the podium Ebasi, CEO and co-founder for Happy Living. Next quickly is John Oame, who is CEO for Construct. Please, a round of applause, a round of applause. Thank you very much. Also, I have the Chief Operations Officer for Buy Let Live, Modupe Shise. Please, a round of applause for her. Also, I have Ndi from Sitemap, so please join us on the panel. Am I missing anybody? Okay, and then I think I have 2 more people. Chudi from Venco. A round of applause for Chudi, please. And then lastly, I have Abraham from Stowe. So Abraham, you might want to join us in the panel session. This clap is not encouraging. Please, can we clap for my panelists? They've been waiting to get this session going. All right, so we're going to go straight into what PropTech is. And to give us an overview of PropTech, I'm going to be calling on the CEO of Octo5, Mr. Jide Odusholu. A round of applause, please.
Good evening, everybody. I know we've been here for quite a while, but I think this session is very important. We've heard so much about all the opportunities that are in the market space. We've heard so much about the various interventions that can come up. What these gentlemen are going to be sharing with you are solutions that have already been created that would make it faster for you to be able to actualize the opportunities that are in the real estate sector. Can I have the slide up, please? I'm just going to not the PropTech one. The PropTech in Nigeria that says Beyond RHETORIC. Yeah. I'm just going to very quickly, because I wear 2 arts, so much as I speak their language, I'm at art a bricklayer. So I speak most people here's languages. So my job is to be like an interpreter to create a bridge that connects both worlds. Just go to the very first slide, please, very quickly. I mean, for those who may not know, PropTech basically as Roland already said, is the interface of technology and real estate. All we're trying to do is create platforms using your mobile phones that make it possible for your businesses to scale up and scale up speedily. Remember, we spoke a lot about data, transparency of data, and how data can support you. What PropTech seeks to do is make your business transparent to you and make your business transparent to your investors. Now, the very next slide is a slide that we in our organization, we update this a lot. Every year, every quarter, we update this. And what this basically tells you really is where the market is. If you look at the green and the blue are the guys that have money. They're the ones that most of us tend to, that's the scratching the surface. This is the 32% of the workforce that easily can spend over 300,000 naira on a monthly basis without thinking about it. Easy cash. Now, these are the people that we all tend to provide services to. These are people that we all tend to try and connect with. They're very demanding. They know what they want and they can afford it. But that's not where the market depth is. The next batch, the orange ones, they're the 35% of the market that we talk about, especially when we talk about affordable loans. These are the people who have to calculate every single money that they spend. These are the people that if we're able to unlock and reach them, we're able to create that multi-trillion-dollar economy that we say the real estate market is. Now, in creating this pyramid, we update it every quarter. As the dollar changes, we update it. Because at the end of the day, the real investors you're trying to talk to, they talk they talk dollars because you're bringing foreign money in. As of today, so what's the problem? The bottom of the pyramid, the red one, that's government's problem. This is social housing. Now, these are people that cannot possibly, Professor Nubi spoke about slum regeneration and the session we just said about, these are the people that we need government money to attend to. But the way to picture this, try and invert that pyramid in your mind. If you're able to make sure that the guys in green, the guys in blue, and the guys in orange have their needs met, then the government is able to fund provision of housing for the last set, which is the largest pool, the 33% who can't afford it otherwise. Next slide. So what are we trying to do with property technology? We're trying to fix these 6 issues here. One, we're trying to create transparent and simplified processes. We've had so much about the challenges. Yesterday we spoke about how much it costs to start a project. Minimum of 15% of your project cost goes on compliance costs. Compliance and design costs. The next 35% goes on land and services. So what this technology will do for you is it won't eliminate, but it will slash your compliance costs by half simply by using technology. Now, some of the people that are here are already working on fantastic solutions that achieve this goal. The second thing that it does is that it has simplified financing platforms. Most of us struggle to fund our projects. We talk about the high cost of funding. With Roland mentioned fintech earlier on. Right now, we talk about a large unbanked segment of Nigeria, but some of the biggest people moving money in Nigeria today are not the commercial banks. You have people like PiggyVest, you have people like Kuda Bank. These guys are bigger than many banks that you know, and most of us in this room probably don't even know them. And these guys are doing massive transactions. The same thing is possible with real estate, and it's already happening. We already spoke about the fact that a lot of people build their homes informally. They build their homes using all sorts of credit schemes. What technology does for you is it makes it easy for you to be able to predict those things, quantify them, measure them, and share with your investors that this is how returns are going to come. You talk about titling and documentation costs. Increasingly, we're going to move towards using the blockchain. And the blockchain, what it does for you is it means that your cost of titling, you pay that cost once, and then the various times when you begin to, what's the English word now? When you transact on that property subsequently, you don't need to go back and get consent every single time. You talk about construction management. That is a major problem. Everybody here is agonizing over price of steel, price of granite, price of cement. You can't predict what your cost is going to be next week. It's that bad. But what technology will do for you is it creates a pattern where you can create predictive analysis curves. You can actually know where you can source materials cheaper. It is transparent. And with technology, it makes your life easier. Then you talk about the fact that you can also, when you develop these communities, the next stage is the nightmare of managing them. Most of our communities tend to become slums easily because management is a challenge. With technology, you resolve those issues. And when you resolve those issues, you're then able to deliver the returns that your investors desire, and that will make it worthwhile for you to keep doing more. The last slide, please. So in essence, what is the value of technology to you and to me? And what are these gentlemen going to be sharing? One, technology lowers your transaction costs by using models that are tokenized to make real estate possible. Technology lowers your financing costs by making it possible to crowdfund your development and tap informal source of funding that you ordinarily would not be able to. Technology lowers your development costs across the entire spectrum. Technology lowers your marketing costs. So you do not need to create flyers, you don't need to do adverts, because there are platforms here with people who already are desiring properties that you're already developing. You don't need to go look for them. They come and look for you because you go to those platforms. Technology gives you access to a larger market. We have all agreed that the minimum demand for housing is over 10 million. How do we aggregate it? The only way you're going to aggregate it successfully is by deploying technology, and that's what PropTech is all about. The last thing that technology does for you is ensures that your residual income is predictable. This is very important, because when you talk to investors and you say, fund my project, they don't just care about how much are you going to generate when you sell that product. They want to know that, okay, when that project is live and occupied, does it have continuing value? Yesterday or the day before yesterday, we spoke about rates. The part of the beauty of rates, it's only in economies like Nigeria that we don't have those things working, because we do not have transparent information and we don't have transparent models that make it possible for you to predict these things. With technology, that's going to be possible. I've had to rush through this, and I'm going to see the floor now, and you're going to hear about all the exciting things these gentlemen are doing and lady are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jide Odusholu. So we're just going to rush through this. I'll start with a firm that I'm also involved in, which is PropCrowdy. So if you can put on the presentation. Again, solving one of the challenges of financing. Okay, typically for traditional real estate players, you want to go to the bank.
Make una come see Oscar. Oscar, now one small.
Okay, so before we get to Oscar, right? So it's basically what we're trying to do is pool retail funding for developers to raise money. And it's solving that problem of going to the bank, bringing all of the collaterals that you have. So let's just go. So you can just play, you can play so that they can hear Oscar.
Make una come see Oscar. Oscar na one small man when they invest for real estate. Oscar sabi better thing.
Okay.
Well done, sir.
Yeah. Why kill another here now?
I mean, who you be?
Okay, my name is Oscar. I'm one of the investors for this property.
How can I be sure of that?
This is my documents.
Well done, sir, Mr. Oscar. This is the second floor. Going to top floor, the load has reduced. So that is why this one stops at the second floor.
I understand.
Thank you very much. You're welcome, sir.
Okay, maybe because of time, we'll skip that.
Yes,
I'll
sir.
probably play that at the end of the day. So move on to the next slide. So basically, you've seen Oscar, right? Oscar is some young guy who doesn't have the 1 million naira or 2 million naira or even 500,000 naira to make investment in real estate. But with PropCrowdy, Oscar can bring his 50,000 naira, go to PropCrowdy platform for the project that we have curated, and he can invest. What's the benefit for Oscar? Oscar is able to get onto the real estate investment ladder. But for the developer, what's his benefit? It means that he has quick access to money. So within a period of 30 days and returns around 19-20%, the developer can get funded. And it's interesting to know that PropCrowdy is the first platform to be real estate platform to be registered by the Securities and Exchange Commission to be able to do crowdfunding. Next slide, please. So why are we doing this? We know that there are over 133 million people in Nigeria today, just looking at the poverty index, who cannot get into real estate investment. So what we are doing is democratizing real estate investment. So no matter what you earn, with 10,000 naira, you have a secured and licensed platform where you can do investment. And you have over 2.5 million SMEs who are in the real estate value chain, whether it's a small developer, it's the guy selling tiles, whoever. If you need money as far as you're in the real estate value chain, you can come on the platform. Next slide, please. Next slide, next slide, next slide, next slide. I think that's the portal. I won't have time to go into the portal, but we currently have an offer that's going on that just launched on Monday with 10,000 Naira. Go to property.com. You will see the offer. You will see all the title documentation, everything that you need to know about the offer. And mind you, the good thing and the way this is solving a problem and is going beyond rhetoric is that as a developer, you can come to that site and fund your project. So please, a round of applause for me. I think I've done well with my timing. Thank you very much. I'm going to quickly call on our next presenter, Modupe, who is CEO for Buy Let Live. Please, a round of applause for her.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to stand on the existing protocols. I won't take much of your time. Please, could you put up my slides? Violently, like when on real estate marketplace, our goal is to simplify and selling the real estate. So we have. Please go to the slide. I'm part of the issues of beyond these three factors, the problem is in the industry. So, why this company, and what we tend to do is to kind of kill the opaqueness, you know, and enhance a centralized hub that will allow and foster a lot of collaborations among the key factors in the real estate sector. Please go to the next slide. So I did mention earlier that we're, you know, enhancing and fostering a platform, a marketplace. We're right there in the middle of all of the stakeholders, right? So for the problem of credibility, we've said that we're going to increase the vetting process. I mean, for most of our developers and agents on our platform, in fact, we go as far as collecting like NIN documentations, you know, just to increase the vetting process and, you know, reduce the issue of trust that we have in our industry. For the collaboration area that I spoke about earlier, I mean, a lot of people here attended our first event. I mean, we had a very successful event last year where we had the key stakeholders come together. We've seen a lot of partnerships that have been built and fostered from this event alone. And we're not stopping there. We're also moving along to create a lot of agent communities. We've built a lot of them along the Lekki VI axis in Lagos. And we've also started doing that in Abuja as we speak. One of our unique, thank you for that. One of our unique selling points is that we have that centralized hub to be able to reduce the cost of aggregate marketing, right? So we're positioned in a place where we're able to do a lot of targeted marketing to the right audience. And this kind of brings down the cost of marketing, and it will obviously reduce, you know, the cost of housing that is going to the end user. Right, so we're saying that, for instance, developers will come to us to say, oh, I have a house of 100 million, but my marketing budget is slim. We've said, no worries, we've got you. We can actually do extensive and quality marketing campaigns for you at a subsidized amount to still reach your target audience. So we're doing all of this to ensure that housing is affordable as much as it can be. Please go to the next slide, thank you. So that's our future plans for, I mean, also trying to take care of the research side of things, talking about data. We have produced the very first property price index reports. By the way, you can visit our stands this evening or tomorrow for your copy. So data, we realize, is very, very key for our industry. One of our very intelligent speakers spoke just about an hour ago about how a property can be in the same location, and because one is by the waterfront, it's more expensive by the one just down the road. So with the quality amount of data, we're sure that everything that is needed to ensure that there's proper pricing and all the details are available. I mean, we're sure that with the kind of data that we have access to, we can make it to good use and ensure that it helps, with affordable housing, as it were. So our research desk is fully operational. Like I said, it's ongoing. We've been doing lots of good with that in that area when it comes to research. So for third-party API, we've actually been doing good as well. We've had collaborations with Money Africa. Money Africa produces.
Modupe, 1 minute more, please.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. So we're doing well in terms of third-party API as well. Money Africa on our platform actually allows users to have, so they help them finance their rent, right? So you don't need to pay your rent in bulk. Money Africa through our platform will help you, fund your rent, and then you can pay monthly. So for the agent community I spoke about earlier, we started that in the Lagos axis. We're building it in Abuja as well. So, for our ongoing future plans, we all know about AI, artificial intelligence. It's the way to go now. We're executing and implementing all of that on our platform, as well as virtual inspection. This will also make it easier for agents, developers, and key stakeholders to be able to, be effective and gradually bring down the cost of housing and make it more affordable for all of us. So, right, we're all there with all of our plans. I'd like to thank you for your time this afternoon. Thank you so much. Please don't forget to visit our stands for your copy and any inquiries that you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So our next speaker will be Ezekiel Bassi from Happy Living. A round of applause for Ezekiel, please. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks. I'm really, really grateful to be here. I'm going to just stand on existing protocols. Please, can I have my slide up? Okay, I think I can just go ahead. So on a very, very fundamental level, what we are trying to do with my company, Heart Living, is to increase access to housing. And one of the key questions, like when the slide is up, you would see is, who are we building for? Nigeria, just a little over we are over 200 million, but about half of our population is still pretty young, below the age of 35 years. Whether we like it or not, and these people, they have a very different mindset about how we think about housing. Beyond even ownership, they are first thinking access. I want to be able to come out of school and then get somewhere to stay. And if we're going to think about that, can we go to the next slide? Next slide. If we're going to think about that, we need to rethink how we are approaching this issue of housing. That first and foremost, when we are thinking about access, to be able to do it in a point where it's affordable for these young people, we need to share. And the whole concept of this sharing economy is a way to try to see how the individual costs that would have been more expensive for these people to access, they can actually now be shared within 1 to 3 people. Can we go to the next slide? So we are thinking of something starting all the way from construction or even the design, that we're no longer thinking of those individual units or multifamily units, but we're not thinking about it, that how can we have more people stay in a single space and then share facilities. And going even on a thought further, we're also thinking about it from a point of deficits. I've listened to a lot of academics, Professor Nubi, Professor Lusonya. There are people I greatly look up to within this space. And most of what they are doing from an academic stance, I follow the philosophy. Professor Nubi has a very great stance, for instance, of the fact that we have to first see how we can optimize the existing housing stock. And Professor Lusonya, on his own part, we have to now see how we can rethink spaces to be a lot more cost efficient. Because there's no way we can think about affordability without starting from that standpoint. So what HAP currently is doing is not just to provide or increase access to these spaces through our technological platform, but to come in right from the very beginning. You have a 4-bedroom. Your 4-bedroom probably is just for 4 million rent. We can tell you that you can probably earn up to 8 million naira from it. And interestingly, we put those bedrooms on an individual space. You have spaces like a dining. Dining have access to a visitor's toilet. We can expand the visitor's toilet, optimize the space of the dining, have an extra bedroom for you. These are temporary things. They are not permanent stuff, such that should you choose to sell, we can always reconvert back to your 4-bedroom. But while you have that property, you earn more on cash flow, and young people can have access to this housing. Can we go to the next slide? So we are seeing it. We are seeing how we can create more for our spaces using less. For 30% less space, you can have a lot more within it. So you're having a fully fitted private space with access to shared space. So let's go to the next slide. So you can see that we can earn up to, so a young person now, like me or someone just coming out of school, can save up to 35% on his rent. And you as a landlord, you as a homeowner, you that have that existing property, maybe somewhere, and you don't know or you're not sure how to optimize it, you can earn up to 50% on that particular rent. So we are having a case where we are providing affordability for young people, while you as a landlord, you're earning a lot more than you'd have earned if you are putting it on the market. So next slide. So this is where technology is now actually coming in. They were starting right from co-ownership. These were partnerships that HAP can actually have with platforms like Prop Crowdy to increase access for young people, where they can actually now own these homes by themselves or invest in a particular home. There's also the issue of roommate matching. I'm sure I've mentioned about sharing economy. The next thing that's probably in your mind is, oh, how do I want to stay with a stranger? Artificial intelligence through technology then comes in this place, where your interests and my interests, if I'm a designer, for instance, your bed patch, Dr. Roland and me too, we are both your best match with an engineer. So when I have a design job, I design and give it to you to develop. So those very simple things, we don't only provide affordability for people, they now have the potential to increase the quality of life for young people and potentially now take them on that path to real home ownership years down the line. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Ezekiel. Well done, well done. So I'm going to call on the next speaker, John Oame, CEO for Construct, to take his 2 minutes presentation.
I'll try to make it 1 minute. Good evening, everyone. Glad to be here, standing on existing protocols. I think it's important that we make progress. We're here every year and we talk, but I think it's important that we make progress. I think one of the most important things in the room today is that we have years of experience sitting here that we can buy. And we also have a lot of young energy on the stage that, if brought together, can bring about strong synergies. And these are not things that we haven't seen happen around the world before. These are things that are happening in the West, and there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to do them in Nigeria as well. My company is called Construct Technology, and we're basically focused on the construction material market. And we say it takes a whole village to train a child. Imagine the child that is the real estate industry of Nigeria. It takes even more than a village to train that. And that's why we all have to have sort of different niches where we're basically tackling this problem of affordability together. Waiting for my slides, but before they come, I think I know a bit of what is there. And one of the things that we always say in my company is that when you talk about affordability, you have to first talk about the cost of building materials. How do you talk about affordability? How do you talk about mortgages when prices of construction materials are constantly on the high, right? And so the first thing that we say to ourselves is, it's almost going to be impossible for construction or houses to be affordable if we don't focus on the different aspects of it, right? I mean, the cost of housing is on the rise. Construction materials are negatively, impacted as the economy becomes worse, and it's a nightmare. The developer points to the banks, everybody's pointing at each other. Nobody knows, where to go. So we've decided to focus on how we execute the delivery, right? And how we see that you can make data-driven decisions in your construction process, in your procurement process. Next slide, please. And for me, I think the most important thing is what are the actions that we can take, because we can say so many fancy things here, but if we don't take action points to go home and work on, we'll come back next year and say the same things. And one of which is considering public-private partnerships to de-risk mortgage financing. Now, we're beginning to have technological companies that can show you in a second creditworthiness of people on a platform. And until we begin to patronize such platforms and take our transactions on there, it's going to be difficult because information is fragmented, it's all over the place, and you can't use it. Other things include collaboration, and this is very important, between the traditional players in the real estate sector and the startups, right? Happy Living is building a solution for co-sharing. For people to share, they need properties. Imagine if some of the big construction companies that are developing 100, 200 units begin to partner with a solution like Happy Living to see how they can, first of all, incubate these ideas, make them more viable. It's not even about money at the beginning. It's about making these ideas more viable and making them scalable. The beauty of the tech environment or ecosystem is that there's a lot of funding from the West running after us. What do they want to know? They want to know that the stakeholders, the off-takers, are backing us. Now, once they can see that the traditional players in the industry are incubating you and backing you, they're going to bring the money required to build the solutions. So it's not really even a money problem. It starts, first of all, from the willingness for us to work together. And then also, is that my key?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, next slide. So I'll move a bit faster. So basically, I think importantly, what I want to leave here, beyond just sharing fancy slides, is there's the need for collaboration. The many years of experience in terms of the real estate industry that is on no shelf. We cannot buy it from a shelf. We have to leverage it by those collaborations. And the energy of the young, ready to build solutions that are innovative, that are trendy, that are for the day. We need to come together to do it together. There's a company in India, it's called Infra.Market, and we sort of have modeled our business after them. They currently are valued over $2.5 billion starting from selling construction materials. Because just like Africa, India is sort of underdeveloped, a lot of room for scale, and those synergies have been able to allow them access a lot of value in terms of funding, and more importantly, be able to do viable business. Before I leave, I'll tell you a little bit about what Construct is doing. We've built a construction marketplace where we've aggregated over 600 vendors till date, just between January and now, and about 300 plus construction companies, and we're helping them do seamless digital transactions. Now, what's the beauty? Yesterday, somebody talked about data. We need data, we need data, we need data. It's not that data is not anywhere, but there's no platform collecting it. Now, when transactions are done on a platform like ours, what it does is that it automatically produces clean data that nobody has to talk about. So the truth is, our solutions are here. We just have to employ them. Thank you so much.
Round of applause for John, please. Thank you very much. Well done, well done, well done. Our next presenter will be Indy from Sitemap. A round of applause for Indy, please. 2 minutes.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Ndifeke Kopu, co-founder of House Africa. House Africa has a flagship product called Sitemap. But I want to begin with the fact that we are all here, consecutive for the last 2 days, is because we are ready to make some changes in the way that we look at real estate business as far as the value chain is concerned, from finance to construction, and all the things that have been talked about here today. Personally, from all the things that have been said, I have seen 3 key things that have repeatedly been used, 3 words that have repeatedly been used during the course of the conversation within the last 2 days. Please, next slide. And those 3 things are data, transparency, and access. Now, data for the guy who wants to buy a property, he wants to know what he wants to buy. He wants to know if it fits his budget. He wants to know if that is the right property for him. Data for developers, because they want to understand if it's the right project for them to undertake, and of course the funding that is involved. And now, Please, the previous one, we also want to talk about the transparency, because everyone that invests in the real estate want to see through the value chain. Now, the way some of the real estate transaction happens, we will agree with me that they are not transparent, many of them. And so sometimes the customers, hold back from going forward with such transaction. We also want to talk about access. Now, access to these properties. How do I know that what you tell me you are building is what you are building without necessarily stepping in the site? So these are the things that we have looked at House Africa, trying to develop a solution that will solve this problem. Please, the next slide. At the base of it, what we do is to use the layout that you have, the existing layout, the way you've planned it, the way you've structured it. We use that and also collect your site survey plan, and that gives us access to your coordinates. When we have that, we are able to place that estate or that project at the exact location where it is. Now, why are we doing this? Because this brings the transparency we're talking about. It gives access to the customer to understand where exactly this property is being built. I know Abuja very well, so if you tell me that the property is somewhere around, anywhere around Abuja, I can easily tell that this is exactly where it is by just looking at the map. Besides that, it also gives details of what each of the units, what is being built in each of the units. So the customer can actually interact with not just the environment of the estate to look at other things that are happening there, but also he is able to get the details of what is being built. And if you look at this place, you easily can tell that this is it's not a developed area, so the customer can have access to this information. And if you've promised something that if you promise a customer that your project is close to the airport and all of that, he can see that for himself. So that's what the transparency is all about. And if you look at the side, you see something called status bar, where you have the red, the green. So it shows that on this particular project, these are the properties available. The ones that are on red are sold. The ones that are on the gray and unreleased, the ones that are on orange is reserved. So anybody coming to this site will quickly just understand what is going on. So that's the transparency that we want to bring. Please, the next slide. Next slide, please. And now, so why are we building, or how developer interfacing with it? What's the value for the developers? For the first time, it reduces the sales process because people are able to see the information that they need and help them make decisions. And of course, in terms of human error, oversubscription, and all of those things that happen to some of the developers, that could be eliminated. So that brings that trust that we need in the real estate sector. And of course, the transaction, automating payout for people involved in the sales process, verification of every unit that is allocated, and also for the customers, which is also a big customer segment, the brothers in diaspora, our sisters in diaspora, you can easily communicate the value of what you are building for them. The last one, to date, we've got over 100 developers currently using the solution. About 7,000 allocation has been made already, and we've digitized over 15,000 acres of land in private communities. And we are building this to be able to enhance the transparency that is lacking in the real estate sector. And of course, aggregate data that we are looking for, which is what the technology will help us do. And that's why we are here to, like John mentioned, to collaborate with all of you so that we can get this started.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Undu. So, Judy, you're next. Judy from Venco. Please, a round of applause for Judy.
So I think it's evening now. Good evening, everyone. I'm standing on existing protocol. So my name is Chude. I'm the CEO at Venco. Venco builds operating systems for residential and commercial communities. So basically, the value chain for real estate is everywhere from sourcing the funds to building the properties and then operating them. So we come in at the operation side or end of things. So the properties have been built, but they now need to be run properly. You will agree with me that, for example, Abuja and many of the communities or areas in Nigeria, the predominant way in which real estate is being delivered these days is in multi-family communal formats. So next slide, please. And so basically, communal living, in multi-property settings is becoming the norm. And with that, that's already one way in which affordability is being achieved in property units. Then, however, it's not just about buying the property, it's also about when you've got in there, how can you make living in it more affordable? And that's where software like Venco comes in. So PropTech is revolutionizing this community management in Africa and making the living in these property units more accessible for people. Next slide, please. Okay, so the first thing is that we are streamlining processes. So many of us live in these communities where we have to pay service charges, we have to manage access into the communities, we have to vend for utilities and many other things. Today, that is done largely manually. And with that manual activity, there's a lot of overhead, which then reflects in cost for the people who live in these communities. Part of digitizing these processes is also bringing down the cost of, managing these properties and making it easier for the property managers, facilities managers, as well as residents to live there. Next slide. Yeah. The other thing that a lot of people haven't really figured out, is that these communities are microeconomies in themselves, and offer a very great opportunity to promote financial inclusion. So, everything from bringing people together and then giving them access to things like embedded finance, embedded insurance. Because they're already in a community, there are economies of scale that have been established that then makes it easier for them to access some of these services, more cheaply than they would if they were acting as individuals. Okay, then we're also promoting the shared economy. So sticking with that theme of, a microeconomy within these communities, there's no reason why people who are living together as a group have to access many of the commodities that they use on a daily basis, everything from seaway water to food, to bread, to household consumables, and all of those things. Why they insist on doing those things on an individual basis. Providing a platform like Venco then also provides an opportunity for all of the residents in these communities to collaborate and then access on a bulk basis these services, thereby, again, making living in these communities more affordable. Last slide. Okay, so basically to conclude, PropTech solutions like Venco are making a real and tangible difference in community management and affordable housing. And we are seeing the actual impact in the form of digitized processes, increased financial inclusion, and thriving shared economic models. Today, Venco is in over 220 communities across Africa, and we basically serve almost 16,000 property units. And we're changing life in these communities, making services more accessible to them, and then also reducing the cost of living there. In summary, we are the operating system for residential and commercial communities, multi-property units, and then we are there to make life easier in the communities in which you live. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Chude. And so our final presenter will be Abraham from Stowe. Please, a round of applause for Abraham.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, my name is Abraham. I'm the product manager for Stowe. Can I have my slide up, please? So basically, I'm going to be talking about Stowe. So Stowe is an app that was developed by Auto5 Limited, and it's a subsidiary of Auto5. So basically what Stowe does is to allow users, investors, and developers able to access land at ease. Please, can I have my slide? Okay, next slide, please. Next slide. Sorry, this is not my slide. That is not my slide. Okay, so basically what I'm going to be talking about. So Stowe is an app that was developed to make getting of land easy. Please, I really need my slide, so thank you very much. Stowe is an app that was developed by Auto5. And basically what this app does, it allows investors, developers to come in on board. And some of the basic features about the app is it allows users, it allows individuals, developers to be able to see the development of the land or properties they are trying to acquire. Please, I really need my slide.
So who is with him?
Okay, so, all right, so I'll just go with this. Okay, so these are basic some of the features. It has flexi plan, increased purchase. So what this does, flexi plan, is like people coming on board. Please let me have the slide. That's it. So if, for example, you want to come on board, what this does is it allows users, like I'll talk about the group purchase now. So let's say we have different people that want to acquire a product, which is like, let's say, a housing. And as an individual, you can't actually purchase something like that. You can come in as a group to be able to have access to that. So let's give, for instance, a project is costing about 80 million, and one person say he can't handle it. People can come together to be able to facilitate this project. And you can come in as an investor, you can come in as a developer, but I'll talk about the investor part now. So if you're coming in as an investor, what this does is it allows you to be able to allow people to come in, and over time, you're able to get your return on investment and your capital. Another thing it has about it is we have the cooperative platform. Now, this cooperative platform, what it does, let's say as an individual, you have money, you can save on this platform. On this platform, you're able to save, and over time, if you have up to like 1 million, 2 million you save, you can decide to say, okay, I want to go into this project. Let's say a project costs like 10 million and you have like 1 million. You can decide to say, okay, I want to put this, my 1 million, into your projects. That's one thing it does for you, please. Then currently we have about 6,000 downloads, and we have about, on our pilot stage, 250 completed transactions where people have been able to purchase and got their own properties using this app. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'll just round up. Please, next slide. I want to just show you digital of what it looks like. Next slide, please. You guys with me? I don't think those guys are with me.
I'm sure. They are.
Okay, yes. Okay, so go back a little, please. So now this is the app. So I will really encourage everyone to just download the app now. And if you have a lot of questions, we have a lot of questions we can answer for you. So you can go to stu.ng, or you can download it from the App Store or from the Play Store. Next slide, please. So this is just what I wanted to show you. You see, with this app, you're able to see your project and live projects. So whatever is going on the project you are on, you're able to see it from this app. As easy as that. Thank you very much.
Please, a round of applause for Abraham. Okay, so we are going to take a few questions, maybe about 2-3 questions, and that's why I've rushed the founders, because this is technology and it's something new, and the market is emerging, and we want people to be able to ask questions. So we're going to take 3 questions, but before we take the questions, I think the guys wants to play Oscar again. I'd love for you to see it. So if you are ready, can you try playing Oscar, please? I'm the moderator now. How about the power? Okay, questions. Do we have microphones?
My name is Awalu Inuatiso. I want to ask if this gentleman from the PropTech companies, if they have any plan for the housing cooperatives, if there's anything specific for cooperatives, or is it just individuals that can access your services, or do you have plans specifically for cooperatives?
Okay, so I'll let Mr. Odusho
Let me just give you the answer this way. The same way you have your mobile phone in your hand and you control what you do. The beauty of what everybody here is offering you, especially as a developer, is that there's solutions that you can integrate from the beginning. You want to raise money, you can actually, as a cooperative, approach Pop Crowdy and say, okay, we're trying to do a project in XYZ location, raise money. You're trying to sell that project, you can go to buy, let, leave, or unlist the project, go through their pre-qualification, and they can use it, it's a vendor for you. You finish building the project, you're trying to commercialize it and monetize it. That's what App Living is there for. While you're building the project, you're going to have nightmares with suppliers and all of that. That's what Cost Construct is trying to resolve. In the free case, SAP basically enables you to be able to even manage your portfolio of projects during the construction phase. Of course, like Venco is a community management solution. So you finished it, you need to manage it. In essence, what I'm trying to say to you is that every single solution being promoted here, when you take them as an entire bouquet, resolves all the challenges you would face as an investor in cooperative in making your project viable.
Sorry. It's beautiful now at this setting,
yes,
that all of them are in the same roof. But imagine somebody who is at that single corner who just is not exposed to all these alternatives, all this chain of alternative services at the same time. So that's what I'm thinking. Maybe all of you can start thinking of how we can make it a holistic kind of offer for specifically for this.
Thank you very much, sir. And I think, please, a round of applause if we're clapping for him. I think it makes a lot of sense. We have an association. It's the Nigerian Prop Tech Association. Okay, so after this session, I'll be happy to give you the contact so we can speak to you. Really, there are 175 prop tech companies in Nigeria today. Okay, so they're doing a lot of things across the real estate value chain. So I'll get your details and then you can get in touch with us at the association. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Good evening. My name is Tayo. I have 3 questions for 3 different people. So first question is for Mr. John. What were the major challenges faced by you that made you decide to go into what you're doing? Second question for Venko, Mr. Trudy. User adoption, what's it like so far? And then last question, data security and privacy for everybody. What's that like going forward? Because what you are asking for is information and data from developers and consumer. How are we going to protect this information and data, especially when we look at the system in Nigeria and how like everything in Nigeria is corrupted? So how is the consumer and we the developers, how are we sure that you are going to be able to protect our information and keep our dealings confidential? Thank you.
Okay, so John, you go first, right?
Thank you. I think importantly in my journey, the biggest shock for me when I sort of progressed in my journey, I started out as a realtor. So I was on the sales side, helping people find properties. And then over time, I got into interior design and then construction finishing and then construction. And I remember the first time I worked for one of the, large developers in Lagos. And I would have thought that everything was, set in terms of systems, in terms of structures. It was shocking how, manual everything was. And, being slightly exposed, seeing what has been done in other countries, it just occurred to me that it didn't have to be like this, right? It doesn't have to be scattered because it's in Nigeria. And so I decided to capture Oscar, and start a business that basically helps construction companies to be more, think about it this way. A lot of projects succeed because there's a good project manager on it. And what happens is if that project manager gets swamped, he gets 10 projects, then he gets spread thin, and then the projects begin to fail. So simply what we decided to do is take those things that project manager does right, templatize them, and use technology to make them repeatable. So that regardless of who is on each project, because the system has been templatized, you can have repeat success. So that's basically, what we decided to do.
Hello.
Judy.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Judy.
Yeah. So on the question about user adoption, so specifically for Venko, we are in almost 230 communities across Africa. We are mainly in Nigeria, but we're also in Kenya and starting up in Ghana soon. And these cover about almost 16,000 property units and a multiple of users there. Generally speaking, for solutions in our space, the adoption is quite good. We do have a number of other people playing in the same space. We do see that, for example, in terms of how they use the solution, utility vending is a big, part of the picture for a lot of these communities, then followed by the billing and collections, so things like collection of service charges and all of that. And even there, we are seeing an increase in uptake because people are now figuring out that they don't need to just automate or digitize service charge collections, but they're also using the same thing. There's really no difference between collecting service charges and rent. So rent collection is somewhere that we are now seeing increased adoption. And following on that, very soon will be rent financing as well. So yeah, so I would say that adoption is really good. It could be much better though. So 220 estates is a drop in the ocean of the number of multi-family there in Nigeria. I believe in Abuja there's perhaps 3,000, if I'm not underestimating it. In Lagos there's probably the same. You know, and across Africa there are tens of thousands of these. So adoption is good, could be better.
Okay, thank you very much, Chidi. Mr. Adusholo, you want to take the data?
Firstly, under the Nigerian Data Protection Act, as you probably are aware, NIDA has regulations that govern how you manage people's personal information. And the fact is, if I'm not mistaken, if you collect information from more than 200 people, you actually have to file a return annually that shows how you protect that data, what you're doing with the data. That's the first layer. Second layer, you do have to remember that every single person here runs a business. And so they're also, and because it's digital, they're susceptible to attacks. So every single person here, in one way or the other, has to do a lot of protection. And I know for many people here, we also probably back up to AWS, the cloud, to ensure that we get double protection. So as far as data protection is concerned, I think the laws already protect people, and then even the businesses here are also protecting them with the kind of infrastructure they put in place.
Okay. Thank you very much. Who's helping up with the mic? There's someone. Okay, after the prof. After prof.
Thank you, and I really enjoyed your presentations. And one issue that came up was halfway through tokenization. This is Octa 5. You've done some aspects of tokenization from what I can see. Do you have the subsequent market to manage the process once you tokenize? You've already got, what, 250 transactions? Who is going to trade those for you at the secondary market level? And I also saw in your presentation some lead towards smart contracts. Have you fully digitized those, and are they truly smart contracts in operation at the moment?
Yeah, that's a prof
So
question.
tokenization and smart contracts are the question I'm asking.
Would ask a professorial question like that. So the thing with tokenization is it's a work in progress. And in the Frekes team, they've also been working a lot trying to build blockchains. It is difficult, but you specifically asked about the 250 contracts that we have put in place. So what we literally are doing is creating a central exchange repository that is virtual, so that for most of the properties that are involved, you have the head title being held, and then that's what you basically transfer into the next person that buys into that property. Right now, it's still at a very rudimentary, simplified stage. We are trying to also not go ahead of the curve, because most of our land registries are still very, I don't want to use the word archaic, but that's what they are. So if you go too far ahead of the curve, you're just not going to be able to crystallize the solution. So it's at an early stage. Most of it is done informally. And then what we expect is that as the land registries themselves become digitized, you can now begin to use blockchains to replace the actual physical directories that we still rely on.
Thank you. So, smart contracts, but we'll come to it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But
So-
after Mr. Olusododo, yeah.
Okay, so my name is Adeola Olusodo, Executive Director, Lagos State Development and Property Corporation. I would like to commend the synergy between those of us, let me use that in the old order, and the younger generation. This week, incidentally, what came to my mind as I was coming to Abuja was digital has to replace analog. And I kept turning it over. I was sharing with my younger colleague, while we were on the plane, that I don't know, this word, digital has to replace analog. And I think that has played out today. And I think that the younger people, digital needs to replace some of us that are in the older generation. The presenters we have seen, today, I'm very excited. For us as LSDPC, we are probably the largest property development company in the country. We use Venco in most of our estates for our energy vending. And so I know him. Construct, we're also on that platform.
And I know when they came, they met with my colleague, younger colleague, and he was the one who championed it. And when they were presenting to our management, a lot of people were wondering what was it all about. But of course, he was here. So what we have tried to do in LSBC is we brought in a lot of younger people into government. And so they are the ones who champion, especially him and some other colleagues of his. Dikpo is there also. So they are able to relate with the younger people when they come, and they're able to champion some of these digital things. And I think that for us also here today, going forward with this show, this is the way to go. We need the younger people to begin to take over. So in years to come, people like us and Prof will be sitting at the back, and the younger people will be the ones who champion, because we can't deliver these houses if we continue the old way we're doing it. We just need, it's talking about sharing and all that. And someone was talking about crowdfunding. I mean, we have projects we're looking at. Some of these federal government properties want to take over and want to retrofit them and put them in the market. This is the way to go. They're the younger people who can actually do it with us, not with the older people. We don't want the same old people to buy them and be renting them out. No, we want the younger generation to be the ones to benefit from this thing. So I want to commend you guys. They're doing a great job. And you have our backing. Lagos State would always support you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Okay, I think we can take only one more. Wow. Okay, I think you should go to that. Yeah, they've been raising, please. Sorry, don't worry, we'll come to you. We'll come to you. Let's just. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. What I would like to add is, I want to suggest in the next edition, I would like the organizers to try to invite our other countries, especially from the Francophone African-speaking countries, and moreover, even the Arab-speaking African countries too, to join us so that we can share from their own experience too. We can conceptualize together. So that's what's my suggestion. So in the next edition, we will be happy to have them around us so that we can conceptualize.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Bunyamin Mohammed from Vix and Properties. I want to say thank you to the organizers of this event. I have really gained a lot of value. But my question is this: we have a data problem when it comes to real estate. So who are we building for sometimes becomes a problem, because when you go around town, you see a lot of spaces which are supposed to be put into use, but these projects are abandoned and nothing has been done on them for close to 20, 30 years, and some of them. So what is technology doing to address this issue? Then my second question is, we live in an environment where a lot of people, we still have a lot of people who are unbankable. So what is, I learned one developer is saying you can pay daily for houses, that is for your rent. So what is the technology trying to do in order to address this issue of the unbankable set of people who need to access this technology? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ezekiel, you might want to take that question.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. I think one of the ways we have to think about housing is, instead of trying to reduce it to what people can afford, because even if you get to the point where you say housing is a 4-bedroom is 100 naira, the way Nigeria is structured, there are people that can't pay for that. Is there a way we can rethink that to be like that this access to housing can actually improve the quality of your life? So during the course of my conversation, one of the things I actually said was that you're having a designer pairing them with an engineer. Like, it has to be where the collective space where they are working gives a potential for them to actually earn more. Again, sharing economy. So you're having a case of like value being created because people are actually coming and staying together. In terms of also for the earning power, there are different ways you can actually think about that. For instance, now there's a very, very crazy idea within the shared accommodation which we are looking to even incorporate in HAP, where we give this housing for free, but just that you have to be an entrepreneur, and it's going to serve like an incubation program. So this is where we can probably get support, maybe from a state government or private bodies that see potential in this aspect, where the barrier shouldn't be funding. Access is according to United Nations, housing is a fundamental human right. So we have to now start to think about ways we can be innovative, where people can access the house, because through housing that you can build, it can't happen any other way. So even if you don't have, there are always interesting ways where we can look at innovation for people can actually access this housing and then build a quality life to the point where they can now even afford to own this housing.
Thank you very much, Ezekiel. I think we have one final question. Why does it keep increasing? Okay, we'll take from the lady so that.
Sorry, I'll just quickly I also shared on that. So it's a simple stuff. We are actually capturing a lot of this abandoned housing. As they are even going in, for instance, now in Ikeja, Lagos, in Alausa, as well as in Mobolaji Bank and Tony, there's a multi-family unit. It's currently, whether it's on the market or not, is not particularly clear, but it's just there. Prime locations. And these are places where every day we get requests on the hub platform that, oh, I need a place for rent for 700,000 naira, 1 million naira, and they can't easily find because Ikeja is a prime location. And now not Ikeja Ogba or Ikeja outskirts. These are like main Ikeja. These are areas where we can walk up to the landlord, secure some kind of like funding and activate the space. If you're a landlord, you don't have the funding, no problem. Just give us the property as is. So that's part of what we are doing. So yes, there's a technology aspect of it, but we're not going to just take away that technology is just a catalyst. The fundamental stuff is that we have to build, we are starting from rethinking how we approach existing housing stock and making sure that this thing can be commercialized. Such way you're going from a landlord that have an asset that is idle to a point where your asset now is making money for you without doing absolutely nothing to it.
Okay, we'll take the lady's question and then we'll take this gentleman here and then we're done. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Cynthia Otubu, Managing Director of Dolphins Realty. I'm aware of Venco and Sitemap. They are really transforming the real estate industry. You mentioned about property acquisition and trying to ensure that developers stick with what they have with the Sitemap. Now, I'm also suggesting that there also should be strategies or implementations that certain developers should stick to this particular, or they should work with this particular implementation. For example, a Lagos market that's a very booming market. You find that you buy a property from here and they're allocating something different to you. So it's another thing to have these things available. It's another thing for these developers to actually work with these things. So what exactly is being done to actually fix this? And I also want to say thank you to the organizers of this event. It's a really amazing time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that was a comment here. So we'll take the last question for the day.
Thank you for inspiring us with wonderful presentations. Gilbert Siame from Zambia. What you've presented is something that really can transform the housing sector and the urban sector in Africa. One thing I'm very curious to learn, perhaps as a way of inspiring others across the continent, the young ones, is the success story seems very clear and very inspirational. But particularly for the founders, do you have any major obstacle that you had to overcome to effectively take off? Thank you.
Several obstacles, but I think who should take that?
Yes, well, I just wanted to say greetings, my brother. There's a company in Zambia, it's called Bosso, and they are basically the construct of Zambia. So myself and the founders were in touch. We have a group, we call ourselves the Pioneers in Construction Technology. So I'll send my greetings to them through you. Happy to meet you. Oh, in terms of challenges,
no, I don't want us to go into. I think no.
I'll talk
I think
about
I'm
that
looking for
tomorrow.
someone who can nicely say that challenge, not John. maybe, Unti, just one or two challenges.
Okay, well, I'll take the other side of John. So they are enormous, really. But of course, that's why we are in events like this to be basically appeal to the fathers in the space, right? To partner with us to be able to get this off the ground. You know, if you take step back 10, 15 years ago, you look at what happened in the financial sector space. It was basically like this. People were not able to make transactions. I still remember when I opened my first account in 2005. That was in UBA. I will not forget that experience. I made deposit. I needed to go withdraw the next bank. And I was surprised they tell me to go back to that particular bank, right, to make that withdrawal. But we realized that people like InterSwitch came on and then begin to marry these banks together. And today, we can be anywhere in the world and make transactions from our bank. I mean, that's happening really. So that is what we expect in the real estate space. We're having that conversation, we're talking about it, and we believe that we are going to get the adoption, that is necessary, not to benefit us essentially, but to improve the ecosystem, because that's what it's about. The value of what we are providing is to improve the ecosystem, to complement what you are doing in all other sectors of the value chain.
Thank you. John, just go. I know you're itching to say something.
I think importantly, most founders will say their biggest challenge is funding, but I realize it's not. As a matter of fact, funding is looking for viable startups to go to. I think the biggest thing is incubation and adoption. And I think it's because generally, in this part of the world, we're not as kind, to each other. Abroad, what happens is that when you have an idea, they create a sandbox. It's a safe space where they allow you to experiment that idea because they understand that no idea is perfect from the beginning. Here, we fear failure so much. So the first thing is we start seeing everything that can go wrong as against everything that can go right and how we can safely get it, off the ground. So I think if there's one thing I want us to take out from here is how can we begin to incubate these ideas? Let's keep money aside. Get these ideas to work, understanding that if they do, it's a plus for every one of us in the industry and in our country and in our continent as well. And I think that's the biggest challenge. Once we can get that incubation, we're on our way.
Okay, so on that note, I want to say a very big thank you to all the panelists and for all the participants for staying till the end of this session. Please, a round of applause for yourself, all the participants, please. A round of applause for yourself. And special thanks to all our panelists for keeping you here more than the time allocated, and especially for our old, young tech star, Mr. Jido Bisholu. I did it. All right, thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for them once again. Thank you. Media, please stop it, please. It's time for the new generation to take over from the old and the analog generation, one of the speakers said. Thank you very much, participants, for staying here to the very end of the show for today, of the sessions for today. We have finally come to the end of day 3 of the Africa International Housing Show, Beyond Rhetorics to Homes, Making Housing Happen. Tomorrow is the final day, and we will be having a total package beginning from the Dangote Cement and Professional Bodies, the NITP, NIA, NIEVS, NIOB, NSE, NIQS presentation from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. in the morning. Please let us be here on time. 9 a.m. is the time we begin, and we will be ending at 11 a.m. That's for the first session, and then all other sessions. We have about 4 sessions for tomorrow. Please be here on time. And if you have a presentation to make, if you did not make a presentation today, please be here on time tomorrow. You get the opportunity to do so. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Remember also that tomorrow is the gala night and the grand finale, and also the AIHS Awards will be happening tomorrow, and this is the venue. Do not forget, the AIHS Awards will be happening tomorrow right here. Thank you, God bless you, and have a safe drive home.
My name is Ben Dodo. Ushers, please lead the VIPs, lead them to where they are having their lunch. Ushers, please lead them. Thank you.